Chapter 791 The Majesty of God. Please subscribe. _3 Cut it off for me. The giant eyeball magic. I didn't hesitate to abandon the part of its body that was within the Tianqing world. Its consciousness completely shifted to the remaining body outside the world. And then it frantically fled into the distance. To give up half its body was a severe cost. And it was unknown how long it would take to recover. But according to the precedent set by the myriad tentacle stream, if the magic eye didn't do this, it estimated its entire body would be left behind. Escaping with half its body was much better than being annihilated. From start to finish, the giant eyeball magic eye had no thoughts of resisting or fighting back desperately. There was no point at all. Didn't the myriad tentacle stream resist? Outside the Tianqing world, deep within the boundless void, Wuxia world, a number of foreign evil gods were observing the situation in the Tianqing world with an attitude of watching a drama unfold. However, when they saw the huge body of the myriad tentacle stream rapidly disintegrate into the most origin source of energy, completely swallowed by the Tianqing world, and then its presence nearly vanished, they immediately widened their eyes. What happened? What's the situation with the myriad tentacle stream? Has it fallen? Or has it been suppressed? The numerous foreign evil gods indeed enjoyed seeing changes occur in the Tianqing world, but they never expected such changes to be so fierce, so exaggerated. In the eyes of the foreign evil gods, so-called changes were merely some obstacles that made the magic eye and myriad tentacle stream suffer, requiring them to pay a greater price to conquer the Tianqing world. As for being counter-killed or counter-suppressed, no evil god dared to entertain such thoughts, because the probability was too low. The myriad tentacle stream and magic eye, these two foreign evil gods wielding the trump cards given by the Black Demon Pavilion's master, who could counter-kill them, who could suppress them. Magic eye. The annihilation of the myriad tentacle stream startled the evil gods, and they quickly turned their gaze toward the magic eye not far away. Under the watchful eyes of all the foreign evil gods, the magic eye, with half of its body trapped inside the world, did not hesitate to abandon the trapped half, as the remaining giant eye, like a dog that had lost its home, frantically fled from the Tianqing world, before the numerous foreign evil gods could react. Inside the Tianqing world, a colossal hand suddenly reached out. The hand, millions upon millions of miles large, easily captured the frantically fleeing half-eyeball, and swiftly pulled it back into the Tianqing world. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. It took but a few breaths' time. On the world barrier of the Tianqing world, the two huge cracks rapidly healed and finally disappeared from sight. Silence. All the observing foreign evil gods fell silent. They had never imagined that such a reversal would occur. Within the Tianqing world, a mysterious existence had suppressed both the myriad tentacle stream and demonic eye, two foreign evil gods bestowed with bottom-line measures from the Black Demon Pavilion's master. Especially the last scene they had witnessed, where the demonic eye, having abandoned half its body and thinking it had escaped certain death, hadn't had the chance to breathe a sigh of relief before it was harshly snatched back by that grand hand that filled the sky. What in the world? What in the world happened? What existence could there possibly be within that world? Each of the foreign evil gods trembled in their hearts as they looked towards the Tianqing world, a chilling terror suddenly arising within them. In the eyes of such foreign evil gods, any world was a delicacy, a source of sustenance, but at this moment, the Tianqing world was making every one of them scalp tingle, wishing they could flee from it immediately. The trouble has been resolved. Lin Yuan casually suppressed demonic eye and took it in, then once again observed the Tianqing world to see if there were any fish that slipped the net. After checking several times, Lin Yuan then turned and returned to the Canopy continent, before the martial hall. I've seen the martial ancestor. High Priest Qingyao immediately greeted Lin Yuan with an utmost respectful bow. Positioned at the highest point in the Tianqing world, High Priest Qingyao had seen everything with crystal clarity. Two infinitely fierce foreign evil gods, before Lin Yuan, were like two chickens awaiting slaughter, incapable of even a hint of resistance, easily suppressed. This scene greatly shocked High Priest Qingyao, and it was only at this moment that she realized the true extent of the existence of the martial ancestor that the countless beings of the Tianqing world had worshipped day and night for hundreds of thousands of years. I am going to seclude myself. Do not disturb me unless there's something important. Lin Yuan spoke briefly, and then walked directly into the martial hall. The doors of the martial hall slowly closed behind him. Martial ancestor. High Priest Qingjiu's voice trembled, and then she turned around, looked down at the countless martial Dao cultivators and all beings, and murmured to herself, "We have survived." Inside the martial hall, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. In front of him floated two misty forms, the life cores of the demonic eye and myriad tentacle stream. These two evil gods. Lin Yuan's spirit will was incredibly strong, easily completely refining the two life cores and becoming intimately familiar with all their memories. Whether it was the demonic eye or the myriad tentacle stream, most of their memories were of a state of madness, roaming the boundless void, fighting and devouring other foreign evil gods, discovering worlds and then attempting to invade and devour them, until they met the Black Demon Pavilion's master, and realizing they were utterly powerless to resist, they chose to submit. Their power is somewhat interesting. Lin Yuan studied with care. Moments later, Lin Yuan seemed thoughtful as he took up the misty forms again. Speaking of which, although this physical body is innate strong, deeply rooted, and extraordinarily fitting for martial Tao, has it not embarked upon the martial path evolutionary path? Lin Yuan pondered silently. It was like a naturally strong person who hadn't learned any martial techniques. By cultivating the martial Dao cultivation evolution path with this physique, it will certainly be able to discover deeper potential in the physical body, and moreover, give birth to a fifth physical body divine ability. Lin Yuan's eyes shone bright. Chapter 792 The Fifth Physical Body Divine Ability. Please subscribe. The physical body divine ability originates from the depths of the bloodline. When Lin Yuan arrived in the central divine China world, he integrated the essence of body cultivation into martial Tao, and thus possessed a certain ability. Normally speaking, the thicker the foundation of the physical body, the higher the rank of the physical body divine ability that would be born. For example, in the world of gods, Lin Yuan's body possessed the bloodline of the dragon clan. Ultimately, the physical body divine ability that was born was the elemental body, capable of being immune to 90% of the attacks at the same level in terms of rules. And speaking of a profound foundation, none of Lin Yuan's 9 traverses compared to the present. The inexhaustible origin source of the heaven-tilt martial world took more than 100,000 years to gestate into form, and then nurtured the martial ancestor golden body for another 100,000 years. But in terms of foundation, Lin Yuan even felt he wasn't far behind those unique and special beings of the main universe. A body such as this, once excavated through the martial path evolutionary path, what rank would the condensed physical body divine ability be? There shouldn't be a problem. Wuxia world. Site Wuxia world. Site. Lin Yuan examined himself, and to facilitate his descent, this martial ancestor golden body was also a flesh and blood body, meeting all the prerequisites for condensing a physical body divine ability. Let's start cultivating. Lin Yuan's thoughts converged, and his mind sank into immersion. In his past 9 traverses, if Lin Yuan wanted to cultivate, to recover his strength, he would inevitably need a large amount of external resources. There was no shackles to his realm, but the accumulation of energy was also a must. But now, this martial ancestor golden body itself contained energy that could be called the energy of an entire world. Otherwise, Lin Yuan could not have easily suppressed those 2 foreign evil gods. And as the heavens will of Tianqing world, with a single thought, Lin Yuan could use everything in Tianqing world for himself. Therefore, the Lin Yuan who fell into cultivation at this moment did not have any delay at all. Just 1 breath. He had entered the threshold of the first rank martial Tao. 10 breaths, second layer martial Tao. 50 breaths, martial Tao third rank. Half an incense stick, 4th stage martial Tao. 1 incense stick, martial Tao 5th stage. Half an hour 6th stage martial Tao. And at the 6th stage martial Tao, one begins to unlock the power deep within the bloodline, which is also the stage of the martial path evolutionary path, where a physical body divine ability is born. Lin Yuan carefully felt his own body. vaguely sensing that a certain power in the depths of his body was beginning to coalesce and sublimate. I can feel it. This Bodhi's condensed physical body divine ability will definitely surpass the previous 4 types. A sense of expectation faintly emerged in Lin Yuan's heart. So far, Lin Yuan possessed a total of 4 physical body divine abilities. They were blood rebirth, mountain moving, strengthening, elemental body. Through past experiences of condensing physical body divine abilities, Lin Yuan felt that the divine ability his body was condensing this time would definitely be extraordinary. Of course, it is hard to say there is a true hierarchy among physical body divine abilities. They yield different effects under different circumstances. But the imprint aura that is coalescing in Lin Yuan's body has a sense of supremacy over the previous 4 physical body divine abilities. At this rate, to completely form the imprint of the divine ability deep within the body, it might take several years or even decades. Lin Yuan pondered within his heart but soon shook his head. That would be the normal situation, which is the time that a regular martial arts evolutionary would need to reach 6th rank during cultivation. But Lin Yuan is not a regular martial arts evolutionary. He is the ancestor of martial arts, and having undergone 9 cycles of rebirth and reconstruction, along with the minutiae manipulation of the physical body from the main universe, Lin Yuan can completely accelerate the speed of the divine ability imprint's formation without any hidden dangers, thus allowing the physical body divine ability to condense earlier. About 3 to 4 days, Lin Yuan estimated. That is to say, in 3 to 4 days, the divine ability imprint deep in his body would be completely condensed. Continue to cultivate. While Lin Yuan focused on the rapid coalescing of the divine ability imprint deep within, he continued to cultivate. Now he was only at 6th stage martial Tao, still some distance from his prime strength. As for not cultivating during the process of condensing the physical body divine ability, to avoid interference with the formation? If it were during his initial condensation of a physical body divine ability, Lin Yuan might have been concerned about this aspect. But now, Lin Yuan naturally didn't need to consider this. There was no helping it. Lin Yuan's realm was too high, and his control over the microscopic domains of his body was too strong. Many taboos related to cultivation, in Lin Yuan's eyes, seemed as if they did not exist at all. Outside the martial hall, the high priest Qingyao stood before a group of powerful beings from the Tianqing world. High priest, are you saying that those 2 invading evil gods were suppressed by the arrival of the martial ancestor? An old man with white hair asked in disbelief. They, too, had seen the battle that had just taken place, where the 2 foreign evil gods vanished like ants. But they had not determined who the existence that had made the move was. Now, after the high priest's explanation, one can imagine the shock in their hearts. Martial ancestor. The legendary martial ancestor has descended? What else could it be? Besides the martial ancestor, who else could possess such means? Who else would protect us all? The high priest Qingyao spoke slowly, barely having fully recovered from the shock of the martial ancestor's action even now. First, the martial ancestor, who had been worshipped by the beings of the Tianqing world for hundreds of thousands of years, had actually appeared. Second, the martial ancestor was too powerful, so powerful that the 2 foreign evil gods which could almost destroy the world seemed like a joke in comparison. The martial ancestor is merciful, proclaimed the white-haired old man, believing it immediately. He discreetly glanced towards the great doors of the martial hall, his eyes glowing with deep reverence. It was not just him. The other martial Dao cultivators on the scene felt the same, because they all subtly sensed that, as they gazed into the depths of the martial hall, their own cultivation in the martial path trembled with a sensation of reverence and worship, as if they had laid eyes on the ultimate source of all martial paths in the world. This feeling had never occurred, even when faced with the martial ancestor golden body. Therefore, with just a brief explanation from the high priest, there was no question in the minds of everyone present. The martial ancestor needs to go into seclusion for a while. During this time, unless it's a significant matter, there's no need to disturb the martial ancestor, said High Priest Qingyao immediately. Yes, replied the numerous martial Dao cultivators with utmost respect, ready to guard the entrance of the martial hall with utmost diligence. ensuring that the martial ancestors' seclusion would be undisturbed. In the depths of the boundless void, in front of a massive secret realm floating in the void, a towering figure sat cross-legged. This towering figure, a monster with 18 arms, emitted a lunatic and strange aura that spread into all directions. This imposing silhouette was none other than the Black Demon Pavilion's master, a formidable being that instilled terror among the foreign evil gods. I have been contemplating this treasure for hundreds of thousands of years, yet I still feel so far from truly comprehending it. The Black Demon Pavilion master frowned, staring at a map in front of him. Nearly 200,000 years ago, he acquired this treasure from the secret realm before him, and had been continuously contemplating it ever since. It was through contemplating this map that the Black Demon Pavilion master's strength made significant leaps, eventually making him one of the most potent evil gods in the region, establishing the Black Demon Pavilion, and commanding a vast number of foreign evil gods. But even with his current strength and status, the Black Demon Pavilion master was still somewhat dissatisfied because he sensed a great secret within the map before him, and no matter what, he just couldn't fully grasp it. Could this treasure be related to the legendary 9th stage evil gods? The Black Demon Pavilion master wondered. The growth of foreign evil gods is divided into 9 stages. The 9th stage is legendary, and an evil god that grows to this stage is said to be the dominion over all foreign evil gods. Their power can sweep across the vast and boundless void. For now, the Black Demon Pavilion master is only an 8th stage evil god. While only one stage separates him from the 9th stage, the more he practiced and grew, the more the Black Demon Pavilion master realized how distant the 9th stage was. The Black Demon Pavilion master had a faint feeling that the gap between the 8th and 9th stages was far larger than all the gaps from the 1st to the 8th stage combined, and by a large margin at that. As the Black Demon Pavilion master continued his contemplation of the map before him, suddenly, his expression changed. The demonic eye and myriad tentacle stream I sent out were suppressed? Being in command of a large number of subordinates, the Black Demon Pavilion master was naturally the first to know everything that transpired outside the Tianqing world. I knew that there was a great secret within that world. In just a few 100,000 years, it had surged its world origin by tenfold. It seems it's really so. The Black Demon Pavilion master's eyes flickered with a hint of red. Most of his energy and time were spent contemplating the map in front of him, which was why he had the demonic eye and myriad tentacle stream take over the Tianqing world. It seems I need to make a trip there myself. The Black Demon Pavilion master carefully put away the map, then slowly rose to his feet. Considering that the existence inside that world could easily deal with the demonic eye and myriad tentacle stream, it must be no simple place. With my power alone, I'm not fully confident about taking it down completely. Thinking this, the Black Demon Pavilion master immediately started contacting some friends. While true friendship doesn't exist among the foreign evil gods, they occasionally cooperate with each other for mutual benefits. The friends that the Black Demon Pavilion master called upon were also among the most powerful evil gods in the region, with strength at the same level as his own. In the eyes of the Black Demon Pavilion master, with his power alone, there was no certainty in facing the entity within the Tianqing world that suppressed the demonic eye and myriad tentacle stream. But with the help of several friends, it would undoubtedly be foolproof. Back in the Tianqing world, inside the martial hall, time swiftly passed by 3 or 4 days. In these 3 or 4 days, Lin Yuan had successfully recovered to the 10th stage martial Tao. There was no way around it. In the Tianqing world, Lin Yuan's advantages were too great. Recovering strength was merely a matter of accumulating energy. Nothing could be more straightforward. Not to mention anything else, just the infinite world origin contained within the martial ancestor golden body was enough to allow Lin Yuan to rapidly cultivate from the 1st to the 9th rank peak. The stretch from the 9th rank peak to the 10th rank took just a little half a day for Lin Yuan. Recovering to the 10th rank martial Tao strength hadn't surprised Lin Yuan. For him, returning to the 10th rank martial Tao was a matter of course. Even if he had descended into worlds other than Tianqing world, recovering to the 10th rank martial Tao would have been just a matter of time. What Lin Yuan was truly looking forward to was that, after these 3 or 4 days of nurturing, The divine ability imprint deep within his body had finally taken shape. Lin Yuan's fifth physical body divine ability was about to emerge. I wonder what aspect this newly condensed physical body divine ability will entail? Lin Yuan ceased his cultivation, focusing intently on the subtle changes deep within his body. Chapter 793 World Subscribe please. Thud. 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 Lin Yuan's heart beat slowly, each pulsation sending blood to his limbs and throughout his body. For a powerhouse at Lin Yuan's level, the heart was more than just a simple organ. It gathered a vast amount of energy, and the so-called beats were not quite accurate, more like throbs. It was the origin of the physical body, the foundation of the physique, the martial ancestor golden body, that Lin Yuan had cultivated strictly according to human standards, became increasingly solid with every throb of the deep-seated information or imprint within his bloodline, until it was fully formed. An indescribably complex divine ability imprint was born, boiling all the bloodline power throughout his body. With the newly born divine ability imprint, Lin Yuan seemed to see the very beginning of the Tianqing world's creation, even scenes before its birth, like an epic unfolding. The construction of the most minute aspects of the world, any change, all poured into Lin Yuan's mind. Wuxia world. Sight the birth of a world? Lin Yuan watched, utterly fascinated. In the main universe, eighth-layer evolvers created inner worlds within themselves. But this creation wholly relied on the spatial-temporal structure of the main universe. It was akin to establishing an incredibly similar world on the template of the main universe. Subsequently, evolvers who understood the rule of time, wielding space and time, considered their inner worlds independent and complete. But no matter how independent or complete, they originated from the main universe. It's like a baby born from its mother, detached from the womb. Yet everything about it comes from the mother. And to create a complete world from nothing, without relying on any mother, even an 11th rank life couldn't do it. Perhaps only a supreme being would have hoped to achieve this. Replication is easy. Creation is the most difficult. But now, as Lin Yuan watched the condensation of the divine ability imprint at the deepest part of his bloodline, he faintly saw the process of a world being born from nothing. Your insight is against the heavens, observing the birthmark of the world, your understanding of the essence of the world elevates. Lin Yuan was absorbed in observation. Time is unknown. The divine ability imprint within the depths of the bloodline contracted, and a stream of information emerged from it. My fifth physical body divine ability. Lin Yuan's spirit shook, and he immediately began to observe the information flowing out from the divine ability imprint. Compared to the 4 previous divine ability imprints Lin Yuan had manifested, the one that had now condensed revealed the most grandeur by far, even involving scenes from before the Tianqing world's inception. These were scenarios that Lin Yuan, as the heavenly Tao of the Tianqing world, couldn't trace back to, but they appeared in his mind after the physical body divine ability was consolidated. Physical body divine ability world. Lin Yuan quickly understood his fifth physical body divine ability. This divine ability's might was immensely powerful. Once deployed, with Lin Yuan at the center, it would form a world as large as his inner world. Simply put, this divine ability could transform Lin Yuan's inner world into an outer world for a short time. It wasn't a mere shadow of a world or the force of a world. It was an actual world enveloping everything. With Lin Yuan as the master of the world, he could easily control the entire origin power of the world, and any move he made would be amplified 10-fold or 100-fold. The enemies, on the other hand, would be suppressed by the world itself, their speeds plummeting, their strength dropping drastically, weakened in every aspect. This is outrageous, truly outrageous. Even with high expectations for this physical body divine ability, thinking it might become his strongest, Lin Yuan was still inexplicably shocked after learning of the divine ability world and its details. Because this divine ability was simply defying heaven. As everyone knows, when are the combat powers of main universe's 8th layer, or higher powerhouses at their strongest? By triggering forbidden secret techniques? By wielding powerful weapons? No, none of these. It's when they are within their own inner worlds. That's when their combat power is at its peak. In an inner world, one can command the tremendous force of the world itself, achieving home ground suppression. The inner world of an 8th rank being is such that even 9th rank and 10th rank beings wouldn't dare to enter lightly. Even with the might of a 10th rank, within an 8th rank's inner world, the vast origin power of the world cannot be suppressed. But what if the 8th ranked being detonates their inner world? The terrifying explosion of the world's power is fully capable of severely injuring a 10th rank being. An 8th rank injuring a 10th rank. Such a preposterous thing would normally be considered absurd, but if a 10th rank being entered an 8th rank's inner world, it becomes quite possible. However, the home ground advantage of an inner world is strong but somewhat useless. Unless there's imposing disparity in strength, it's nearly impossible to ensnare an enemy within one's inner world. You have your inner world, so do I. Just need to similarly awaken the power of the inner world. Neutralize each other, and you can resist being drawn in. It's like two magnets with the same polarity. Even if one magnet is many times larger than the other, they repel each other due to same polarity, and under normal circumstances, they can't stick together. And when 8th rank powerhouses or 9th rank powerhouses engage in battle, it's usually by crushing the external parts of one's inner world. As for crushing from the inside, everyone's not a fool. How could they easily enter another's inner world? But Lin Yuan's newly born world divine ability could instantly condense an outer world. No matter if you're willing to enter or not, it directly places the surroundings under the domain of its own world, turning any place into a home ground favorable to oneself. Of course, the divine ability world isn't without its drawbacks. It doesn't last long, probably only about 6 seconds. Chapter 794 World subscribe please. _2 But even that couldn't hide the heaven-defying nature of this divine ability. 6 seconds was enough to do quite a lot. To be trapped inside an opponent's inner world for 6 seconds at the same level of power? It's hard to imagine how many times one would be squeezed and squished. That's too exaggerated. Lin Yuan's eyes slightly heated. Compared to the previous 4 physical body divine abilities, the divine ability world was purely offensive. Once the outer world has formed, Lin Yuan couldn't move. He could only try to defeat the enemy within the maintenance interval of the world. In contrast, even the divine skill enhancement had aspects for preserving life, like triggering enhancement to escape using increased speed. However, I like it. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The divine ability world depended entirely on one's own inner world, because the conjured outer world was based on the inner world as its foundation. The stronger the inner world, the stronger the conjured outer world. And the inner world, that was Lin Yuan's strongest advantage. Although the depth of space was temporary, the sheer size alone was more than 20 times that of his peers in the main universe. The more than 20 times referred to the diameter, and if converted into volume, it was indescribable how many times more it was. Wuxia world. Sight Wuxia world. Sight this physical body divine ability was simply tailor-made for Lin Yuan. The most powerful application of the divine ability world is self-destruction. Lin Yuan thought rapidly. If he couldn't defeat his opponent in the first 5 seconds, then he would self-destruct in the 6th second. Although the outer world strictly followed the standards of the inner world, it wasn't the inner world itself, but a replica quickly condensed by the divine ability world, using the inner world as a template. The size and power were consistent, but it wasn't the same entity. Self-destruction of the outer world didn't mean self-destruction of the inner world. If Lin Yuan eventually triggered the self-destruction of the outer world, at most he would suffer some backlash, a price much lighter than self-destruction of the inner world. Self-destruction of the inner world was essentially a desperate move that meant mutual destruction, whereas self-destruction of the outer world only resulted in some backlash. The gravity of each choice was clear at a glance. With the foundation level of my true Bodhis inner world, once I self-destruct the conjured outer world, even the 4 divine kings and other 11th rank perfections of legendary life forms would undoubtedly die, Lin Yuan thought privately, and I would only suffer some backlash. This was still considering Lin Yuan was at the 10th rank. If he were promoted to tier 11 and once again subjected to Chaos Void Origin Infusion, his inner world's foundation would skyrocket. At that time, The power of self-destruction he could generate from the conjured outer world was beyond Lin Yuan's imagination. Such a move, I can only use once. Lin Yuan was well aware. His true physical form's inner world in the main universe reached a size of 200 million square miles. Therefore the conjured outer world was of this range as well. For an 11th rank powerhouse, if they figured out the essence of this move, staying over 200 million miles away from Lin Yuan would be possible. The attack range of an 11th rank powerhouse was counted in light years, so a distance of over 200 million miles was trivial. Of course, easier said than done. Lin Yuan could completely conceal his presence, infiltrate within 200 million miles of the enemy, then strike with the divine ability world. Next, the most important thing is to thoroughly comprehend this divine ability imprint. Lin Yuan's expression grew somewhat solemn. Only by fully comprehending the divine ability imprint could he take it to the main world and imprint it on his true spiritual body. The contribution of this divine ability to Lin Yuan's combat power goes without saying. Even if it meant sacrificing the time to understand the spatio-temporal fusion rules, he had to fully comprehend this divine ability imprint first. The spatio-temporal fusion rules could be comprehended anywhere in the main universe, or even in other traverse worlds. But the world divine ability imprint could only be comprehended through this martial ancestor golden body. Outside the Tianqing world, the boundless expanse of the void, the Black Demon Pavilion Master and 3 friends were hastening toward the Tianqing world. An immense and terrifying aura emanated from these 4 outer domain evil gods. All along the way, despite the vast distances, it caused the hearts of other outer domain evil gods to tremble. Is that the Black Demon Pavilion Master? Apart from the Black Demon Pavilion Master, there are also 3 equally powerful evil gods. What could have happened? Wasn't the Black Demon Pavilion Master in close cultivation? The Black Demon Pavilion Master must be heading to the Tianqing world. Previously, 2 members of the Black Demon Pavilion fell within the Tianqing world. Numerous outer domain evil gods watched from afar. The influence of the Black Demon Pavilion Master was just too great, instilling fear in many outer domain evil gods. Moreover, the fact that he was traveling with 3 other powerful evil gods only added to the concern. Black Demon, what secret does that world hold that you are taking it so seriously? Indeed, what is it that requires us all to go together? Black Demon, you can decide if we join forces, but we can't go on a fruitless trip. The 3 friends of the Black Demon Pavilion Master exchanged thoughts rapidly as they continued toward the Tianqing world. As outer domain evil gods, they were not known to rise early without cause. Expecting them to help the Black Demon Pavilion Master seek revenge for free? Absolutely not. Don't worry, the secrets contained in that world are substantial, enough to rapidly increase the power of the world origin. As long as we take down that world, I am willing to share this secret with you. The Black Demon Pavilion Master glanced at his 3 friends and continued. Moreover, I can let you join me in entering that void secret realm afterward, to explore the opportunities within together. Good. It's generous of you, Black Demon. I will definitely help you with this revenge. Chapter 795 World. Please subscribe. _3 The 3 outer domain evil gods were overjoyed upon hearing the news. For the time being, let's not talk about the secrets of the Tianqing world. They were quite envious of the void secret realm that the Black Demon Pavilion Master was guarding. However, since the Pavilion Master held the key to that secret realm, and wouldn't lead the way, they definitely couldn't enter it on their own. Upon hearing this, the Black Demon Pavilion Master did not respond but continued to head towards the Tianqing world. About the secret of the Tianqing world? Greatly enhancing the origin power of the world wouldn't cost the Pavilion Master anything more, even if another evil god knew of it. As for that void secret realm he was guarding, even without the matter of the Tianqing world, the Pavilion Master was already planning to invite the other 3 evil gods inside. In the tens of thousands of years, the Pavilion Master had explored that void secret realm, and had reached a bottleneck. From now on, it would be difficult to achieve anything there by his power alone. Therefore, teaming up with the other 3 evil gods to explore was almost inevitable. Soon, The Pavilion Master and the 4 outer domain evil gods stopped and gazed into the distance at the Tianqing world. Is that the world? Wuxia world. Sight, the origin of the world, is indeed abundant. It looks delicious. The other 3 evil gods examined the Tianqing world closely. As evil gods, they naturally could sense the level of a world's origin power. And the Tianqing world, right now, definitely could be described as succulent. Black Demon, what should we do now? Since you called us here, you command. The 3 outer domain evil gods, though eager to devour the Tianqing world, also understood that forcing the Pavilion Master to call them meant it was no ordinary world. And this collaboration was led by the Pavilion Master himself. They were just here to assist. Tempted by the lure of the Void's secret realm, they all kept to the rules. No need to approach that world, just attack from here, said the Pavilion Master. The Tianqing world itself, although filled with abundant origin power, was bound by its own world and couldn't actively attack areas outside of itself. In other words, they just needed to attack from a distance, and the Tianqing world would be a sitting target. This was the confidence with which the outer domain evil gods dared to consume worlds. The world's intrinsic source of origin power was definitely much greater than that of an individual evil god. But alas, the world couldn't fight back on its own. This was akin to the difference between herbivores and carnivores. No matter how formidable the size of an herbivore, it couldn't resist a carnivore. No problem. The 3 evil gods nodded. Tianqing world. In the depths of the martial hall, Lin Yuan was sitting cross-legged, comprehending the divine ability world imprint. The Pavilion Master is coming on his own initiative? Lin Yuan glanced outside the world. With the statue imbued with power from the Pavilion Master, Lin Yuan could easily pinpoint the Pavilion Master's location using causal sensing. So, from the Pavilion Master starting his move to approaching the Tianqing world, Lin Yuan was acutely aware. And he brought 3 evil gods with him? Lin Yuan immediately sensed the aura of 3 evil gods outside the Black Demon Pavilion Master. Perfect. I can try out the divine ability world. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Even if the Black Demon Pavilion Master hadn't come, Lin Yuan was planning to try to activate the world divine ability to familiarize himself with the control details. Compared to experiencing the divine ability world, dealing with the 4 most powerful outer domain evil gods in this area, including the Black Demon Pavilion Master, was purely incidental. As for exposing the secret of the world divine ability, the strong beings in the main universe have avatars. Since Lin Yuan's world divine ability couldn't completely kill the opponent, it was possible it would be discovered. But those 4 evil gods outside? According to Lin Yuan's causal sensing, the opponent didn't have any avatars. As long as he completely eliminated them, there was no risk of exposing any secrets. Deep within the boundless void, the outer domain evil gods were also paying attention to the Black Demon Pavilion Master and the other 3 evil gods. The Black Demon Pavilion Master is really cautious, not planning to get close to the Tianqing world at all. Naturally, inside Tianqing world lie great horrors. The demonic eye and myriad tentacle stream couldn't even escape. So naturally, the Black Demon Pavilion Master will not underestimate it. Indeed, attack from a distance. Just wait until Tianqing world is breached. The great horrors within will naturally reveal themselves. The numerous outer domain evil gods were discussing swiftly, eagerly awaiting the scene after the Black Demon Pavilion Master and the other 3 evil gods tore open Tianqing world. In the eyes of all the evil gods, the fate of Tianqing world was almost certain. With the Black Demon Pavilion Master and 3 other powerful evil gods taking action and being so cautious, there was no possibility of Tianqing world escaping unscathed. Begin the attack. Don't hold back at all. Between the 18 arms of the Black Demon Pavilion Master, terrifying energy fluctuations were subtly converging while he instructed his other 3 friends. The 4 evil gods working together could completely tear open Tianqing world in no more than a moment with their full strength. You see, previously just a power sculpture of the Black Demon Pavilion Master was able to tear a huge crack in the barrier of the Tianqing world. Now personally taking action, and together with the other 3 friends, tearing open Tianqing world was nothing short of certain. That's for sure. The three outer domain evil gods also quickly began to take action. Even a lion using all its strength to hunt a rabbit, these evil gods, who had emerged from endless slaughters, naturally understood this principle. However, the next moment, the gaze of the Black Demon Pavilion Master and the four evil gods changed. The void was vast. At this moment, they were no longer in the boundless void, but had come to another world. What is this? The face of the Black Demon Pavilion Master drastically changed. Being in this world, he was completely unable to sense the aura of the boundless void, as if cut off. The other three outer domain evil gods felt the same. However, before the Black Demon Pavilion Master and the four outer domain evil gods could react, the overwhelming force of the world crushed down. The physical souls of the four outer domain evil gods shook. With no power to resist, their consciousness plunged into darkness, and soon, together with the surrounding world, they all shrank into the Tianqing world. Chapter 796 The Mysterious Map. Subscribe please. A more distant boundless void. Many watching foreign evil gods almost believed they were witnessing an illusion. In their view, the Black Demon Pavilion Master and three other powerful evil gods were about to attack the Tianqing world. Suddenly they vanished. Here, vanished means completely disappeared, without even a trace of their aura perceptible. What's going on? Where are the Black Demon Pavilion Master and the others? Why did they just disappear? Initially, the foreign evil gods instinctively questioned. But moments later, more and more of them realized. Either the Black Demon Pavilion Master and the three others had been completely suppressed, or they had already fallen. Wuxia world. Sight otherwise, there wouldn't be such an inexplicable disappearance without any signs. This speculation made every foreign evil god's scalp explode. When Demonic Eye and Myriad Touchstream were trapped in the Tianqing world, they could still understand what was happening. Myriad Touchstream was extinguished, directly suppressed. Demonic Eye tried to escape, but half of its body was pulled back by a giant hand that extended from within the Tianqing world. But what about the Black Demon Pavilion Master and the three powerful evil gods? What happened? All the foreign evil gods could not understand what had exactly happened. What's more critical is that compared to Demonic Eye and Myriad Touchstream, the Black Demon Pavilion Master and the other three were unimaginably more powerful. Their silent disappearance without even causing a ripple deeply chilled the other foreign evil gods. Inside Tianqing world, countless martial Dao cultivators were celebrating the salvation brought by martial ancestor. Thanks to the propaganda of martial hall, all beings within the world knew that it was their revered martial ancestor, whom they had worshipped for hundreds of thousands of years, who had dealt with the existence of Demonic Eye and Myriad Touchstream. However, what the beings inside the Tianqing world did not know was that just recently, the Black Demon Pavilion Master and other three beings far surpassing the earlier two evil gods were also casually dealt with by martial ancestor. The whole process did not cause any disturbance. The Black Demon Pavilion Master and the three powerful evil gods, in the presence of Lin Yuan, did not even have the ability to struggle or resist. Deep within Martial Hall, Lin Yuan was carefully understanding every detail of when he had used the Divine Ability World. That instant, the Divine Ability imprint used my physical body as the base, connecting in all directions, forcibly turning everything in the boundless void into my world. Lin Yuan was somewhat shocked. Compared to secret techniques, activating a divine ability does not require comprehension. Lin Yuan only needs to stimulate the imprint representing the divine ability world inside him. Of course, if Lin Yuan could fully understand the imprint of the world divine ability, it would mean transforming this ability into a form of secret technique that he can comprehend, thus enabling him to bring it to the main universe and use it with his true primordial spirit. I feel that with each use of the divine ability world, my understanding of its imprint deepens, bringing me closer to full comprehension. Lin Yuan thought pensively. Directly viewing the world divine ability imprint to understand it fully is indeed something Lin Yuan can achieve with his against heaven's understanding, but actively stimulating this divine ability and observing its interaction with the surrounding heaven and earth more evidently accelerates the comprehension. Activating the world divine ability once consumes a lot of energy. With my current strength, without affecting my powers, I can probably activate it once every 2 days. Lin Yuan stroked his chin. It's a pity, the power generated from self-destruction is just too great, otherwise I could have tried it. Lin Yuan felt a bit regretful. Even now, with his inner world unenhanced by the mysterious gourd or infused with the chaos void, once self-destructing, the generated power would be extremely terrifying. The mere aftermath could potentially penetrate the Tianqing world. And if Lin Yuan attempted to self-destruct outside his body, he would need to choose a location far from the Tianqing world. Next, I can use a strand of world-breaking origin force to summon the mysterious gourd, enhancing this physical Bodhi's inner world and resilience. Lin Yuan thought to himself. He wanted to see what it felt like to execute the world divine ability again, after his inner world reached an expanse of over 2 billion square miles. Right. Lin Yuan seemed to recall something and his consciousness descended into his inner world. The Black Demon Pavilion Master and the other 3 foreign evil gods were completely suppressed. Their gigantic bodies were reduced to a few meters in size, lying in a corner asleep. These 4 nearly 10th rank evil gods do hold significant research value. Lin Yuan's thoughts flickered slightly. Most of the bodies of the 4 foreign evil gods were transformed into origin power and absorbed by the inner world. To study the foreign evil gods, only their core parts were needed. Rustling. As their bodies crumbled, the treasures carried by the 4 foreign evil gods spilled out all over. Lin Yuan casually inspected them. And indeed, as the powerful evil god who had dominated this region, the Black Demon Pavilion Master's treasures were all of notable value. Powerful weapons, special metals, rare spirit fruit, and so forth. The other 3 evil gods also held considerable wealth, only slightly less than the Black Demon Pavilion Master. Although bringing these treasures back to the main universe would cost world-breaking origin force, Lin Yuan could cleverly transform them into primal force and integrate them within the origin clock, thereby indirectly taking them back to the main universe. As for the martial ancestor golden body that Lin Yuan now possessed, unlike the physical body he had used to traverse other worlds before, Lin Yuan did not plan to transform this body into primal force and merge it into the origin clock. The Tianqing world had already become Lin Yuan's backyard, where descending once only required a third of a strand of world-breaking origin force, meaning that as long as Lin Yuan wished, he could descend at any time. In such a situation, Lin Yuan needed a physical body always ready, to avoid going through the recovery phase every time he descended. For instance, this time when he descended into the Tianqing world, it took Lin Yuan less than 4 days to recover to the 10th stage martial Tao. If this were in other traverse worlds, at least it would be calculated in decades or even centuries. Whoosh. The accumulation of the 4 outer domain evil gods over millions, or even tens of millions of years, though most of it was used on themselves, the remaining treasures were still vast like an ocean. Lin Yuan quickly inventoried the spoils previously obtained from suppressing the demonic eye and myriad touchstream, which were far inferior to what he now had. Good grief, this piece of special metal, similar to the Taiyang gold crystal of the main universe, such a large piece containing the power of Taiyang true fire, could be estimated to have as much as 10,000 stars. Even within human civilization, it would be considered an 11-star rare treasure. Lin Yuan waved his right hand, and a fist-sized red crystal core appeared in front of him. This crystal core did not seem big, but it was the result of Lin Yuan using the space rules to compress it. If not compressed, its size was estimated to exceed 1,000,000 miles. The dimension where the boundless void is located, and the dimension where chaos void is located, are not the same dimension, and the treasures within them vary in value. This Taiyang gold core, under extremely harsh conditions for formation in the main universe, requires millions of years to hope to develop, but in this boundless void? Lin Yuan thought to himself. Not to mention different dimensions, even within the same dimension in different universes, many resource cultivation conditions differ. The difficulty of nurturing certain resources varies from universe to universe. This is even more so between dimensions. Of course, whether it was the dimension of the boundless void, or that of the chaos void, although they are not in the same dimension, They essentially belong to the same type of space. Both are three-dimensional spaces. Thus, all the rules Lin Yuan had comprehended could be applied. If he was in a lower dimension, such as a two-dimensional space, it would trap him in the scenario like the blank paper two-dimensional world of the main universe. It would even be more brutal than the two-dimensional world. The two-dimensional world is almost a perfect world, a product of life exploring low-dimensional space, merely mimicking low-dimensional space and clearly different from true low-dimensional space. Lin Yuan quickly inventoried the spoils, merely having killed 4 nearly 10th stage outer domain evil gods, but the richness of the spoils gave Lin Yuan the illusion of having killed an 11th rank powerhouse's true body. You should know that in the main universe, completely killing an 11th rank powerhouse is a very difficult task, as those 11th rank powerhouses all hide their true bodies in absolutely safe places. What about avatars? They do not carry 2 precious treasures, and even if killed, the gain wouldn't be big. Like the 4 divine kings, whose avatars merged into the ultimate weapons, it is exceedingly rare, prepared by the Star Alliance as trump cards, intended to go on a killing spree on the battlefield, and holding weapons that suit themselves, with the ultimate existence not taking action. Who else could kill them? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One by one, the spoils were categorized by Lin Yuan, whether to absorb them now or later. Each was properly arranged according to its location. Suddenly, Lin Yuan stopped. He looked towards a scroll. This scroll should be a scroll hanging in the air, seemingly quite ordinary. But how could a treasure collected by 4 evil gods be ordinary? Moreover, this scroll made Lin Yuan somewhat unable to see through it. He could not discern the fundamental nature of the scroll. Even the power of the world cannot penetrate it. Lin Yuan looked shocked. Lin Yuan's method to appraise a spoil was through the infiltration of the world's power, and then measuring its value with it. This was the simplest method. But now the world's power could not infiltrate this scroll in front of him. Without infiltration, naturally, the inside value could not be measured. This scroll comes from the Black Demon Pavilion Master. Lin Yuan thought to himself, carefully examining it. Interesting. Lin Yuan looked at the scroll floating in front of him. Forget it. Directly soul search. Lin Yuan caught the soul of the Black Demon Pavilion Master, and began to soul search. This scroll, obtained by chance by the Black Demon Pavilion Master, is a key to a void secret realm, merging consciousness into it. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. In the memory of the Black Demon Pavilion Master, there wasn't a segment about merging consciousness into the scroll. This situation could have 2 possibilities. One is that the Black Demon Pavilion Master actively erased this memory, but this possibility is quite low, as the Black Demon Pavilion Master did not know that he would fall into Lin Yuan's hands and, without prior knowledge, would not erase the memory. The second possibility is that the scroll cannot be recalled in memory. That is, only the person himself knows, and others, even if they soul search, cannot see. Some core heritage secret methods of human civilization use this method to prevent being known by different species. I will merge my consciousness into it and take a look. Lin Yuan repeatedly confirmed, although he could not know the scene of the Black Demon Pavilion Master's consciousness merging into the scroll. From the memories of the Black Demon Pavilion Master, there was no aversion to merging consciousness into it. There was even some anticipation. This meant there was no danger. Boom. Lin Yuan's consciousness merged into the scroll. He suddenly entered a space. Chapter 797 Void Creatures. Subscribe please. The space within the scroll was only 1,000 miles in radius. Lin Yuan glanced over it and discovered that in the central location, there were 2 high platforms situated. At the same time, 2 messages transmitted from the 2 platforms. The message from the left platform was, all life from the boundless void can use this token to enter the void secret realm and slay void creatures. This message was very simple. It was purely just a message, without any pressure, without any mystique, but the first sentence, all life from the boundless void, suggested quite a grand scope. The boundless void was vast and endless. Evil gods were considered life of the boundless void, as were some other special existences. Simply put, any life born in the boundless void was considered as such. Even Lin Yuan could be considered half a life of the boundless void. Wuxia world. Cite his martial ancestor golden body, was also nurtured from the boundless void. Void secret realm? Slaying void creatures? What are these void creatures? Is it just simple slaughter? Lin Yuan thought to himself. If there were no benefits, who would fight these so-called void creatures given the selfish and self-interested nature of the foreign evil gods? But from Lin Yuan's soul search of the Black Demon Pavilion Master, there was both fear and longing for that void secret realm. There must be some major benefit. Lin Yuan thought inwardly, as the memories of the Black Demon Pavilion Master regarding the void secret realm were similarly obscured. Yet from the fluctuating emotions, one could infer a lot of information. The void secret realm is probably in that location. Lin Yuan's gaze looked distantly in a certain direction. The message from the left platform also contained the precise coordinates of the boundless void. Moreover, the memories of the Black Demon Pavilion Master had the general location of that void secret realm. Compared to the brief message from the left platform, the message from the right platform was many times more complex. Is this a secret technique? A body refinement secret technique? Lin Yuan showed a trace of surprise. Xianhuang physique, which he cultivated, was indeed one of the top body refinement secret techniques. Cultivated to the extreme, it was powerful enough to traverse the 12th rank. It's less detailed than Xianhuang physique, but the limit seems high, and it requires a profound understanding of the material law. Lin Yuan browsed briefly. The material law, being one of the fundamental laws, is the basis of all matter, and flesh and blood are naturally part of that matter. The practice of Xianhuang physique also requires understanding the material law, but Lin Yuan had already thoroughly comprehended it. That Black Demon Pavilion Master has not cultivated this body refinement secret technique deeply, otherwise he would have already stepped into the 10th rank. Is it because his understanding of the material law is insufficient? Lin Yuan mused. Evil gods of the boundless void possess many innate abilities, essentially incarnations of laws, but to have these evil gods understand other laws was an almost impossible task. Many evil gods couldn't even maintain their own sanity all the time. This body refinement secret technique could be worthy of reference. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Even if it wasn't as good as Xianhuang physique, the two methodologies refine the body from completely different perspectives, and both had their merits. Next, Lin Yuan proceeded to inventory all the remaining spoils of war, and began to finish viewing the memories of the remaining 3 evil gods. The 4 evil gods, including the Black Demon Pavilion Master, standing at the pinnacle of this region, naturally had a good understanding of the nearby intelligence. Add to that the memories of the ancestral demon tree itself. Lin Yuan immediately had a general impression of the vast boundless void. Firstly, the boundless void had no end. Even the evil gods did not know the actual size and scope to this day. According to the memories of the several evil gods, the boundless void is divided into numerous void domains, and the current void domain where the Tianqing world is located is named the 3-Yin void domain. The strongest evil god of the 3-Yin void domain is the Lord of the 3-Yin, very close to being a 9th stage evil god. Even the 4 evil gods, including the Black Demon Pavilion Master, were nominally under that Lord of the 3-Yin. Lord of the 3-Yin? Lin Yuan's expression grew slightly solemn. As in the memories of the Black Demon Pavilion Master, there was immense wariness, even fear, towards that Lord of the 3-Yin. Does that Lord of the 3-Yin at least have the strength of the 10th rank summit? Or has one foot already stepped into tier 11? Lin Yuan was only slightly more serious. With his current strength, once he activated the divine ability world, even if all aspects of his foundation are not as strong as his main universe true body, he could still suppress the 1st and 2nd tiers of the 11th rank. Unless faced directly with a 9th stage evil god, there was nothing that Lin Yuan feared. Moreover, even if it was a 9th stage evil god, the threat to Lin Yuan was very limited, and retreating unscathed if unable to win was not a problem at all. After sorting everything out, Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred slightly, and the door to the myriad realms in the depths of his mind rippled faintly as the mysterious gourd slowly descended across dimensions. In addition to cultivating, I will also elevate the inner world to its limits. Lin Yuan picked up the mysterious gourd. With the premise of realm sharing, this martial ancestor golden body as well as both primordial spirits, after absorbing the 7-colored liquid from the mysterious gourd, could easily do so in a short time. The size and the depth of the inner world now had a profound impact on Lin Yuan's strength, and the might of the divine ability world was entirely dependent on the inner world. In a part of the 3-een void domain, within a majestic hall, the Lord of the 3-een sat high on his throne, with many subservient evil gods kneeling below. As the ruler of a void domain, the strength of the Lord of the 3-een was unquestionable, and the renown among the evil gods wasn't something that could be tricked or taken lightly. It was earned through slaughter. Chapter 798 Void Creatures. Subscribe please. _2" I can feel it, just one step away from the 9th stage. The Lord of the 3-een, with a flash of longing in his gaze, looked down at the numerous evil gods kneeling before him. If he devoured these evil gods, he could advance even further. The Lord of the 3-een would not hesitate. Unfortunately, for an evil god to grow from the 8th layer to the 9th, mere devouring was no longer significant. Accumulation in other aspects was more necessary. My spirit will, with the aid of that void secret realm, is already strong enough, but the perception of rules? We evil gods are born strong. What rules are there to perceive? The Lord of the 3-een sighed. Just then, an evil god below seemed to receive some information and immediately spoke up. Great Lord, your subordinate black demon has fallen outside of a world, according to intelligence. Black demon. The Lord of the 3-een looked down. So it's him. More than 100,000 years ago, Black Demon had personally come outside the Grand Hall, submitting to the Lord of the 3-een. This was also a rule established by the Lord of the 3-een. Within the 3-een void domain, all evil gods of a certain strength must come to pay homage to him. Otherwise, they would be considered enemies of the Lord of the 3-een. He also had a token to enter that void secret realm. I didn't expect him to die so soon. The Lord of the 3-een thought to himself, having some recollection of the Black Demon Pavilion Master. Because the Black Demon Pavilion Master and the Lord of the 3-een were of the same path, they could both enter that mysterious void secret realm. However, the Lord of the 3-een had entered the void secret realm much earlier than the Black Demon Pavilion Master. Of course, the Lord of the 3-een was quite familiar with the Black Demon Pavilion Master, but the latter did not realize that his biggest secret had already been seen through by the Lord of the 3-een. The gap between their strengths was too vast. How did Black Demon die? The Lord of the 3-een asked casually. About that void secret realm, it was no secret to the many lords of the evil gods within the boundless void. Almost all of them held tokens and could come and go freely. Besides, it was also possible for evil gods beneath the lords to obtain a token, and thereby enter the void secret realm. The Lord of the 3-een felt somewhat regretful at the moment. The Black Demon Pavilion Master had the means to enter and exit the secret realm, and his potential for future growth should not be low. Perhaps he might have had a chance to come close to him? Of course, the Lord of the 3-een felt no sorrow. To him, the Black Demon Pavilion Master was merely a tool. If the future growth was good, he could be put to use. Even if he grew close to the Lord tier of evil gods, the Lord of the 3-een wouldn't mind consuming him for a feast. Devouring other evil gods didn't help in becoming a 9th stage evil god, but it was a delectable treat, especially the more powerful the evil gods were. Lord, please see, this is the memory image of the battle at that time. The evil god below immediately raised his hand, and sequences of images emerged, showing the moment when Black Demon Pavilion Master and 4 other evil gods had come outside the Tianqing world, planning to attack from afar. The Lord of the 3-een watched the memory images, his expression suddenly changing to incredulity. They disappeared? I didn't even see how they vanished. What enemy did this Black Demon Pavilion Master provoke? The Lord of the 3-een was somewhat alarmed. Although the memory images were from the spectating evil gods and couldn't fully reproduce the real scene, the abrupt disappearance of Black Demon Pavilion Master and the 4 powerful evil gods still made the Lord of the 3-een feel like facing a formidable enemy. It's the rules. It must involve some kind of rules. The evil god who acted against them is closer to the 9th stage than I am, perhaps a 9th stage evil god? The Lord of the Three Eons' heart was overwhelmed by huge waves. Even if this was just speculation, and the Lord of the Three Eon had never seen the enemy with his own eyes, he couldn't be certain whether it was a ninth-stage evil god who had acted. But this was enough to make the Lord of the Three Eons' heart tremble. Lord, what should we do now? The kneeling evil god below couldn't help but ask. In the Three Eon void domain, the Lord of the Three Eon was the absolute dominion. The disappearance of the Black Demon Pavilion Master, one of his subordinates, was equivalent to a slap in the face of the Lord of the Three Eon. To command more evil gods, the Lord of the Three Eon would occasionally act to help subordinates avenge themselves. Solely relying on absolute strength could not make all evil gods completely submit. At times, it was necessary to show favor and benefits. What to do? The Lord of the Three Eon looked troubled. Regardless of whether the entity that struck against Black Demon Pavilion Master was a ninth-stage evil god or not, it was undoubtedly stronger than the Lord of the Three Eon himself. Tell all evil gods within my Three Eon void domain to avoid that area. After a moment of silence, the Lord of the Three Eon immediately commanded. With such an entity appearing in his domain, the Lord of the Three Eon felt helpless and could only restrict his subordinates as much as possible to avoid provocation. Avoid that area? Upon hearing this, the other evil gods below exchanged glances and immediately realized that the being who had struck against Black Demon Pavilion Master must be of immense strength. Otherwise, the great Lord of the Three Eon would not back down. Sir the Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Just over a month had passed. Lin Yuan's true body and the two primordial spirits' inner worlds had already reached their zenith, each spanning 2.3 billion miles. Those vaguely watching evil gods, they've all disappeared? Lin Yuan's thoughts flickered as he looked beyond his world. Ever since he had returned to the Tianqing world, with the invasion of Magic Eye and Myriad Tentacle Stream, Lin Yuan had felt the sensation of being watched from a distant location. Other evil gods must be eyeing the Tianqing world. This was quite normal. To the evil gods, the Tianqing world was like a delicious meal. Even after the incident with Black Demon Pavilion Master and the other four evil gods. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 799 Void Creatures, subscribe please. _3 Other evil gods realized that the Tianqing world was not easy to provoke, but despite their inability to defeat it, taking a mere glance was extremely normal. However, Lin Yuan now keenly noticed that even those prying eyes had vanished without a trace. What a pity! Lin Yuan felt somewhat regretful. He had originally planned to enhance his strength to the limit, and then send out his two primordial spirits to sweep through the adversaries. Having killed the Black Demon Pavilion Master and four other powerful evil gods, Lin Yuan tasted the sweetness of victory, and though the other evil gods might not be as affluent as them, they were at least better than nothing. Is it related to the Lord of the Three Eon? Lin Yuan guessed in his mind that only the high and mighty Lord of the Three Eon, remembered by the Black Demon Pavilion Master, could command so many evil gods at once. Now it's time to properly enhance the Tianqing world. Lin Yuan slowly stood up. For over a month, he had devoted most of his energy and attention to comprehending the World Divine Ability Imprint and the Spatio-Temporal Fusion Rule. As time passed, Lin Yuan increasingly felt the limitations the Tianqing world imposed on him. As the master of the world, the Tianqing world could not possibly repel Lin Yuan, but there was a huge disparity between their levels. Especially as his inner world reached a dimension of 3 billion square miles. It was like the relationship between a sword and its sheath. The sword, just with its sharpness and aura, could easily tear the sheath apart. They didn't quite match. With my current comprehension of the world's essence, enhancing the level of Tianqing world should not be difficult, Lin Yuan silently thought. Now that Tianqing world had become his backyard and his stronghold, elevating its level would allow it to accommodate more martial Dao cultivators. And Lin Yuan would also feel more comfortable within it. There were only advantages and no disadvantages. Martial Ancestor. Greetings, Martial Ancestor. As soon as Lin Yuan stepped out of the martial hall, The high priest Qingyao and other elders of the Tianqing world bowed respectfully to him. Lin Yuan nodded and calmly said, "I will be elevating the world level next. Pay attention during the process." Before the echo of his words faded, Lin Yuan disappeared from the spot. In the high skies of Tianqing world. Here, space twisted as Lin Yuan stood tall, overlooking the entire Tianqing world. From this perspective, the diameter of the Tianqing world exceeded 1 billion miles, seemingly vast, but clearly a bit cramped for a 10th-rank summit life form like Lin Yuan. Expand, expand, expand. With a single thought from Lin Yuan, the origin source of the entire Tianqing world suddenly boiled, and began to massively absorb the energy from the boundless void. The limitless power, which even evil gods couldn't directly absorb, rushed into Tianqing world, causing it to rapidly expand. The land stretched, the oceans widened, and deeper in the oceans, new lands were born. During the proactive guidance to elevate the world's level, Lin Yuan gained a lot as well. With every expansion of Tianqing world, his understanding deepened. Your comprehension is extraordinary, leading the expansion of the world, enhancing your grasp on the essence of the world. In just a few days, Lin Yuan's comprehension of the world divine ability imprint increased by 1/10, a progress that would normally take decades under regular contemplation. Now it's about right. Lin Yuan slowly ceased his contemplation, looking towards the Tianqing world that had expanded tenfold. Has the spatio-temporal fusion rule reached the 3rd realm? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Before attempting his 10th traversal, Lin Yuan's comprehension of the spatio-temporal fusion rule was close to the peak of the 2nd realm. Now, by actively guiding the expansion of the Tianqing world, he had advanced the spatio-temporal fusion rule into the 3rd realm. It's a pity, even worlds have their limits. Lin Yuan sighed inwardly. Tianqing world managed to expand tenfold in just a few days, mainly due to the accumulation over hundreds of thousands of years under the management of the ancestral demon tree, and its constant slow enhancement up until now, finally bursting forth. It was also related to Lin Yuan's own realm, his understanding of the world divine skills, and his comprehensive insight into the spatio-temporal fusion rule and numerous other fusion rules, which were all integrated into Tianqing world. Following this, for Tianqing world to continue expanding, Lin Yuan's realm needed to improve further, along with a certain level of inherent accumulation. Anyway, it was not something that could be achieved in a short time. Outside the martial hall, the high priest Qingyao and many of the Tianqing world elders had witnessed the entire process of the world's transition. The world has changed. The sky has risen, the earth has thickened, and the space has become more vast. Search * the Nefire. @ website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The many elders swallowed nervously. Even though they had long regarded the martial ancestor as their ultimate faith, their hearts were still overwhelmed by the shock when they witnessed this scene for themselves. After elevating the level of the Tianqing world, Lin Yuan returned once more to the depths of the martial hall. Now it feels much more comfortable. Lin Yuan's face wore a smile, for the Tianqing world could now at least accommodate him. Indeed, for Lin Yuan, the boundless void was more suitable, but as the heavenly Tao of the Tianqing world, being within the Tianqing world was the safest for Lin Yuan. With the support of the world's origin source from the Tianqing world, Lin Yuan's combat power was at its strongest. You go to that void secret realm. Lin Yuan looked towards the Taiyang divine spirit, took out the scroll, and handed it over. Now that the 2 primordial spirits had completely absorbed the liquid inside the mysterious gourd, reaching their peak level, they were ready to be dispatched. The void secret realm was highly valued by Lin Yuan. Hence he sent the Taiyang divine spirit there first to see what was unique about it. As for you, go and seek more worlds, spreading martial Tao. Lin Yuan looked towards the Taiyang primordial spirit, the boundless void, filled with myriad worlds. And these worlds were Lin Yuan's best targets for disseminating martial Tao. Besides, while searching for more worlds, the Taiyang primordial spirit could also hunt some evil gods for research purposes. As for Lin Yuan himself, naturally he stayed to oversee the Tianqing world, commanding everything. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 800 300 years later, subscription requested. Lin Yuan's true body was stationed at the Tianqing World Headquarters, while the two primordial spirits set out to explore separately. This was the safest method. Both the Taiyang Divine Spirit and the Taiyin Primordial Spirit were nearly as strong in combat power as Lin Yuan's true body. Even if they were to perish, the true self could condense them with a single thought. There was nothing more secure. Though the layers of the boundless void were inferior to the main universe, Lin Yuan never underestimated them. At least the ninth stage evil gods, in legend, could pose a slight threat to him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Under Lin Yuan's watchful eyes, the Taiyang Divine Spirit and the Taiyin Primordial Spirit immediately departed from the Tianqing world. Source: Web Novel. Com. Updated on Omicron New. Void Secret Realm? Lin Yuan's Taiyang Divine Spirit, following the coordinates on the scroll, swiftly headed towards the location of the Void Secret Realm. With Lin Yuan's mastery over space and time, the distance from the Tianqing world to the entrance of the Void Secret Realm, which took the Black Demon Pavilion Master 5 or 6 days to fly, Lin Yuan covered in just under half an incense stick's time. The Void Secret Realm. Even the memories of entering the realm are shrouded and cannot be transmitted outward. What exactly is this place? Lin Yuan was curious. The civilizations of the main universe could achieve similar feats, but human civilization was attended by 9 supreme beings. Also, what benefits can be gained from killing void creatures? The information within the scroll did not mention benefits, but Lin Yuan surmised there must be some. Is it the physical bodies of the void creatures themselves, some form of material treasure? Lin Yuan thought to himself. This was the most natural conjecture. Just as Lin Yuan could study the physical body of an evil god when killed, the bodies of void creatures could similarly be studied. Soon, Lin Yuan came to a stop. We're here. Lin Yuan gazed into the vastness ahead. But from the outside, the void in front appeared no different from the void elsewhere. Yet Lin Yuan, relying on the scroll token, faintly sensed a mysterious space concealed deep within the void. To be precise, it was the entrance to the mysterious space. That is, the entrance to the Void Secret Realm. Lin Yuan's expression subtly changed. Even without relying on the scroll token, with Lin Yuan's space-time perception, he could detect the existence of the Void Secret Realm. The more this was so, the more solemn Lin Yuan felt. He could sense that the vastness of the Void Secret Realm was almost another spatial layer of the boundless void. And the entrance before him was just one of the many entrances to the Void Secret Realm. Just like the Xianhuang Secret Realm in the main world, this Void Secret Realm likely had many entrances. If it weren't for this scroll token, I wouldn't be able to enter. Lin Yuan thought. I guess only those in the 5-layered realm of space-time fusion rules can enter the Void Secret Realm without a token. Lin Yuan was astonished. Sir the Novel Fire. Net ** website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Then the being who first opened this secret realm. How profound must their mastery of the fusion rules of space-time have been? 6th realm? The realm of supreme beings? Lin Yuan dared not hold any contempt. Although many secret realms are naturally formed, this Void Secret Realm, since it has formed a scene of entering directly with a token, definitely involves artificial factors. Let's go in and see. Lin Yuan immediately activated the scroll, and suddenly a pulling force emerged from the depths of the void, bringing Lin Yuan inside. If it were his true self, Lin Yuan would naturally not dare to enter an unknown secret realm so easily, but merely a Taiyang primordial spirit naturally could afford to take risks and explore. The next moment, Lin Yuan found himself in a vast space. Seeing no end in any direction, black mist occasionally hung in the sky. This is the Void Secret Realm? Lin Yuan was very cautious, immediately hiding deep within the layers of space. Inside the Void Secret Realm, it seemed like another boundless void, comprising many spatial layers. Where are the void creatures? Lin Yuan looked around but saw no signs of any creature's activity. Let's explore slowly. Lin Yuan began carefully selecting a direction to delve deeper. The void secret realm was too vast, although Lin Yuan could traverse light years in a single step when traveling. To search for void creatures, it needed to be done bit by bit. Otherwise, if there were void creatures hidden within those light years, they would go unnoticed. A month after Lin Yuan's Taiyang primordial spirit entered the void secret realm. Lin Yuan moved swiftly, but from the outside, it didn't cause any disturbance. And tens of thousands of miles away, under a black mountain peak, a massive creature was eyeing Lin Yuan as he flew. Lin Yuan's true self hid within the many layers of space. Yet this massive creature could clearly sense the aura of the many layers and pinpoint Lin Yuan's location. The massive creature slowly approached Lin Yuan. Is that the void creature? While maintaining his movement, Lin Yuan had long noticed the massive creature that was approaching him. With Lin Yuan's perception, even without actively unfolding the world's phantom, everything within billions of miles was as clear as observing patterns on one's palm, and there was no possibility of being ambushed. There is a marked difference from the evil gods. Lin Yuan secretly thought. The void creature he sensed felt no different from a wild beast, completely devoid of intellect. Even its approach to conceal its presence was done by instinct. Whereas with evil gods, although many of them occasionally went mad, they at least retained some intelligence. Here it comes. A moment later, the massive creature had already approached within 100 miles of Lin Yuan. The next moment, the massive creature stopped, no longer approaching. Lin Yuan did not strike immediately. Instead, he wanted to see what tactics the void creatures possessed. An illusory world enveloped him, and Lin Yuan's spirit will immediately fell into layer upon layer of illusions. Before Lin Yuan's eyes, the scene had changed. He was no longer in the void secret realm but inside an imperial palace, where one enticing beauty after another approached, attempting to seduce him. An illusionary realm? Lin Yuan was unconcerned. With his capabilities, he could easily fend off these illusions without the aid of any soul defense treasures. Break. Lin Yuan's thought turned into a sharp blade, effortlessly tearing through the illusionary world before him, and returning to the outside world. At that moment, the void creature was attempting to approach, hoping to strike while Lin Yuan was still trapped in the illusion. However, Lin Yuan recovered too quickly. The void creature hadn't even started to approach again when the so-called illusion was already over. If it's just illusionary tactics, then stay behind, Lin Yuan said. Knowing that this void creature posed no threat to his own strength, he directly attacked. With a booming sound, the mighty power of the world surged forth, and the space itself subtly distorted. Before the void creature could react, it was captured in the palm of Lin Yuan's hand. This void creature was at least dozens of miles in size, but under the immense spatial suppression, it became the size of a pocket edition, continuously struggling in Lin Yuan's palm. Unable to perform soul search? No specific memory images? Lin Yuan attempted to perform a soul search, but it was fruitless. The thought processes of these void creatures were as chaotic as wild beasts. They couldn't even store specific memories. Just kill it then. After studying it for a while with no gains, Lin Yuan simply followed the information in the scroll and directly killed the void creature. At the moment of the void creature's death, its physical body suddenly began to dematerialize. Lin Yuan frowned. The physical body disappeared upon death? Not even leaving the body behind? Then what's the benefit of killing a void creature? Before Lin Yuan could continue pondering, the completely dematerialized void creature dissipated into wisps of essence, which then merged into Lin Yuan's body. Lin Yuan was about to activate the power of the world to expel these unknown essences, as they couldn't be absorbed before their use was confirmed. But even the power of the world couldn't touch those few wisps of essence. In an instant, the few wisps of essence disappeared inside Lin Yuan's body. Lin Yuan seemed to feel something. Has my spirit will increased because of this void creature? Lin Yuan found it hard to believe. There were only a few known ways to increase spirit will. One was through the slow passage of ages. Another was through enduring various tortures and pains. For instance, when Lin Yuan delved into a body from a supreme being, enduring the omnipresent psychic will pressure, his own spirit will also slowly increased. But such methods of increasing spirit will become increasingly ineffective as Lin Yuan's own spirit will grow stronger. But now, Lin Yuan suddenly discovered that after killing this void creature, his spirit will had actually increased markedly. This was simply unimaginable. The importance of spirit will goes without saying. It is the core of the soul. The stronger the spirit will, the greater the enhancement to all aspects. And to reach the ultimate realm, a strong spirit will is necessary. Without it, one cannot withstand the backlash from the river of time. Most importantly, compared to other material treasures, an increase in spirit will can be directly taken back to the main universe. After all, when Lin Yuan travels between worlds, his spirit will is his main form. When the traversal ends and he returns to the main universe, what goes back is also his spirit will. And during this period, any enhancement of the spirit will can also be perfectly taken back. In the depths of Martial Hall in Tianqing World, Lin Yuan, who was originally practicing and perceiving, suddenly opened his eyes. "My spirit will has indeed increased," Lin Yuan exclaimed, his face revealing a flash of shock. Armed with the vast compilations of information on human civilization from the main universe, he naturally knew how difficult it was to enhance spirit will. According to the experiences summarized by human civilization, one of the many threshold conditions for 11th rank powerhouses aiming for the ultimate realm is the spirit will index reaching 10 million. This is just the threshold. The higher the spirit will, the greater the aid in reaching the ultimate realm. Previously, Lin Yuan was somewhat worried about how to increase his own spirit will. Compared to special beings like the four divine kings, Lin Yuan's greatest disadvantage was being too young and having too short of a history, resulting in his spirit will lagging behind. "A great opportunity," Lin Yuan murmured. "That void secret realm for me is a great opportunity." Lin Yuan's eyes heated slightly. The main task of the Taiyang divine spirit in the void secret realm is to find more void creatures and then kill them to enhance the spirit will, he decided. Lin Yuan quickly made a decision. His true body would comprehend the divine skills imprint world, the spatio-temporal fusion rules, and many other fusion rules. As for the two primordial spirits, the Taiyang primordial spirit will focus on searching for void creatures. Meanwhile, the Taiyan primordial spirit, while searching through many worlds in the boundless void, will also comprehend various rules, etc. Just like that, time quickly passed. In the blink of an eye, 300 years had passed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 801 Astonishing Harvest, 8,000 words, 2 chapters in 1, Tianqing World. Deep within the martial hall, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, with the surrounding void faintly distorting. A massive power of will penetrated the numerous spatial layers. Spirit will is a very special power, transcending the physical soul, serving as the most core carrier of life. The main universe human civilization has already implemented a kind of standard quantification for the spirit will. To break through from 7th rank to 8th rank, one must reach a spirit will index of 10,000 points. Of course, this is not absolute. Even with a spirit will index exceeding 10,000, one might still fail to break through to the 8th rank. Conversely, if the spirit will does not reach 10,000, there is still a slim chance of successfully breaking through to the 8th rank. But without a doubt, the stronger the spirit will, the greater its impact on oneself. For instance, a life with a spirit will index of 10 million, even without using any laws or powers, merely a glance, is enough to cause a life with only a spirit will index of 10,000, or 100,000, to collapse. Source: Web Novel. Com, updated on N0 New 0. Omicron. After 300 years of hunting those void creatures, is my current spirit will index 8 million, 9 million, or 10 million? Lin Yuan opened his eyes, unable to precisely determine his own spirit will index. Mainly because relative to 300 years ago, the leap in his spirit will has been too vast, improving by tens or even hundreds of times. Boosting combat power by tens or hundreds of times. Perhaps not difficult. Breaking through a great realm, acquiring a powerful secret treasure, or awakening some bloodline talent. Sar the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. All can cause a surge in strength. But for spirit will, there are no shortcuts. Those special beings in the main universe who call themselves ancient gods, after unending eons, generally have quite formidable spirit wills. Even if not 10 million, they usually have several million. Inside a two-dimensional world, Lin Yuan was able to effortlessly crush those 11th rank legendary lives. This was also because starting from the same base level, even the spirit will was reduced. But now, after 300 years of hunting those void creatures, Lin Yuan believes that spirit will is no longer his weakness, and by the end of this traversal, it could become his advantage. After all, of the 600 years of residency time, only half has passed so far. As long as nothing unexpected happens, in the next 300 years, Lin Yuan's spirit will still has room for improvement. However, the stronger the spirit will, the more it boosts when hunting those void creatures. Now only void creatures comparable to a 9th stage evil god can bring slight growth to my spirit will. Lin Yuan sighed inwardly. When he first entered the void secret realm, just casually killing a void creature could drastically increase his spirit will. Void creatures of the 9th stage are still rarely seen. In these 300 years, I have only killed just over 100 of such level. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Moreover, that void secret realm can also be accessed by many other evil gods. In the past 300 years, Lin Yuan's Taiyang divine spirit ventured through the void secret realm and discovered many powerful evil gods. Evil gods that could appear in the void secret realm all started from the peak of the 8th stage, and many were even evil gods of the 9th stage. A 9th stage evil god equates to an 11th rank life, and even a select few special 9th stage evil gods are as troublesome as a 11th rank, 4th or 5th layer evil god. And all the 9th stage evil gods have only one objective, that is to pursue the footsteps of the legendary 10th stage evil gods. It is said that this void secret realm was opened by a venerated 10th stage evil god, and those void creatures came from the gaps between different dimensions outside the boundless void. 10th stage evil god? Shouldn't be the ultimate form, but slightly stronger than an 11th rank perfection. Lin Yuan stroked his chin. Over the years, he also explored some traces related to the 10th stage evil god temple within the void secret realm, getting a rough understanding of its upper limit of strength. The evil gods of this world are indeed peculiar, growing incredibly fast, with immense talent, but very weak in understanding the rules, resulting in an extremely rare population of 9th stage evil gods. Lin Yuan thought silently. The endless void is vast and boundless. The 8th stage evil gods, each void domain has a few, but 9th stage evil gods? Tens of thousands of void domains, millions of void domains might not even birth one. Only within the void secret realm, where numerous powerful evil gods converge, can some 9th stage evil gods be seen. 300 years of stringent cultivation. The tremendous surge in spirit will is just one of the many gains Lin Yuan has reaped. Moreover, Lin Yuan's Taiyang primordial spirit roamed the boundless void, exploring many worlds, and to date, has already dominated 32 worlds. These 32 worlds, 8 are more vast than Tianqing world. The remaining 11 are comparable to Tianqing world, and the last few are somewhat weaker than Tianqing world. In the 32 worlds, all have been seeded by the ancestral demon tree, slowly infiltrating them, while also spreading the martial Tao cultivation system. For an evil god to take over a world, various methods are needed. The worlds would desperately resist, even if it can't take direct action. It will still give birth to a series of worlds child, fate's child and similar entities. When the ancestral demon tree invaded the Tianqing world, it wasn't smooth sailing either. The Tianqing alliance leader together with the world sword caused considerable trouble for the ancestral demon tree. However, Lin Yuan doesn't need such hassle, relying on the identity of the Tianqing world's heavenly Tao, and grasping the essence of the world. Lin Yuan can completely infiltrate other worlds unnoticed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 802 Astonishing Harvest, 8,000 words, 2 chapters combined, _2 CTH Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Once inside the world, Lin Yuan had full control over its world consciousness at his whim. If he didn't intend to stir up too much commotion, and planned to subtly replace the world will, it would have taken some time. The worlds Lin Yuan now governs would likely exceed 32 worlds by several times. Including the beings of Tianqing world, the inhabitants of 33 worlds are all following the martial Dao cultivation evolution path. Lin Yuan slowly closed his eyes. As the founder and opener, he could sense whenever a martial Dao cultivator emerged. At this moment, in the boundless void where martial Dao cultivators represented, a region of luminescence had already formed. Perhaps the martial Dao cultivators that I've shaped will change the circumstances in the boundless void, breaking the monopoly of the foreign evil god. Lin Yuan silently pondered. Before Lin Yuan's arrival, the foreign evil god was the absolute ruler of this boundless void. As for human cultivators, they were merely appetizers within numerous worlds. The foreign evil god feasted on worlds, and the human cultivators living within those worlds only served to make this food taste better, used by the evil god as an appetizer. Even the world's children and children of destiny born from the world itself have only a slight ability to resist the evil god, depending entirely on the world itself. However, the martial Tao cultivation system has given the beings of this world the possibility to resist the foreign evil god. Of course, this possibility is still invisible. Currently, within the boundless void, the strongest among the martial Dao cultivators has only reached the martial Tao 5th stage. Source: web novel. Com updated on Omicron New Omicron. 0. The spatio-temporal fusion rule reaching the 6th realm is indeed difficult. Lin Yuan's thoughts shifted, and he slightly shook his head. 300 years ago, Lin Yuan stepped into the 3rd realm of spatio-temporal fusion rules. 280 years ago, the spatio-temporal fusion rules reached the 4th realm. 200 years ago, the spatio-temporal fusion rule ascended to the 5th realm. Over the subsequent 200 years, Lin Yuan's spatio-temporal fusion rule remained at the 5th realm. The 6th realm? At least for now, Lin Yuan saw no hope. Over 100 years, advancing from the dual realm to the 5th realm of the spatio-temporal fusion rules. Aside from Lin Yuan's own against heaven's understanding, the comprehension from the myriad tribes' powerhouses about the spatio-temporal fusion rules was also a great help. Understand that even for those unique special lives in the main universe, advancing one realm in the spatio-temporal fusion rules could take eons, billions, tens of billions of years. That is, under smooth conditions with slight bottlenecks, the time consumption would be endless. Just take it slowly. How much time has passed now? Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. The comprehension of spatio-temporal fusion rules at the 5th realm from that group of myriad tribes' powerhouses was no longer of much help to him, because the limit within that comprehension luminance was the 5th realm of spatio-temporal fusion rules. Regarding ascending into the 6th realm, it had to rely entirely on Lin Yuan himself. Normally, the 6th realm of spatio-temporal fusion rules is the domain of a supreme being. Fortunately, among the rewards on the 5th layer of the Black Tower, I chose the secret skill Milky Way, which allowed me to see the direction of the 6th realm. Otherwise, to comprehend the 6th realm of spatio-temporal fusion rules below a supreme being, who knows how long it would take. Memories of the secret skill Milky Way floated through Lin Yuan's mind. Why is the 6th realm of spatio-temporal fusion rules exclusive to supreme beings? It's because it involves the mysteries above the river of time. Only supreme beings can detach from the river of time to hypothesize the various scenes on the shore of that river. This is the foundation for stepping into the 6th realm of spatio-temporal fusion rules. But Lin Yuan still belongs to the long river inner life, without any condition to observe the shore of the river of time. Even though the 9 supreme beings of human civilization forcefully brought Lin Yuan to the shore, due to his own life level, the scenes he observed were extremely narrow, holding little significance. However, the secret skill Milky Way illustrates the mysteries of the 6th realm of spatio-temporal fusion rules in another form, allowing Lin Yuan to comprehend the further mysteries and essence of the spatio-temporal fusion rules without having to go ashore. Of course, even so, comprehending the sixth realm of spatio-temporal fusion rules is not an easy task. It requires Lin Yuan to explore slowly. After all, the path he is taking now, no life from the inception of the main universe cosmic epoch has ever treaded. The spatio-temporal fusion rule at the fifth realm, my current strongest combat power, should be comparable to a Tier 11 fifth-tier powerhouse, right? Lin Yuan assessed himself. The spatio-temporal fusion rule at the fifth realm marks the threshold of the fifth layer Tier 11. Currently, aside from his life level still being at 10th rank, Lin Yuan is not weaker in other aspects compared to an 11th rank life. Furthermore, by relying on the fifth physical body divine ability world, he can completely overpower a Tier 11 fifth-tier powerhouse. The external world formed by divine ability world, once self-destructed, not even a Tier 11 perfection can withstand it. However, this move is the strongest trump card, which Lin Yuan will not use unless absolutely necessary. Merely through the natural suppression by the external world, even a Tier 11 fifth tier will feel exceedingly uncomfortable. These 300 years, the harvest has been astonishing. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts. 300 years ago, before undergoing his 10th traversal, Lin Yuan's strongest combat power was merely limited to 11th rank 4th layer. But now in a normal state he could suppress the 5th layer. And if he uses his trump card, even a Tier 11 perfection would perish. And this is merely over the past 300 years. Moreover, this magnitude of enhancement in strength is based on Lin Yuan still being a 10th rank life. The difficulty is countless times more than from enhancing from 11th rank 4th layer to 11th rank 6th layer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 803 Astonishing Harvest, 8,000 words, 2 chapters combined, _3 Void Secret Realm. Vast and expansive. After 300 years of exploration, Lin Yuan Taiyang Divine Spirit had ventured deep into the secret realm. In these years, Lin Yuan occasionally acted, slaying void creatures, earning a great reputation among the evil gods, belonging to one of the strongest in the 9th stage evil gods. Many evil gods conferred the title Taiyang Divine Master upon Lin Yuan. Sar the Nelfire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Whenever Lin Yuan's Taiyang Divine Spirit made a move, immense flames would incinerate everything, which is a trait inherent to the Taiyang Divine Spirit. If it were the Taiyan Primordial Spirit acting, it would be an endless bitter cold freezing everything. It's not that the Taiyan Primordial Spirit lacks other means, but this method is the most convenient and powerful, and closest to his own great Tao. It has been a long time since I encountered a 9th stage void creature. Lin Yuan's Taiyang Divine Spirit traversed the high skies of the void secret realm, initially cautious upon entering, hiding among many spatial layers to avoid detection by powerful void creatures as much as possible. But now, Lin Yuan wished other void creatures would discover him. Source, web novel. Com. Updated on Omicron New. Master, 9th stage void creatures are incredibly rare. It's normal not to encounter them. Immediately said the Lord of the Three Yin nearby. The Lord of the Three Yin, ruled by Lin Yuan in the Tianqing world's void domain. After Lin Yuan suppressed the Black Demon Pavilion Master and 4 evil gods, the Lord of the Three Yin became aware of it. The Lord of the Three Yin realized that Lin Yuan was not to be trifled with, and ordered other evil gods to steer clear of the sector containing Tianqing world. However, 290 years ago, the Lord of the Three Yin could no longer resist, wanting to get close to Tianqing world, to see the mysterious powerful being who had silently made the Black Demon Pavilion Master and 4 evil gods disappear. The idea of the Lord of the Three Yin was simple, merely to glance from afar, never to approach closely, and to immediately retreat at any sign of anomaly. Being a peak 8th stage evil god themselves, under such caution, even a regular 9th stage evil god would have few options. But what the Lord of the Three Yin encountered was Lin Yuan. Just when Lin Yuan's Taiyan Primordial Spirit returned, wanting to collect some demon tree seeds, he encountered the skulking Lord of the Three Yin, and casually brought them back. After a soul search and interrogation, Lin Yuan learned that the Lord of the Three Yin had access to the Void secret realm, and was very familiar with it, so he subdued the Lord of the Three Yin. Of course, Lin Yuan's subduing of the Lord of the Three Yin was not superficial, but the kind where a single thought could decide life or death. It is so. Lin Yuan nodded. Now for Lin Yuan, void creatures below the 9th stage barely enhance his spirit will. Lin Yuan's spirit will is too strong. Even if not reaching 10 million points, it's not much less, hence upgrading is naturally not easy. While Lin Yuan and the Lord of the Three Yin wandered aimlessly in the depths of the Void secret realm, a terrifying aura suddenly burst from an extremely distant place. Boom! Horrendous fluctuations disrupted the spatial-temporal order, sweeping toward all directions. This fluctuation? Are several 9th stage evil gods battling? Or is it a fight with like-ranked void creatures? Lin Yuan thought to himself, feeling that there was more than one 9th stage void creature's aura fluctuation. So powerful. The Lord of the Three Yin trembled inwardly. Were it not for following Lin Yuan, with its strength, it could not have reached the depths of the Void secret realm. Here, in a long enough duration, they were bound to encounter 9th stage evil gods. Or 9th stage void creatures. Let's go. Lin Yuan's mind flickered, disappearing on the spot, heading towards the source of the aura fluctuation. Where is the master? The Lord of the Three Yin, after finding Lin Yuan gone, also gritted its teeth and chased toward the source of the aura fluctuation. This is a lair nearly 1 billion miles in size, originally hidden deep in layers of space and time. Now exposed as the external spatial temporal maze was torn open, revealing the whole nest. Threads of horrifying aura emanated. Outside the lair stood 6 massive figures. Inside the lair, there were similarly terrifying auras lurking, with nearly 10 breaths confronting the 6 massive figures outside. During the standoff, they subtly clashed across spatial boundaries, causing spatial fluctuations that spread to distant places. The void creatures within this nest have all reached the 9th stage, and there are exactly 9 of them, not easy to handle. One of the 6 massive figures outside, resembling an 8-tentacled octopus-like terrible evil god, sent a mental wave. How much will our spirit will increase if we kill these 9 9th stage void creatures? A gray serpent-like evil god roared. 8-handed lord, are you thinking of giving up? Among 9th stage evil gods, they are addressed as divine master. As such, this 8-tentacled octopus evil god was called the 8-handed lord, and the gray serpent evil god was known as the heavenly python divine master. Give up. I certainly will not. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 804 Astonishing Harvest, 8,000 words, 2 chapters combined. _4 But it was only a matter of not being able to defeat. The difference in strength between them was not considerable. Originally, it was 6 against 9. 8-Claw Sovereign and Heavenly Python Divine Master were already at a disadvantage, let alone taking the initiative to attack the opponent's nest. A large portion of 7th-rank evil gods cannot maintain their sanity at all times, but 9th-rank evil gods, with their strong spirit will, do not have this flaw. Each 9th-rank evil god, in the human world, would be considered a profoundly wise man. We can just wait here. Heavenly Python Divine Master spoke. The temporal and spatial fluctuations emitted by this nest will surely attract other 9th-rank evil gods. By then we can join forces, gather the power of the approaching evil gods, and when the time is right, we can storm the nest. Of course we 6, belonging to the same alliance, should cooperate to eliminate other evil gods once we breach the nest. Heavenly Python Divine Master added. Upon saying this, the other demonic Divine Masters slightly nodded. With the power of these 6 Divine Masters, there is indeed a great risk of storming into the void creature nest. But what if it is 10 demonic Divine Masters? 20 demonic Divine Masters? Source, web novel. Updated on Omicron New. 0 At that time, they could forcefully enter the nest, and once they managed to suppress the void creatures inside, the 6 of them would then join forces to deal with the other demonic Divine Masters. Indeed, demonic Divine Masters do occasionally form alliances, but if there isn't sufficient trust, they would definitely be wary of each other and act independently. Yet, these 6 demonic divine masters, with prior preparations, could easily temporarily expel those evil gods. Then, they would have ample time to eliminate the 9 void creatures. Time passed. As the aura of the nest dispersed, more and more demonic divine masters approached, and with the active suggestion of the heavenly python divine master and 8-handed lord, the approaching demonic divine masters all agreed to wait for more demonic divine masters before storming the nest. Anyone who could become a demonic divine master was no fool, and understood well that relying on one's own power alone was hardly enough to tackle the 9 same-rank void creatures inside the nest. Only by joining forces could they divide up the 9 void creatures in the nest. Of course, the 9 void creatures would not be enough for these demonic divine masters to divide among themselves, but now was not the time to consider that. The eyes of the demonic divine masters flickered, looking at the distant colossal nest, wondering about something. Almost enough. There are already 19 demonic divine masters. Just one more, and we can jointly attack. Heavenly Python Divine Master looked around and spoke. Waiting until 20 demonic divine masters gathered to storm the nest was their initial plan. 20 demonic divine masters minus these 6 would be 14, no more, no less. More than 14 would be too many variables. Even if these 6 demonic divine masters joined forces, they could not be sure of expulsion, and they might end up having to entice others to join them in splitting the void creatures. As for fewer than 14 demonic divine masters, they would seem rather weak against the 9 void creatures possessing home field advantage, and they could not take down the nest in a short time. If it dragged on, attracting more demonic divine masters to gather, and they were still battling the void creatures inside the nest, there would be even more variables. It might even end up with others stealing the opportunity. Thus, gathering 20 demonic divine masters was the goal, not one more or less. Outside the nest, 19 demonic divine masters stood, waiting for the 20th demonic divine master to arrive. As Heavenly Python Divine Master observed the nest, he also released his perception, feeling out whether any demonic divine master was approaching. Suddenly, just then, within the range of Heavenly Python Divine Master's perception, a terrifying aura appeared, like a frighteningly bright sun, swiftly approaching them. Another demonic divine master is coming. S.E. of the Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Such a scorching aura? Who could it be? There are only so many demonic divine masters in the void secret realm. Who is this? The 19 demonic divine masters immediately looked towards the rapidly approaching figure. From the build, this figure was incredibly small, appearing like dust compared to their own colossal forms as demonic divine masters. But the demonic divine masters on the field showed no hint of underestimation, as the aura released by the other had already proved everything. Although evil gods are generally huge, there are also those few of small stature. It's Taiyang Divine Master. Taiyang Divine Master, the one who emerged in the past 300 to 500 years. It is said that this divine master's power is formidable. Among the 9th-ranked demonic divine masters, he is quite famous. Immediately a demonic divine master who recognized Lin Yuan spoke hurriedly. Taiyang Divine Master? Good, with this divine master joining, our assurance of storming the nest will be greater. Heavenly Python Divine Master's spirits lifted, ready to share the split of the void creatures with Taiyang Divine Master, if they could suppress the 9 void creatures inside at the fastest speed. Rumbling. Lin Yuan swiftly arrived before the nest, glancing at the 19 demonic divine masters standing not far from the nest. Forget it, the void creatures are more important. Lin Yuan then turned his gaze towards the nest in front of him. Taiyang Divine Master. Heavenly Python Divine Master immediately transmitted to Lin Yuan. I wonder if Taiyang Divine Master would be interested in joining us. Inside this nest are 9 Divine Master level void creatures. By yourself it might be difficult. Heavenly Python Divine Master immediately explained the plan to collaborate, even promising that as long as Taiyang Divine Master followed commands, he would at least get a share of one void creature at the end. The other demonic divine masters looked at Lin Yuan, ready to join forces and attack the nest as soon as Taiyang Divine Master agreed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 805 Astonishing Harvest, 8,000 words, 2 chapters combined, _5. However, the next moment, under the incredulous gazes of all demonic divine masters, Lin Yuan's figure suddenly began to surge, transforming into a colossal giant reaching thousands of miles high, lifting his right hand and grasping directly towards the depths of the nest. Boom rumble. Terrifying aura vibrated continuously. This nest, as the lair of void creatures, was bound to be fraught with peril, but under Lin Yuan's grasp, time and space whirled. Everything was being annihilated. This, the heavenly Python Divine Master, who was originally waiting for Lin Yuan to recover, fell silent, its heart trembling slightly as it beheld Lin Yuan's towering form, as though he were heaven and earth. Although among the demonic divine masters, combat power does not directly correlate with size, the boundless aura emanating from Lin Yuan's million-mile figure was making the heavenly Python Divine Master's scalp tingle. Moreover, with Lin Yuan's grasp, the vast nest began to collapse from its foundation, further showcasing Lin Yuan's terrifying strength. The other demonic divine masters witnessed this scene, their mouths agape in awe. They had to painstakingly plan to gather 20 divine masters to be confident of invading the void creature nest. But Lin Yuan pierced through it with one hand? Boom rumble. Source web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New Zero. The void creature nest continued to collapse unceasingly. Lin Yuan's arm that reached and kept going deeper until at a certain moment, it finally stopped. And at this time, it was as if the entire nest erupted in fury. Horrific power surged into Lin Yuan's arm that reached in, but with a flash of Xianhuang light, everything was pacified and annihilated. Silence. 19 demonic divine masters watched this scene in shock. The trembling of the void creature nest just now was obviously a strike that gathered all its strength, but evidently, it was easily blocked by the Taiyang Divine Master. Blocked with incredible ease. Just what kind of power does this Taiyang Divine Master possess? This Taiyang Divine Master, who rose to power in just 300 to 500 years. How can his strength be so formidable? Too terrifying. The demonic divine masters trembled in their hearts. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of all the demonic divine masters, Lin Yuan's arm that stretched deep into the nest retracted, and soon completely withdrew from the nest. And at this time, the demonic divine masters only noticed that Lin Yuan's right hand was already grasping 2 void creatures. These 2 void creatures were struggling desperately. The aura they emitted was not the least bit inferior to the many demonic divine masters present, but Lin Yuan's fingers were like a cage of time and space, sealing both void creatures completely within. Then, with a gentle squeeze of Lin Yuan's right hand, both void creatures were annihilated. Their forms ethereal, an invisible force entered Lin Yuan's body, enhancing his spirit will. Next, Lin Yuan's right hand delved into the nest again. When it withdrew again, between his fingers were 3 more void creatures. Then crushed. In the blink of an eye, 6 void creatures had died by Lin Yuan's hand. Lin Yuan's right hand stretched into the nest again, and when it retracted, it similarly held 3 void creatures, powerful enough to make the demonic divine masters wary. The void creatures were like little chicks between Lin Yuan's fingers, crushed whenever he wished. Is that a void creature monarch? The heavenly Python Divine Master immediately noticed that among the void creatures Lin Yuan brought back the 3rd time, one of them had a faint golden hue. S.E. of the Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Void Creature Monarch is the king of all void creatures, possessing the ability to command other void creatures. Similarly, the king of void creatures, once killed, the boost to spirit will is terrifyingly significant, equivalent to dozens of the same rank void creatures. Discovering the Void Creature Monarch in Lin Yuan's palm, the eyes of other demonic divine masters turned a bit red, but thinking about the strength Lin Yuan displayed, none of them dared to step forward, their gazes continuously turning towards the heavenly Python Divine Master. Taiyang Divine Master. Seeing this, the heavenly python divine master mustered his courage and immediately spoke. This nest was first discovered by us. Whoosh! The words of heavenly python divine master propagated through space and time. Vast and mighty. At this moment, Lin Yuan was examining the void creature monarch in his palm. This was his first encounter with a king of void creatures, and it was a 9th stage void creature king. Hearing the heavenly python divine master's inquiry, Lin Yuan shifted his gaze, glancing at the heavenly python divine master. The heavenly python divine master immediately felt his scalp explode. Lin Yuan's gaze seemed to set him on fire. A terrifying spirit will, like a blazing fire that consumed everything, continuously assaulted him. Immediately, the heavenly python divine master continued. But since you, Taiyang divine master, have come, this nest is yours. We will retreat. We will back off right away. Before he could finish speaking, the heavenly python divine master fled like a beaten dog to the distance. The remaining 18 demonic divine masters, likewise, quickly distanced themselves from Lin Yuan. These 19 demonic divine masters, daring to gather together, was because their strengths were not too disparate, none having the capability to kill any divine master. But Lin Yuan? With Lin Yuan's ability to extract 3 or 4 9th stage void creatures with one hand, the present demonic divine masters did not doubt that he had the means to kill an ordinary demonic divine master. Originally, the many divine masters had hoped that the heavenly python divine master would represent them, nearly 20 master demons, and perhaps make the Taiyang divine master warrior, at least to share a few ordinary void creatures. The Taiyang divine master eats meat. They also wanted to sip the broth. But witnessing Taiyang divine master's performance, where would these divine masters dare to linger? If they don't run now, do they wait for Taiyang divine master to completely deal with the void creature monarch, then free up his hands to deal with them? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 806 Taiyang Divine Master and Taiyang Sovereign, 8,000 words, Chapter 2 and 1. They're really quick at escaping. Lin Yuan glanced at the 19 demonic divine masters, who were frantically fleeing into the distance. He wasn't too concerned. Most of his attention was focused on the 3 void creatures inside the cage in his right palm. More precisely, on the void creature monarch whose body was shimmering with gold. The other 2 void creatures didn't restrain Lin Yuan's power much. It was mainly that void creature monarch. This void creature monarch was extremely powerful, far surpassing ordinary demonic divine masters. Had Lin Yuan not arrived in time, and had nearly 20 masters such as the heavenly python divine master and the 8-handed lord, who depended on their numerical advantage, entered the void creature nest, it is likely they would have been entirely obliterated. This void creature monarch was entirely concealing its strength, presenting a false appearance to those 19 demonic divine masters that it could be dealt with, just waiting for the demonic divine masters to come in, to capture them all in one sweep. The heavenly python divine master and other demons thought themselves the hunters, little knowing they had already become the prey of the void creatures. After Lin Yuan's appearance, this void creature monarch faintly felt that something was awry. Sir the Nefire. Website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality, so it wanted to flee ahead of time. As a result, Lin Yuan took action directly, and his third claw dragged it out. That's also why Lin Yuan didn't bother with those 19 demonic divine masters. A slight delay might have allowed this void creature monarch to escape. Interesting. Not low in wisdom either. Lin Yuan examined the void creature monarch in his palm with interest. From the outside, this void creature monarch looked weak, tightly bound within Lin Yuan's palm. But from the perspective of this monarch, it was in the midst of a vast and limitless void, like a slightly smaller version of the void secret realm, immensely vast. Any attacks or struggles from the void creature monarch could not break free from this colossal void. After reaching the 5-layered realm of spatio-temporal fusion rules, Lin Yuan can, if he so wishes, temporarily condense a relatively complete spacetime. This was also one of the means for him to completely rid himself of the constraints of the river of time, when striking for the ultimate at the 11th ranked peak. It's about time. Moments later, the power of spacetime turned into the power of oblivion. The two void creatures next to the void creature monarch rapidly dissipated into nothingness, and lastly, the golden void creature monarch also began to disintegrate. Ah, how comfortable! Killing a void creature of the 9th stage brought about a significant increase in Lin Yuan's spirit will. Having continuously killed 8 9th stage void creatures, Lin Yuan's overall increase in spirit will had grown by at least 20%. That is to say, his original spirit will index of 10 million points has now increased to at least 12 million points. A significant increase, but within Lin Yuan's expectations. However, when that golden void creature monarch died, the power it turned into doubled Lin Yuan's spirit will index almost instantly. Lin Yuan's spirit will index shot up to 20 million points. You must know, the higher the spirit will index, the more difficult it is to improve. Going from 10 million to 12 million points, compared to going from 12 million to 14 million points, although both are an increase of 2 million points, the difficulty is entirely different. Let alone Lin Yuan's increase from 12 million straight to 20 million points. This shows how formidable the golden void creature monarch was. The stronger the void creature killed, the higher the surge in spirit will strength. A spirit will index of 20 million points, even in the main universe, would be rare among those below the 12th rank, wouldn't it? Even those special beings born with the opening of the universe and surviving until now, their spirit will indexes are probably just over 10 million. As for 20 million? Difficult, difficult, difficult. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Without the endless void creatures of the void secret realm, it's uncertain how long it would have taken for his spirit will to reach its current level. According to the classification of the spirit will by the 10,000 universe races powerhouses, a spirit will index of 18 million points is the limit for tier 11 life. Exceeding 18 million points, it enters the 12th rank domain. It is a height only supreme beings can reach. Supreme beings who have escaped the river of time, had their spirit will honed by the shore aura, far exceeding 18 million points. Unexpectedly, the first ability of mine to reach the threshold of the 12th rank level is the spirit will. Lin Yuan felt a sense of emotion in his heart. Before undertaking the 10th traversal, he had always thought it would be the spatio-temporal fusion rule. With the comprehension of the spatio-temporal fusion rule by the myriad tribes powerhouses, coupled with his against heaven's understanding, even if he didn't reach the 6th realm this time, when he returned, there was a great hope of crossing into it. If it wasn't for the spatio-temporal fusion rules, then it would be another pillar-level fusion rule. During his journey to the two-dimensional world, Lin Yuan became the final winner, and gained everything from the myriad tribes powerhouses, not just the understanding of spatio-temporal fusion rule, but also many other fusion rule comprehendings. The understanding of spatio-temporal fusion rule was just refined and easily absorbed by the white paper senior. Besides the spatio-temporal fusion rule, Lin Yuan's life and death samsara rule, great destruction rule, and other pillar-level fusion rules had reached the 6th realm. Generally speaking, the 7th realm is the domain that only supreme beings can comprehend for such pillar-level fusion rules. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 807 Taiyang Divine Master and Taiyin Sovereign, 8,000 words, Chapter 2-in-1, _2 but with my current mental will index, even if I kill a 9th stage void creature, it won't be of much help to me. Could it be that in the future, I'll have to seek out a void creature monarch? Lin Yuan sighed inwardly. Void creature monarch? In his more than 300 years of roaming the void secret realm, Lin Yuan had only encountered one. The rest of the time, it was just hearsay. For the majority of demonic divine masters, encountering a void creature monarch is not a good thing. For example, this time, if Lin Yuan had not come, the outcome for those 19 demonic divine masters was almost certain. The stronger the spirit will, the greater the combat power that can be unleashed and the better the soul defense that can be realized. In summary, the level of spirit will has a wide-ranging impact. Lin Yuan thought to himself. In battles with peers of the same tier, it's not too bad if the spirit wills are not much different. But if there is a significant gap, under the premise of similar underlying strengths. The mere instant of contact and clash of spirit wills would cause the weaker side to be suppressed. Sir the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If the gap in spirit will is very substantial, there would be no need even to fight. A single glance could defeat the enemy. With Lin Yuan's current 20 million points in the mental will index, if he harbors the intent to kill, it would take just one look to deal with lives below tier 11. Compared to material attacks, the oppression from spirit will in terms of soul attacks is more intangible. A mere segment of a supreme being's body, even separated by the virtual world, could drive countless middle and low-tier evolvers mad. The current Lin Yuan might not overall be in the domain of the supreme beings, but at least in the aspect of spirit will, he is already close to being comparable. However, these void creatures. Lin Yuan's gaze grew solemn as he looked at the void secret realm before him. 300 years ago, at the third realm of fusion of time and space, Lin Yuan entered the void secret realm through a scroll artifact. He did not understand much about the formation of this secret realm, only knowing that whoever opened this secret realm had spatio-temporal fusion rule achievements of at least the 6th realm. But now, Lin Yuan's fusion of time and space has reached the 5th realm. Even though he still falls short of the Mystic Realm Founder's realm, he could see some essence of the void secret realm before him. In Lin Yuan's vision, the so-called void secret realm was just a net in the boundless void. And the void creatures are lives from outside of the boundless void, that is from the dimension gap. In theory, these gap beings absolutely cannot enter dimensions like the boundless void, but because of the net of the void secret realm, it allows these gap beings a chance to enter. Once they do, they're trapped like fish on a chopping board, unable to escape. The fate waiting for those gap beings is either to struggle for survival, or to be killed by demonic divine masters, and become nourishment for promotion. Impressive. Lin Yuan praised inwardly. Such methods were secondary. What was truly remarkable was the attraction and imprisonment of dimension gap beings, providing many demonic divine masters with kills, fostering the foundation for the rise of the demonic powers in the boundless void. In a sense, Lin Yuan was also a beneficiary. Life within dimensions and life outside dimensions have completely opposite essences. They can complement each other. Demonic divine masters can gain an increase in spirit will by killing void creatures. If those void creatures can kill demonic divine masters, they too would receive some sort of enhancement. However, because the void secret realm is within the boundless void, and the demonic divine masters are endless, it has led to the rampant slaughter of void creatures. Lin Yuan pondered silently. While Lin Yuan was contemplating, the Lord of the Three Een approached hastily. Master. The Lord of the Three Een was terrified, since the aura emitting from here was too horrific, as well as the sight of demonic divine masters fleeing like stray dogs. What? Upon arriving, the Lord of the Three Een immediately noticed the enormous nest in the distance, and the dark, crudely aggressive entrance of the hole. The entire nest was nearly penetrated by this hole. Even though the Lord of the Three Een did not know how the hole formed, it could vaguely sense the terrifying traces left on it. It was as if an unparalleled giant reached out his right hand towards this giant nest, obliterating all resistance in its path. The more it observed, the more the Lord of the Three Een trembled. And now, only Lin Yuan was left on the field. The rest of the demonic divine masters had all fled. This also suggested that Lin Yuan's power must surpass those of the demonic divine masters. Let's go. Lin Yuan contemplated for a moment, and then headed in a different direction. Since all the void creatures had been killed, this place held no further value for Lin Yuan, so naturally he would not stay. Elsewhere in the void secret realm, the eight-handed lord and the heavenly python divine master regrouped. The 19 demonic divine masters scattered in their escape. Seeing that the Taiyang divine master did not pursue them, they breathed a sigh of relief, especially the heavenly python divine master, who had directly experienced a glimpse of Lin Yuan's pressure akin to the collapse of the void. Originally prepared with various excuses, planning to somewhat coerce using the 19 demonic divine masters, he did not hesitate to bow and quicken his retreat. Heavenly Python, what exactly happened? Why were you so cowardly at the end? The eight-handed lord said with some dissatisfaction. If it weren't for the heavenly python divine master taking the lead and fleeing, their 18 demonic divine masters wouldn't have dispersed so quickly. They could have held on for a while longer. The eight-handed lord could tell that the Taiyang divine master, in order to suppress the 3 void creatures in his palm, likely did not have the capacity to deal with others, which should have been their opportunity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 808 Taiyang Divine Master and Taiyin Sovereign, 8,000 words, Chapter 2-in-1, _3-inch weak. Heavenly Python Divine Master remained silent. If one were to disregard the genuine and undeniable pressure he was facing, his behavior indeed seemed cowardly. I'm not weak, but if I weren't, I would be dead. Heavenly Python Divine Master stated bluntly. The senses of demonic divine masters are always sharp, especially those who have grown to be 9th stage evil gods. In the moment he faced Lin Yuan's sidelong glance, Heavenly Python Divine Master truly felt the threat of complete annihilation. Otherwise, why would he, Heavenly Python Divine Master, have acted in such a manner? Would die. Eight-handed Lord's expression became slightly solemn. He had known Heavenly Python Divine Master for a long time, and was aware that the latter would never exaggerate when it came to serious matters. That Taiyang Divine Master so powerful? Eight-handed Lord found it hard to believe. Any demonic divine master, who wanted to grow stronger, needed countless years, during which time they would inevitably come into contact with other demonic divine masters. But this Taiyang Divine Master, from the first time he showed up until now, has only been 300 to 500 years. 300 to 500 years? Not to mention demonic divine masters, even 6th stage and 7th stage evil gods. That's but a brief moment in time. He must have grown to be a 9th stage perfection lord. Heavenly Python Divine Master said gravely. 9th stage perfection? Eight-handed Lord felt a suffocation. In the vast boundless void, because of the existence of void secret realms, there were still some 9th stage evil gods. But a lord who had grown to 9th stage perfection was exceedingly rare. Such a lord had the power to kill ordinary lords. For them, becoming a 10th stage evil god is the ultimate goal. In the vast endless void, those who could be counted as 9th stage perfection lords were few, no more than 100. What should we do now? Eight-handed Lord couldn't help but ask. He had not realized the situation was so grave. They, the lords present, had actually faced off against a 9th stage perfection lord? What do we do? Heavenly Python Divine Master glanced at Eight-handed Lord. What can we do? If we encounter Taiyang Divine Master in the future, we must stay far away. Yes, stay far away. Eight-handed Lord was shocked and quickly agreed. Among ordinary demonic divine masters, even if there is a gap in strength, it's not astronomical. At most, one would just withdraw in defeat. But a 9th stage perfection lord could utterly kill an ordinary lord. The implications were different. S.E. the Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Among evil gods, it's survival of the fittest. Even reaching the 9th rank, consuming one's own kind offers little benefit. Yet some demonic divine masters simply enjoy devouring their own kind. The scene outside the void creature nest was witnessed by no less than 19 demonic divine masters. This consequently caused the strength of Taiyang Divine Master to spread swiftly among the demonic divine masters. Especially concerning a potential 9th stage perfection lord, the many demonic divine masters were naturally highly concerned and sensitive to information about Taiyang Divine Master. Taiyang Divine Master this strong? There are 9 9th rank void creatures inside that void creature nest? And one of them is a monarch among void creatures? It's a trap, definitely a trap. That void creature monarch is almost certainly close to 9th stage perfection. Coupled with the home field advantage, as long as you dare to storm in, you're sure to suffer heavy casualties, and there's a very high chance your entire force will be annihilated. As word spread, many details about the void creature nest, including the appearance and size of the void creature monarch, were disclosed, causing a scare among some demonic divine masters. The conclusions drawn were even more startling to the many demonic divine masters. Almost ninth stage perfection void creature monarch? Simply plucked out from the depths of the nest by Taiyang divine master. Unable to resist? This Taiyang divine master's strength, it isn't just suspected to be ninth stage perfection, it's definite ninth stage perfection. Apart from a ninth stage perfection evil god, who else could treat a void creature monarch close to ninth stage perfection as a mere plaything? One demonic divine master after another grew pale, especially heavenly python divine master, eight-handed lord, and the other 19 lords present, who were exceedingly frightened. Strictly speaking, Taiyang divine master was also their savior? Inside the void secret realm, as well as many discussions among the demonic divine masters in the vast boundless void, put Taiyang divine master at the center of a storm. But this was within Lin Yuan's expectations. With his increasing strength and the growing number of void creatures he killed, exposing his true strength was inevitable. Presently, Lin Yuan had combat power at the peak of the boundless void. He was almost fearless, so these things did not concern him. Besides, currently at the center of the storm was only the Taiyang primordial spirit. Should there be any real problems, it would be Taiyang divine spirit's concern. A mere primordial spirit, even if fallen, Lin Yuan could swiftly recondense it. The 44th world. In the dark void, Lin Yuan Taiyang primordial spirit silently merged into a world, planting the demon tree seed deep into the earth. In over 300 years, Lin Yuan Taiyang primordial spirit had occupied world after world, spreading the martial Tao cultivation system to use as his major martial Tao bastions in this dimension. Only my actions of occupying worlds have already drawn the notice of many evil gods, and even some lords. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. For evil gods, worlds are food, and after occupying a world, even if not immediately consumed, it's impossible to do as Lin Yuan does, actively protecting the creatures within, and even spreading a cultivation system. Such unusual behavior, hard to hide from evil gods, some of which have special abilities that allow peering into the scenes within worlds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 809 Taiyang Divine Master and Taiyang Sovereign, 8,000 words, Chapter 2 and 1_4 As a result, in recent decades, the worlds occupied by Lin Yuan often suffered interference and even attacks from other evil gods. Fortunately, my spirit will has grown strong enough to simultaneously maintain the combat power of multiple incarnations. Lin Yuan silently thought to himself. An incarnation is not an avatar. Maintaining the combat power of an incarnation requires a sufficiently strong spirit will. Lin Yuan's spirit will reach 20 million points, and even before killing a void creature monarch, it had surpassed 10 million points. Thus he was able to maintain incarnational combat power at a decent level. Additionally, taking advantage of the inner world's demon trees that bred physical bodies, even though for a short duration, it couldn't be as perfect as the martial ancestor golden body, but it's comparable to an evil god's physical body. Imbuing a thread of spirit will to form an incarnation, leveraging home field advantages, he also fended off the probes of evil gods one by one. Without these incarnations holding fort, relying on Lin Yuan Taiyang primordial spirit alone? Even though the Taiyang primordial spirit is powerful, distant water cannot quench near fire. It could only protect a few nearby worlds at most. I want to spread the martial Tao cultivation system. I must protect the beings within these worlds, and those beings are the food for evil gods. Those powerful evil gods can't possibly watch their food growing strong. Lin Yuan thought to himself, with the power exhibited by Taiyang primordial spirit, let alone occupying 40 worlds, even 400 or 1,000, no evil god would dare object. In the boundless void, evil gods are the absolute dominions, and among evil gods it's the survival of the fittest, the strong dominate everything. But after Lin Yuan occupied worlds, instead of devouring food, he cultivated them, which puzzled and even infuriated many evil gods. This led to many subsequent probings. If these evil gods know, I am not an evil god myself but a life nurtured by the worlds, Probably it will no longer be probing, but a desperate attempt to eradicate. Lin Yuan secretly thought. Currently, Lin Yuan's martial ancestor golden body, bred from the origin source of Tianqing world, is fundamentally different from those evil gods' life forms. However, the Taiyin primordial spirit and Taiyang divine spirit originate from illusory spirit bodies, even if utilizing illusory reality to turn illusion into reality. But it transcends the physical body, somewhat similar to evil gods' lives, which is why they are thought to be the same ilk of evil gods. Slowly does it. Just by dragging it out, I will definitely win. Lin Yuan was not at all flustered. With against heaven's understanding, he grew stronger every moment. By buying time, he could securely stand till the end. Once my fusion of time and space rules reach the 6th realm, I will become the strongest in the boundless void, reaching the level of a void secret realm founder. Then spreading the martial Tao cultivation system will be as easy as flipping my hand. Lin Yuan quickly thought. Achieving the 6th realm of fusion of time and space rules, for Lin Yuan's strength enhancement, is not merely limited to controlling time and space fusion. Upon reaching 6th realm understanding of fusion of time and space rules, the inner world would also undergo corresponding metamorphic transformation. And the strength of the inner world is closely linked with many of Lin Yuan's techniques, especially the 5th kind of physical body divine ability world. In short, upon reaching the 6th realm of fusion of time and space rules, Lin Yuan will experience a transformation, an all-around qualitative change. If I cannot achieve the 6th realm of fusion of time and space rules this time, after returning, I'll come back again. After all, it's only using up 1/3 of world-breaking origin force. Lin Yuan made up his mind, before realizing the rules of fusion of time and space, the boundless void and the main universe had no significant difference. Rather, with different timescales, Lin Yuan had more time to comprehend other rules and secret techniques. Moreover, the void creatures in that void secret realm also greatly benefit Lin Yuan in enhancing his own spirit will. Another descent is definitely worth it. 10 years later. CTH Novelfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Outside of vast world. Dozens of towering figures stood in the boundless void, their gazes coldly towards the world nearby. Taiyin sovereign, why do you cultivate those ants within the world instead of directly devouring them? The leading evil god, a black wolf with 3 heads, bore a cold expression, aura of a 9th stage true lord enveloping it. I have my plans. Lin Yuan Taiyin primordial spirit appeared, gazing distantly at the dozens of evil gods. Over 300 years, as Lin Yuan Taiyin primordial spirit continually occupied one world after another, among evil gods, he also gained a title, known as Taiyin sovereign. The titles among evil gods often relate to their characteristics and actions. Lin Yuan Taiyang divine spirit is called Taiyang divine master because it controls flames powerful enough to incinerate ordinary true lords. And Taiyin sovereign is characterized by the chilling aura deployed during actions, coupled with conquering one world after another, hence adorned by the suffix sovereign. Plans. Whether it's these worlds or the ants within them, they are all our food. Are your plans to cultivate these food sources to oppose us? The 3-headed black wolf evil god spoke coldly. If it weren't for the overwhelming power displayed by the Taiyin divine master which makes it uneasy, it would probably have already made a move to suppress. This is my business. Lin Yuan's tone was calm. Being not an evil god by nature, he naturally doesn't need to consider matters from an evil god's perspective. Your business. The 3-headed black wolf evil god sneered. Soon a black fog started spreading. At the same time, chilling cold also began to diffuse, enveloping the space outside the world. The two forces continuously clashed, and moments later, the 3-headed black wolf evil god staggered back, full of shock looking at Lin Yuan. Taiyin sovereign, your strength probably pinnacle right below 9th stage perfection. Why protect those ants? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8:10 Taiyang Divine Master and Taiyin Sovereign, 8,000 words, Chapter 2 and 1. _5 The 3-headed black wolf evil god was full of confusion. With Lin Yuan's strength, Shouldn't he be venturing into the void's secret realm to become a perfect 9th stage evil god, and then attempt to break through to the 10th stage? Just wait. The Divine Masters will not let this go easily. The three-headed black wolf evil god didn't hesitate to turn around and leave, and upon seeing this, the dozens of other evil gods immediately followed. They were not as powerful as the three-headed black wolf evil god, so naturally, they wouldn't make any impulsive moves at this moment. Lin Yuan watched the dozens of evil gods leave. With his strength, he completely had the ability to keep all these evil gods behind, but doing so would inevitably reveal that he had already attained the power of a perfect 9th stage. In such circumstances, the ones to come and probe next time would not be ordinary divine masters like the three-headed black wolf evil god, but a group of perfect 9th stage demonic divine masters. This did not conform to Lin Yuan's anticipated plan to buy time, which is why he let these evil gods leave. In the absence of major changes in the situation, Lin Yuan would naturally delay the arrival of the final battle as much as possible. This way, he could secure the most time for cultivation. For every additional day of cultivation, Lin Yuan might grasp the space-time fusion rule's sixfold realm, and thus sweep away all opposition. Why protect those ants? Lin Yuan's mind flashed through the last sentence of the three-headed black wolf evil god, and he shook his head slightly. Who's to blame when you evil gods cannot cultivate the martial Tao? Sar the Ovalfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. For Lin Yuan, whether it was the foreign evil gods or the beings within the world, anyone who could cultivate the martial Tao and spread it would receive his protection. Even if evil gods could cultivate martial Tao, Lin Yuan would be more inclined to protect them. After all, the individual strength of evil gods is formidable, and they would inevitably advance rapidly in martial Tao cultivation, giving birth to the first 6th stage martial Tao, 7th stage martial Tao, and even an 8th layer cultivator with breakneck speed. The more higher rank cultivators there are on the martial path evolutionary path, the greater the assistance to Lin Yuan. But unfortunately, after more than 300 years of research by Lin Yuan, these foreign evil gods were too reliant on their innate talents, and it was basically impossible for them to abandon those talents and cultivate the martial Tao cultivation evolution path. Each evil god's path of cultivation is predetermined from their birth. As for changes later in life, even if it can be done, it is extremely difficult and unlikely to achieve much success. Void Secret Realm. Lin Yuan continued to delve deeper into the secret realm, searching for many void creatures. With a mental will index reaching 20 million points, 9th stage void creatures were of little help to Lin Yuan. But even if the help was small, it was still help. The increase in the mental will index was just very slight. A mosquito may be small, but it is still flesh. Lin Yuan naturally would not give up. With his current mental will index, as long as there was an increase, it would be a gain. If he returned to the main universe, he would not have such good opportunities. Even a slight boost to the mental will index would be difficult. Lin Yuan is not a supreme being who can stand on the shore for a long time and experience the shore's breath for training. Residing within the river of time, a mental will index of 18 million points is already the limit. Lin Yuan's mental will index surpassing 20 million points basically eliminates any possibility of further improvement. According to the current rate, in the next 300 years, if no major unforeseen events occur, my mental will index is expected to reach 23 million points. Lin Yuan estimated in his heart, feeling quite satisfied. Just as Lin Yuan was planning to continue searching for void creatures, suddenly, a powerful aura rapidly approached. Lin Yuan looked up and saw a terrifying evil god divine master gazing at him from afar. Eastern Wing Lord. Lin Yuan recognized the opponent. The Eastern Wing Lord was one of the very famous among the many demonic divine masters, belonging to the perfect 9th stage evil god divine masters. Taiyang Divine Master. The Eastern Wing Lord's face mustered a smile, showing sufficient goodwill to Lin Yuan. Facing an existence of the same level, the Eastern Wing Lord naturally did not dare to show arrogance. A perfect 9th stage demonic divine master would be very haughty towards an ordinary evil god divine master, but was quite humble when interacting with those of the same level. Among divine master level evil gods, It was good to avoid skirmishes and disputes, and this was even more true for perfect ninth-stage divine masters. I did not expect that after sleeping for hundreds of thousands of years, the boundless void would give birth to a strong being like the Taiyang Divine Master, said the Eastern Wing Lord with a hint of emotion. Although the rise of the Taiyang Divine Master took only 300 to 500 years, but the Eastern Wing Lord subconsciously thought that the existence of the Taiyang Divine Master was far longer than 300 to 500 years. Those were just the years during which the Taiyang Divine Master had revealed his strength. By sheer luck. Lin Yuan nodded. He didn't mind communicating and exchanging ideas with a perfect ninth-stage demonic divine master. With his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan could often perceive many extraordinary pieces of information from the other party. After chatting casually with the Eastern Wing Lord for half an hour, the conversation suddenly turned, and the Eastern Wing Lord solemnly asked, "I came to seek the Taiyang Divine Master to join forces against an enemy." An enemy? Lin Yuan's expression became slightly grave. In the boundless void, evil gods are the absolute dominions, so what other enemy could there be? I wonder if the Taiyang Divine Master has heard of the Taiyang Sovereign, asked the Eastern Wing Lord in a deep voice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8:11 What can you do to me? Taiyang Sovereign. Lin Yuan looked at the Eastern Wing Lord. He had not expected that the Eastern Wing Lord would personally seek him out for the Taiyang Primordial Spirit. And the tone of the Eastern Wing Lord had already treated the Taiyang Primordial Spirit as a formidable enemy. Taiyang Sovereign. The Eastern Wing Lord immediately relayed the intelligence about the Taiyang Sovereign in detail. He emphasized that the Taiyang Sovereign was cultivating those beings from worlds regarded as food by the evil gods. The Taiyang Sovereign is not simple, the Eastern Wing Lord said with a grave tone. Although he tries his best to conceal, according to Tianji True Lord's peering deduction, the true combat power of the Taiyang Sovereign might even surpass those of us who are perfect demonic divine masters at the 9th rank. A single perfect divine master is probably no match for him. Having said that, the Eastern Wing Lord looked at Lin Yuan. The Tianji True Lord is also among the very famous ones within the numerous perfect demon True Lords. However, what Tianji True Lord is best at is peering deduction, reputed to be the highest in wisdom among the infinite evil gods within the boundless void. Even the other divine masters of the same rank held a considerable respect for Tianji True Lord. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged, and he nodded slightly. At the same time, he felt somewhat impressed in his heart that there are wise men among the evil gods. He had prompted the Taiyang Primordial Spirit to suppress its combat power in order to buy time. Little did he know that it had already come to the attention of those perfect divine masters. Actually, this was quite normal. The powers wielded by the evil gods are myriad and peculiar. The Taiyang Primordial Spirit had certainly hidden its strength, but had acted frequently. It was not particularly surprising that some clues were noticed. But these were just some superficial clues. At least, that Tianji True Lord didn't know that the so-called Taiyang Divine Master and the Taiyang Sovereign actually originated from the same source. Otherwise, the Eastern Wing Lord would not have taken the initiative to come seeking him. The Taiyang Divine Master. I wish to invite you to join us and suppress that Taiyang Sovereign at the crucial moment. The Eastern Wing Evil God revealed his ultimate purpose. The actions of the Taiyang Sovereign were undoubtedly shaking the foundation of evil god dominion over the boundless void. They must be stopped, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Indeed, the beings within those worlds cultivated by the current Taiyang Sovereign are still extremely weak and pose no threat to any evil god. But in the deducible future depicted by Tianji True Lord, if allowed to develop unchecked, then those beings viewed as ants by the numerous evil gods would become stronger and stronger. Eventually, they would pose a threat to the rule of the evil gods. Thus, they must be eliminated in advance. No problem. Lin Yuan agreed without much hesitation. Sar the novel, Fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. His current strength, with either of the two primordial spirits, was stronger than a perfect divine master. As for the martial ancestor golden body, it was even stronger than the two primordial spirits. But overall, he was still at the same level as the perfect demonic divine masters. He had not stepped into the legendary 10th stage. Thus, facing many perfect demonic divine masters, he was still unable to achieve a sweep. In such a situation, having the Taiyang divine spirit temporarily blend with the interior of the evil gods was the best choice. At least he could be aware of the schemes of those perfect evil gods, so as to allow the Taiyan primordial spirit to react accordingly. If necessary, the two primordial spirits could even join forces to counter-slaughter those perfect evil gods. Of course, the unification of the two primordial spirits to massacre those perfect evil gods would have to be absolutely certain. This was very likely to force the core depths of the evil gods to appear in the world, leading to an all-out escalation of the war, and then resulting in a great battle throughout the entire boundless void. In such a case, Lin Yuan himself didn't care. Relying on several physical body divine abilities, especially the elemental body, preserving life was not an issue, and the worst outcome would just be to end the traversal early and return to the main universe. But this could likely affect the spread of the martial path evolutionary path. Normally speaking, Lin Yuan's main goal was still to delay time. As long as the true body venerable in the main universe grasped the spatial temporal fusion rule of the sixth realm, those perfect evil gods, no matter how they jumped, would be of no importance. Pity the descent of consciousness is absolutely safe, but it cannot exert the strongest combat power. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Lin Yuan's strongest combat power, naturally, came from the true body venerable in the main universe. As for the martial ancestor golden body, descended into the boundless void, its heritage is indeed unique, but it still cannot compare with the true body venerable from the main universe. After all, the true body venerable from the main universe has gone through a complete chaos void origin and fusion, and various enhancements to both physical body and spirit, such as soaking in the eternal spring, nourishment from many universe rare treasures, and so on. The most important thing is that the main universe Lin Yuan has many trump cards at his disposal. Alright. Then at that time, I will contact the Taiyang Divine Master. The Eastern Wing Lord did not find anything surprising with Lin Yuan's agreement. Firstly, because his visit to invite was under the direction of Tianji True Lord. And Tianji True Lord? Even a perfect demon true lord would give face and not offend lightly. Secondly, lower-ranking evil gods may be extremely selfish, but for those who have already stood at the peak of the boundless void as perfect demonic divine masters, their perspective differs from ordinary evil gods. The actions of the Taiyan sovereign are intolerable to all perfect demonic divine masters. Unless truly unable to make a move, they would basically agree. If Lin Yuan had refused or hesitated, it would have aroused the suspicion of the Eastern Wing Lord. Watching the Eastern Wing Lord leave, Lin Yuan's gaze was deep. With his perception, he naturally noticed that the Eastern Wing Lord did not come alone. At a distant location, another powerful perfect evil god was watching. Is it that Tianji True Lord? Lin Yuan speculated in his heart. Tianji True Lord, known for wisdom, was able to command the respect of other many evil gods with his wisdom. The means of such a Tianji True Lord should definitely not be underestimated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8:12 What Can You Do to Me? _2 To know, the demonic divine masters at the 9th stage, though all exceedingly wise, still inherently revered strength due to their evil deity nature. In such a case, the higher the status of the Tianji True Lord, the more extraordinary this perfect demon True Lord must be. Billions of miles away from where Lin Yuan was, on an ordinary hill stood a figure. This figure was a mere 10 meters tall, with a head nearly the size of its body. Unlike other evil gods, it had not a trace of malevolence, its eyes tranquil. This figure was none other than the Tianji True Lord, an anomaly amongst the many evil gods, renowned for wisdom. Tianji. I've already convinced the Taiyang Divine Master. The Taiyang Divine Master has also agreed to come to our aid when necessary. Just then, the Eastern Wing Lord approached quickly, standing below the Tianji True Lord, and spoke up. In fact, it wasn't just the Taiyang Divine Master who was a perfect Divine Master. On their way here, under the direction of the Tianji True Lord, the Eastern Wing Lord had visited several perfect Demon True Lords. Looking across the entire boundless void, there were no more than 100 perfect Demon True Lords. Which of them wasn't dominant in their own realm? Other perfect demons would have a hard time finding them even if they wanted to. Only the Tianji True Lord could know the whereabouts of most of them through peeking deductions. This Taiyang Divine Master has a great secret. In the boundless void for tens of millions of years, there have been no traces left by this Divine Master, said the Tianji True Lord, frowning slightly. Great secret. The Eastern Wing Lord said nonchalantly. Which one of us perfect Divine Masters doesn't have a great secret? As long as it doesn't threaten the boundless void, it's fine. Evil gods were solitary, especially the perfect Demon True Lords who evolved to the 9th stage. They almost all harbored great secrets. Even the Eastern Wing Lord was aware that a few of the perfect Demon True Lords did not grow up in the boundless void. They came from the deepest part of the Void's secret realm, a region that only the creators of the Void's secret realm could enter, filled with numerous void creatures. Over the long years, occasional rifts would appear in that space, allowing some weaker evil gods to fall in, with a great chance of evolving into perfect Demon True Lords before making their way out. Tianji True Lord also couldn't detect any traces left by those few perfect Demon True Lords. That's true. Tianji True Lord nodded. SE of the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. After all, the boundless void still had too many secrets unfathomed, with the Void secret realm being just one of them. As long as the Taiyang Divine Master didn't do what the Taiyin Sovereign did, nurturing those foods, Tianji True Lord couldn't be bothered to intervene. Tianji, isn't it enough to confront the Taiyin Sovereign with the 13 perfect Divine Masters we have convinced? The Eastern Wing Lord couldn't help but speak out. Before visiting Lin Yuan, the Eastern Wing Lord had already visited 12 perfect Demon True Lords. Adding themselves, there were 15 perfect Demon True Lords in total. It should be enough. Tianji True Lord nodded slightly, giving the Eastern Wing Lord a glance. The strength of the Taiyin Sovereign is above yours. To suppress without any risks, fear that we would need more than 10 perfect Demon True Lords. Among the perfect evil gods, there were levels to their abilities, winners and losers in their strength. Defeating is easy, but killing is as hard as ascending to heaven. Even for an ordinary perfect Divine Master, suppression might require 5 or 6 of the same rank. The strength of the Taiyin Sovereign was somewhat stronger than ordinary perfect Divine Masters. Mobilizing 10 of the same rank would be considered foolproof. I understand. The Eastern Wing Lord immediately nodded. In fact, according to the Eastern Wing Lord's estimate, no matter how strong the Taiyin Sovereign was, it shouldn't exceed the 9th stage by much. As long as it wasn't the 10th stage, 7 or 8 of the same rank would probably suffice. But 7 or 8 perfect Divine Masters attempting to suppress the Taiyin Sovereign could lead to accidents. For instance, during the Taiyin Sovereign's resistance, 2 or 3 perfect Divine Masters might get injured. Under such circumstances, naturally the more perfect Divine Masters, the better. After all, this was for the entire boundless void, and it didn't require the Eastern Wing Lord to pay any price. However, both this Taiyang Divine Master and the Taiyin Sovereign have appeared within 1,000 years. Tianji True Lord's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. If not for the opposite powers wielded by the Taiyang Divine Master and the Taiyin Sovereign, and the fact that one was in the Void secret realm while the other was in the boundless void with even their actions distinctly different, Tianji True Lord would have even suspected any relation between the two. This must be a coincidence. The Eastern Wing Lord speculated. Although we evil gods can create incarnations, the power of the incarnation shares the same origin as the principal self and is much weaker. The difference between this Taiyang Divine Master and the Taiyin Sovereign is very clear. The Eastern Wing Lord spoke. The many abilities held by evil gods were indeed unfathomable, but also had to abide by the laws of the cosmos, of which the Eastern Wing Lord and Tianji True Lord were very aware. Let's see when the time comes. Tianji True Lord's eyes flashed. In fact, He had tasked the Eastern Wing Lord with the specific duty of inviting the Taiyang Divine Master this time to test whether there was any real connection between the two. According to the Eastern Wing Lord's description, the Taiyang Divine Master did not show any abnormalities, but the Tianji True Lord still had not let down his guard. As the perfect demon True Lord known for wisdom, Tianji True Lord would not easily trust anything. If the Taiyang Divine Master did not reveal any flaws now, Tianji True Lord didn't mind continuing to wait. 500 years? 1,000? 10,000? Or even longer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8:13 What can you do to me? _3 time is hardly an issue for the Tianji True Lord. Even in dealing with the Taiyan Sovereign next, the Tianji True Lord will observe the response of the Taiyang Divine Master from the shadows. Boundless Void. Lin Yuan Taiyan Primordial Spirit sits cross-legged just outside a certain world. Thinking of assembling numerous perfect demon True Lords against me? Lin Yuan had an idea. If he were unaware of this, facing the union of more than 10 perfect demon True Lords, Lin Yuan would indeed find it somewhat troublesome. But since he knew in advance, it became much easier. With the current strength of my spirit will, I can probably maintain 50 avatars with basic combat power at the same time. Lin Yuan thought to himself. With Lin Yuan's strength, producing an avatar was nothing more than a strand of spirit will. However, to have this avatar possess combat power would exert a burden on Lin Yuan's spirit will. Before undertaking the 10th traversal, Lin Yuan's spirit will barely exceeded 1 million. In the main universe, at most 2 or 3 avatars could maintain basic combat power simultaneously. Now that Lin Yuan's spirit will exceeds 20 million, the number of avatars capable of maintaining basic combat power has significantly increased. Avatars are not the same as divided selves. Very little spirit will is invested, and thus, the mental burden required to maintain basic combat power is significant. Of course, maintaining basic combat power is relative to Lin Yuan's true body venerable. Even his weakest incarnation could easily suppress 10th rank and 9th rank powerhouses. Whereas basic combat power referred to demonstrating strength close to the threshold of tier 11. Now Lin Yuan occupies a total of 42 worlds, each with an avatar stationed within. And these avatars, blessed by the origin source of the worlds, can fully challenge those perfect demon True Lords. Perfect demon True Lords, as per the classification of the main universe, are basically equivalent to the 4th and 5th layers of tier 11. The perfect demon True Lords might differ markedly from those 4th and 5th layer powerhouses in the main universe in terms of methods and abilities, but overall, they should be on the same level. Had it not been for the need of these avatars to utilize the origin source to barely exhibit the combat power of the 4th layer of tier 11, Lin Yuan, with the power of so many avatars, could have actively encircled and killed those perfect demon True Lords. The founder of the Void Secret Realm? Lin Yuan gazed into the depths of the boundless void, where his understanding of the spatio-temporal fusion rule allowed him to vaguely perceive a vast inner world situated at the deepest part of the void. The Taiyang Divine Spirit wandered in the Void Secret Realm for 300 to 400 years without pinpointing the trail of the realm's opener. This was also why Lin Yuan did not flip the table with those demonic divine masters. Even now, without grasping the space-time fusion rule's sixfold realm, and thus unable to sweep through everything in this boundless void at once, effortlessly slaying 10 or 20 perfect demon True Lords would still be no issue. But such an action carries great risks, as it might force the opener of the Void Secret Realm to act, which even if not fatal for Lin Yuan, could affect his 300 to 400 years of spreading martial Dao in the boundless void. Thus, Lin Yuan has been waiting until now, since time is working in his favor anyway. The longer the delay, the more terrifying the enemies those demons will have to face. Since those demons are planning to go all out against me, there's no need for me to be so cautious. Lin Yuan made up his mind. In the past 300 to 400 years, the Taiyan primordial spirit occupied one world after another, trying to stay as low-key as possible to avoid drawing the attention of other demonic gods. But now, it seems that this approach is not so meaningful. Those perfect demon True Lords are discussing how to deal with him, so naturally, There is no need to continue as before. I can now maintain 50 avatars with basic combat power, so I can fully occupy 50 worlds and then dispatch avatars to preside over them. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted slightly as he looked towards the vast boundless void. Once an avatar takes control of a world, it can swiftly replace the heavenly Tao with the power of the demon tree seed, and gain the blessing of the world origin source. Thus, combat power soars again, reaching the threshold of the perfect demon true lords. And within the world, those perfect demon true lords would not dare to attack recklessly. CTH Novelfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Avatar at the threshold of perfect demon true lords is naturally no match for veteran perfect demon lords. At best, they could only challenge them, and they would definitely lose in a real fight. But within the world, those perfect demon true lords would certainly worry about self-destructive tactics, such as controlling the world's collapse, the power of which could at the very least gravely wound, if not wholly eradicate, a perfect demon at full strength. Under such circumstances, the perfect demon true lords, if not foolish, would not act rashly. Somewhere at the exit of the void secret realm, the figures of Tianji True Lord and Eastern Wing Lord appeared. The matters from here on will be handed over to you, Tianji True Lord said, looking at the Eastern Wing Lord. Now that the union with other perfect demon true lords has been orchestrated, the rest can be left to the Eastern Wing Lord. Help by me. Tianji, what do you plan to do? The Eastern Wing Lord was slightly startled and quickly asked. I have a hunch that the Tian sovereign's occupation of one world after another, cultivating the ants within as food, is not so simple. And there's martial Tao? Such a cultivation system, which greatly diverges from the growth of us demonic beings, can actually allow these ants to grow stronger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8:14 What can you do to me? _4 Tianji True Lord's tone was slightly grave. In fact, when he learned that the Tian sovereign was occupying world after world, Tianji True Lord didn't care at all. A perfect demon true lord as mighty as he. What's the big deal with occupying dozens, or even hundreds of worlds? Subsequently, knowing that the Tian sovereign was nurturing those mere ants within those worlds, Tianji True Lord still wasn't very concerned. Those ants within the worlds, whose talents and qualifications were far inferior to those of the perfect evil gods, could you really nurture them just because you wanted to? In Tianji True Lord's view, the actions of the Tian sovereign were nothing more than a personal hobby during his leisure time. It was not until Tianji True Lord saw the martial Tao cultivation system, Lin Yuan, occupying world after world, spreading the martial Tao cultivation system. Tianji True Lord, a perfect demon true lord like him, could easily see the martial Tao cultivation system if he so wished. However, upon seeing it, Tianji True Lord broke out in cold sweat. He immediately realized the potential of the martial Tao cultivation system. If one could cultivate this system to the end, they would be no weaker than they, the perfect demon true lords. How could this be? Because of this reason. Tianji True Lord observed the Tian sovereign seriously and finally, after witnessing the Tian sovereign's numerous interventions, determined that the opponent was concealing his strength, that his true combat power might exceed all evil gods' imagination. Just deal with that Tian sovereign, and then kill all the martial Tao cultivators, right? Eastern Wing Lord immediately said. Right now, the martial Tao cultivators were still exceedingly weak, and even compared with ordinary beings, they were a bit more delectable to the evil gods. I still have some worries. So I plan to next put in a good effort to deduce, striving to find the source of martial Tao. Tianji True Lord said gravely. Okay. Eastern Wing Lord nodded. If there's anything, I will contact you right away. For Tianji True Lord's decision, Eastern Wing Lord had no objections. Sir the Nullfire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 100 years went by. Tianqing World. Deep within the martial hall, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Around his body, the power of fusion of time and space faintly formed a vast Milky Way. The river water rippled, each ripple causing a large amount of space-time fluctuations, but all space-time fluctuations were compressed within the Marshall Hall. What exactly is fusion of time and space? Lin Yuan opened his eyes, deep in thought. When he first grasped the spatio-temporal fusion rule, Lin Yuan felt as if he had completely penetrated the fundamental mysteries of time and space. But with continuous cultivation and insight, second realm, third realm, fourth realm, fifth realm, Lin Yuan became more confused about the spatio-temporal fusion rule. Especially now, attempting to comprehend the sixfold realm of space-time fusion rules, he found himself unable to advance. From the third realm to the fifth realm of spatio-temporal fusion rules, Lin Yuan only took 100 years. But from the fifth realm to now, Lin Yuan spent 300 years without taking that step into the sixfold realm of space-time fusion rules. The space we live in is space-time, the time we experience is also space-time, and even the river of time I originally perceived is actually just one aspect. It's not just time, but also encompasses space. It should be called the river of space-time. Many inspirations flashed through the depths of Lin Yuan's mind. During the comprehension of the secret skill Milky Way, Lin Yuan's insight into the six-realm space-time fusion rule also kept increasing. Without this secret skill, it would take at least 10 times longer for Lin Yuan to get to this step. And that is based on the foundation of against heaven's understanding. Without against heaven's understanding, let alone Lin Yuan who is now only 10th rank, even those 11th rank lives can't possibly grasp the spatial-temporal fusion rule of the sixth realm. Your understanding defies heaven. Comprehending the secret skill Milky Way further enhances your space-time fusion comprehension. Infinite inspiration burst forth, and the space-time Milky Way condensed around Lin Yuan's body suddenly began to surge wildly. The terrifying space-time fluctuations shuddered, yet instantly calmed down. I can feel it. I am not far from the space-time fusion rule's sixfold realm. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. After 100 years of arduous cultivation, he finally glimpsed the threshold of the sixfold realm of space-time fusion rule. Continue. Lin Yuan was full of drive. If he could comprehend the sixfold realm of space-time fusion rules within the remaining 200 years of residence time, it would make this traversal complete. Even if he couldn't, for Lin Yuan, it was already a considerable gain. The peak comprehension of the fifth realm space-time fusion rules and nearly 24 million points of mental will index. Placed on other Tier 11 lives, even those unique and exceptionally talented special beings would not be able to accomplish it in 100 billion, 1,000 billion, or even a quintillion years. Especially the latter, 24 million mental will index points would be enough to make any Tier 11 life despair. Meanwhile, outside the Tianqing world, a figure silently appeared. This figure was 10 meters in size, with a head nearly as large as its body, eyes serene. Yet now, it was seriously observing the celestial cyan world in the distance. 100 years, I've expended endless heart force, did all I could to deduce and peak, finally locking down this location from the many traces left by the Taiyin sovereign. Tianji True Lord's expression was slightly emotional. Only he himself knew the price he had paid to find this place. If my deduction is correct, that world is the birthplace of martial Dao. The source of the martial Dao cultivation system spread by the Taiyin sovereign is right here. Tianji True Lord's spirit was uplifted. Although he didn't know why the Taiyin sovereign spread martial Dao like that, but since it was possible to find the source of martial Dao, it was entirely possible to cut off the spread of martial Dao from the root. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8:15 What can you do to me? _5 Thus, within the boundless void, the dominion of the evil gods can no longer be shaken. Eastern Wing and the others have already entangled the Taiyin sovereign. Using this opportunity, I can fully explore this world. The Tianji True Lord was very cautious. Even if the Taiyin sovereign couldn't return in a short time, he didn't consider sending his true body into the Tianqing world. Instead, he split off an incarnation, while his true body stayed far away, controlling the incarnation to explore the Tianqing world. Buzz. Very quickly, an incarnation of the Tianji True Lord swiftly entered the Tianqing world. For a being like the Tianji True Lord, a perfect demon True Lord, invading a world of this scale like the Tianqing world was effortless, especially since the Tianji True Lord was skilled in wisdom, which made it so easy to enter the Tianqing world. This world has nothing special. The Tianji True Lord glanced around and compared to the 50 worlds occupied by the Taiyan sovereign, some of the powerful worlds were tens of times larger than the Tianqing world. Next, the Tianji True Lord mingled among the beings of the Tianqing world, beginning to probe the details of this world. This world also prevalently practices martial Tao. The Tianji True Lord quickly learned everything he wanted to know. That is the true source of martial Tao. Martial ancestor? The Tianji True Lord's expression turned solemn, hearing this term for the first time. Previously, from those dozens of worlds occupied by the Taiyan sovereign, he had only investigated the martial Tao cultivation system and the martial Tao cultivators. As for martial ancestor, he hadn't heard it from any martial Tao cultivator. Martial ancestor is the source of martial Tao. Is martial Tao spread by the martial ancestor? The Tianji True Lord carefully pondered. Who exactly is this martial ancestor? Could it be the Taiyan sovereign? Martial ancestor resides in the martial hall of the Canopy realm. The Tianji True Lord gathered more information. Where the martial ancestor was not a secret in the Tianqing world. Basically, any martial Tao cultivator would know. That is the martial hall. For centuries, every once in a while, the high priest of the martial hall would hold ceremonies to venerate the martial ancestor, leading all beings of heaven and earth to bow to the martial ancestor. Martial hall. The Tianji True Lord decided to go and investigate the reality of the martial ancestor. Since he was just an incarnation now, even if he really encountered any danger, it wouldn't cause any problems. Even if the Taiyan sovereign rushed back, he couldn't harm him. Swoosh. Shortly after, the Tianji True Lord arrived at the Canopy continent. Although this was just an incarnation of the Tianji True Lord, with the realm of the original body, no martial Tao cultivator detected him along the way. Is this ancient tree also a demon? The Tianji True Lord glanced at the ancestral demon tree. Although it has been nurtured in the Tianqing world for hundreds of thousands of years, its essence of being a demon was unchanged. This is the martial hall? Quickly, the Tianji True Lord arrived in front of a grand hall. The aura emanating from here was substantial, causing the Tianji True Lord to halt his steps. Martial ancestor is deep within the martial hall. The Tianji True Lord thought for a moment, not acting rashly. At this point, the Tianji True Lord felt an inexplicable pressure deep in his heart. Let's see who this martial ancestor really is. Which True Lord is playing tricks? The Tianji True Lord focused his thoughts, immediately employing techniques to begin projecting many scenes inside the martial hall. What Tianji True Lord was best at was divination and spying. Divination and spying are two aspects of abilities, and the latter allowed Tianji True Lord to see many secrets of the world. Rustle. Deep within the Tianji True Lord's eyes, scenes of the martial hall began to emerge. The scenes started moving towards the depths of the martial hall. The Tianji True Lord saw the rituals and many martial Tao cultivators and believers who were step-by-step worshipping. The scenes the Tianji True Lord was watching finally reached the innermost part of the martial hall. This place was now empty. No one dared to cross into this area unless permitted by the martial ancestor. The grand hall was eerily silent, with a solemn atmosphere converging faintly. The Tianji True Lord looked around cautiously, spotting a figure sitting cross-legged at the end of the great hall. Is that the martial ancestor? The Tianji True Lord's mind shook. Immediately he began to delve deeper into his scrutiny. The view swiftly zoomed in closer. The Tianji True Lord wanted a closer look at the martial ancestor. Just then, the martial ancestor, who was sitting cross-legged, silently opened his eyes. All of Tianji True Lord's attention was drawn to those eyes. Boom. The next moment, the spying incarnation of the Tianji True Lord exploded instantly, far away from the Tianqing world. A mysterious backlash, following the connection between the true body and the incarnation, descended. The original form of the Tianji True Lord suddenly began to tremble, starting to drop rapidly. That was the martial ancestor? Sar the novel fire. Net ** website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Tianji True Lord trembled with fear in his heart, not hesitating as his figure surged into the sky, beginning to flee frantically towards even farther distances. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8:16 Child of the Void. Please subscribe. Space and time were twisting, with the Tianji True Lord ignoring the backlash endured, madly fleeing in the direction away from Tianqing world. As a master of wisdom, the perfect demon True Lord is not particularly outstanding in frontal combat, but in the art of escaping, much effort has been put in. At this moment, disregarding everything to invoke the power of space-time, crossing billions upon billions of light-years in an instant. Too terrifying. Is that the martial ancestor? Martial ancestor is that strong? Tianji True Lord was profoundly shaken in his heart. Originally, the Taiyin sovereign being so strong was already inconceivable. Source: web novel. Com. Updated on N0New0. In the vast boundless void, there are only so few perfect demon True Lords. Suddenly, a Taiyin sovereign stronger than the average perfect demon True Lord appears? But now, Tianji True Lord realizes, the powerful Taiyin sovereign, who left many perfect demon True Lords helpless, was merely a pawn pushed to the forefront. Behind the scenes, the Prime God manipulates everything, pushing everything forward. The one shaking the foundations of all evil gods in the boundless void. It's the martial ancestor. Just a distant glance a moment ago caused Tianji True Lord to suffer no light backlash. Tianji True Lord had no doubt that if his real body ventured in, it was very likely to be completely trapped. And to achieve this, a perfect demon True Lord of the 9th stage would not be nearly possible. Is that the 10th stage evil god of legends? No, if it were the 10th stage, why hide behind the scenes? Should it be an existence that is infinitely close to the 10th stage? Tianji True Lord's thoughts rapidly spun, and he breathed a slight sigh of relief. As long as it's not an entity of the 10th stage, then there is still room for redemption. Up to this point, in the vast boundless void, the only known existence of the 10th stage is the founder of the void secret realm. Single-handedly, from gaps between dimensions outside of the void, he can find countless void creatures, turning them into nourishment for many evil gods. It's a pity. Ever since the founder opened the boundless void, he disappeared completely. Countless demonic divine masters of later generations are essentially chasing the footsteps of the founder. To strangle martial Tao, Taiyin sovereign is secondary, the main target is martial ancestor. Tianji True Lord held a heavy heart. I must join forces with all the perfect demon True Lords, and even need to awaken that one. Against the Taiyin sovereign, Tianji True Lord believed that 10 or 20 perfect demon True Lords would be enough. But martial ancestor? Tianji True Lord felt that summoning all the perfect demon True Lords would still leave him uncertain. At the critical moment, he could only awaken that one. And that one is the most powerful True Lord who inherited the void secret realm in the vast boundless void after the founder disappeared. Controlling the entire void secret realm, this most powerful True Lord can exert almost the strength of the 10th stage. At least in the boundless void, unless the founder returns, he is invincible. Dozens of breaths later, Tianji True Lord's expression slightly changed. Fleeing for so long, one would think he would have reached another familiar void domain. However, at this moment, the void environment where Tianji True Lord was seemed unchanged. The vast void, as if he had never moved. What's this? Tianji True Lord's face looked ugly. The next moment, changes in space-time. Tianji True Lord returned to that azure world once more, re-emerging before the dreadful and trembling figure deep within the martial hall. Only this time, it wasn't an avatar, but Tianji True Lord's real body in person. No. Before Tianji True Lord could react, consciousness rapidly plunged into darkness. Deep in the martial hall, Lin Yuan was sitting cross-legged, watching the Tianji True Lord who had completely lost consciousness not far away. In fact, when Tianji True Lord sent out an avatar to sneak into Tianqing world, Lin Yuan had detected the other party, and the reason for not stopping and taking action at the time was to lock onto the real body of Tianji True Lord. Until the avatar of Tianji True Lord came before the martial hall, continuously probing. Lin Yuan finally confirmed Tianji True Lord's real body, using spatio-temporal fusion rule mastery, quietly activating divine ability world, and stealthily transferring him into his own inner world. Tianji True Lord frantically fled, and dozens of breaths believed he escaped billions of light years, but in reality, all within Lin Yuan's inner world. Lin Yuan's inner world is only over 200 million miles in diameter, but cascading spatial layers spread out, forming a spatial temporal maze, let alone Tianji True Lord escaping in dozens of breaths. Even tens of years, hundreds of years, thousands of years would not be enough to escape. How did he find this place? Lin Yuan looked surprised. The Tian primordial spirit roamed the boundless void, occupying world after world, propagating martial Tao, but he did not mention the origin of martial Tao, nor Lin Yuan, the martial ancestor. As for the flourishing martial Tao of Tianqing world over the past hundreds of thousands of years, compared to the whole boundless void, it's too insignificant. Concealed and protected by the ancestral demon tree, with martial Tao merely limited within Tianqing world, it would be hard to attract the attention of those perfect demon true lords. I still can't leave without a trace. Lin Yuan thought to himself, somewhat as expected. Search * the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. With the spread of martial Tao, it was only a matter of time before those perfect demon true lords found this place. Lin Yuan had never thought to completely hide his existence, but to delay and buy more time for his cultivation. With my current spiritual will, coupled with illusion techniques, this perfect demon true lord can be completely put to sleep. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Through karmic connections, Lin Yuan could sense that at a distant location, Tianji True Lord had left avatars or similar life-saving measures. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 817 Child of the Void. Please subscribe. _2 There should be located deep within the void secret realm. Even Lin Yuan's Taiyang divine spirit cannot forcefully enter. Directly killing the Tianji True Lord's true body does not solve the issue of his avatar, but causing the Tianji True Lord's true body to fully fall into slumber. As the true body shares memories with the avatar, when the true body falls into slumber, so does the avatar. Although Lin Yuan was already prepared for his existence being discovered in the Tianqing world, it is better to delay this as much as possible. In fact, the mental will of Tianji True Lord is very strong, even stronger than Lin Yuan, but unfortunately his use of mental will is rather crude. Among human civilizations in the main world, one of the 9 strongest beings, the feather butterfly supreme being, excels at illusions, the ultimate existence based on illusions. Lin Yuan had long thoroughly researched the evolutionary path of feather butterfly, understanding many illusionary techniques thoroughly. Plunging Tianji True Lord fully into slumber was not difficult. I'll have a look at your memories. Lin Yuan, with his immense mental will, crafted a realistic illusion for Tianji True Lord to indulge in, naturally allowing him to browse through Tianji True Lord's own memories through the illusion if he wished. Se of the novel F. Ire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Momentarily after, Lin Yuan appears contemplative. Boundless void. Void secret realm. That disappeared originator. And the child of the void, or should I say, void divine master? Through browsing the memories of Tianji True Lord, Lin Yuan's understanding of the entire boundless void instantaneously reached a terrifying extent. Tianji True Lord knew too many secrets, and now they all ended up benefiting Lin Yuan. Void divine master? Lin Yuan's expression turned somewhat solemn. The so-called Void Divine Master is currently the overseer of the Void Secret Realm. The originator of the Void Secret Realm, the only known 10th stage evil god from the boundless void, founded the Void Secret Realm, bestowing infinite blessings to future generations of evil gods. And the Void Divine Master, also known as the Child of the Void, took over the reins of the Void's secret realm after the originator disappeared. The Child of the Void itself is not a 10th stage evil god, but by leveraging the Void's secret realm, can exert a power almost equivalent to the 10th stage, the strongest evil god within the vast boundless void. Controlling the Void's secret realm is indeed a bit troublesome. Lin Yuan thought with a slightly grave expression. At least, if the opposition utilizes the multiple spatial layers of the Void's secret realm, taking advantage of their home ground, even if Lin Yuan uses all his trump cards, he cannot kill the opposition. Even by employing the divine ability world, if the opponent hides within the Void's secret realm, it is still untouchable. The entire Void's secret realm can also be viewed as a colossal world. Moreover, the Void's secret realm affects an extremely vast area, even capable of influencing the entirety of the boundless void. According to the memories of Tianji True Lord, that Void Divine Master, most of the time, is plunged into slumber, deeply contemplating the origin source of the Void's secret realm, hoping to thereby step into the 10th stage. Lin Yuan secretly thought. To that Child of the Void, everything in the boundless void is within the grip of his hand, his only pursuit being to become the second originator of the Void's secret realm, to become a 10th stage evil god. Plenty of treasures indeed. Lin Yuan casually extracted many treasures from Tianji True Lord. After a casual inventory, placed them all within a certain part of his internal world, planning to, upon concluding the traversal, revert them with primal force back to the origin source, then integrate them into the origin clock, indirectly bringing them back to the main universe. Continue contemplating the secret skill Milky Way. I can feel that I am not far from comprehending the spatio-temporal fusion rule sixfold realm. Lin Yuan closed his eyes. His body once again began rippling with the vast Milky Way composed entirely of space and time. Somewhere in the boundless void, the Eastern Wing Lord gathers with over a dozen complete demon true lords. How come Tianji hasn't replied to me for so long? The Eastern Wing Lord's brows slightly furrowed. He, following the instructions of Tianji True Lord, gathered other complete demon true lords, wanting to deal with that emerging Tian sovereign. Now everything was ready, but there was no contact from Tianji True Lord? This gave the Eastern Wing Lord a headache. According to the initial plan, during the ambush of the Tian sovereign, it must be commanded by Tianji True Lord. Only through Tianji True Lord's deduction and arrangement could they suppress the Tian sovereign with the smallest cost. Otherwise, even if the Tian sovereign was foolish, knowing that more than 10 complete demon true lords were approaching would have made him flee in advance. And in the vast boundless void, the Tian sovereign intent on escaping could eventually lead to a protracted battle. This would not align with Tianji True Lord's plan to suppress the Tian sovereignty as quickly as possible, annihilating Martial Tao. After all, once the situation becomes a protracted battle, various unexpected events can occur. Perhaps Tianji is delayed by some matter. Another complete demon true lord spoke. He is known as the Lord Divine Eye, possessing 18 eyes. Under normal circumstances, only one would be open. When all 18 eyes are open, it is the strongest state of Lord Divine Eye, also the time for a desperate fight. Throughout the long years of the boundless void, Lord Divine Eye has never had all 18 eyes open at once. As among complete demon true lords, fatal clashes rarely occur. Delayed by some matter? The Eastern Wing Lord's brow was tightly furrowed. Given his understanding of Tianji True Lord, such a possibility seemed very small. Moreover, what matter could prevent Tianji True Lord from even replying to him? No matter how big the issue, wouldn't it take just a moment to inform him, the Eastern Wing Lord? Let's wait a bit longer. Though the Eastern Wing Lord did not believe that Tianji True Lord was delayed by some issue, considering they couldn't contact him, this was the only possibility. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8:18 Child of the Void, please subscribe. _3 The Tianji True Lord last contacted me, saying he had discovered traces of the Martial Tao origins. Perhaps he was delayed in his search for the Martial Tao origins. The Eastern Wing Lord speculated in his heart. Never had he anticipated any accidents befalling the Tianji True Lord. The Tianji True Lord is a perfect demon true lord with extremely strong life-preserving methods, who could silently take down the Tianji True Lord without notice. Moreover, the Tianji True Lord has an incarnation placed in the deepest area of the void secret realm for the purpose of preserving life. If the Tianji True Lord indeed encountered any mishaps, the incarnation could still make contact with them. Then let's wait a bit longer. Lord Divine, I glanced at the other demonic divine masters. Without the leadership of the Tianji True Lord, the dozen or so perfect demon true lords were not entirely confident they could besiege the Taiyin sovereign. And should they fail, the consequences would be severe, facing the full force retaliation of the Taiyin sovereign. Let's wait. The Eastern Wing Lord nodded. By now, apart from waiting, there weren't any better options. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, another 50 years had gone by. It was still that piece of the void. The Eastern Wing Lord and the dozen or so perfect demon true lords were still gathered here. What on earth is going on? 50 years have passed, and Tianji has still not contacted me? The Eastern Wing Lord felt increasingly uneasy in his heart. To a demon lord, 50 years were but a fleeting moment. Yet during this critical time to besiege the Taiyin sovereign, Tianji True Lord had not sent any message for 50 years, which was certainly irregular. Even if the Tianji True Lord was busy, could he really not spare a moment to reply to them in 50 years? What do we do? Lord Divine, I asked with a grave expression, looking towards the Eastern Wing Lord for guidance. I will go to see Tianji True Lord's life-preserving incarnation. The Eastern Wing Lord spoke up. Tianji True Lord's mysterious disappearance to date. While the Eastern Wing Lord could not find his true body, he did know where the life-preserving incarnation was located. That was the deepest area of the void secret realm, which could be considered the core of the secret realm, a place theoretically absolutely safe. This was precisely why Tianji True Lord's incarnation left there could be aptly called a life-preserving incarnation. Go to see Tianzi's life-preserving incarnation? Lord Divine, I was slightly stunned, immediately saying, we cannot enter the deepest area of the void secret realm. If any perfect demon true lord could enter the location of the life-preserving incarnation, it could hardly be called life-preserving. I know. That's why I plan to awaken the great child of the void. The Eastern Wing Lord fell silent for a while before speaking. The child of the void. Lord Divine, I and the other true lords' expressions changed. The child of the void is the master of the void secret realm. They cannot enter the deepest areas of the void secret realm, but the child of the void can. Currently, most of the perfect demon true lords were able to place their incarnations in the deepest part of the void secret realm, becoming life-preserving incarnations, because they were permitted by the child of the void. Aside from the life-preserving incarnations actively contacting the outside world, only the child of the void could forcefully make contact with the life-preserving incarnations. Are you sure? Lord Divine, I asked seriously. Awakening the child of the void was no trivial matter. To awaken without cause was to receive punishment from the child of the void. I'm sure. The Eastern Wing Lord nodded. The Tianji True Lord had been missing for so long, there must be a serious issue. Even at the risk of receiving the child of the void's punishment, he needed to find clarity in this matter. If that is the case, we will head to the void secret realm right now. Lord Divine, I said immediately. Deep inside the void secret realm, this place was already the limit that a normal evil god could explore. Further inside was a domain that they couldn't enter. It was the resting place of the strongest demonic divine masters of the boundless void. Great child of the void. The Eastern Wing Lord immediately began to call for the child of the void. As a perfect demon true lord, the Eastern Wing Lord naturally had the means to summon the child of the void, and most of the perfect demon true lords also had this capability. However, no perfect demon true lord dared to use this method lightly. After all, we are dealing with the child of the void. Woo woo woo, an invisible aura began to converge. In a daze, a tremendous will descended from the deepest part of the void secret realm. Who is it? Who is awakening me? The entirety of the void secret realm trembled slightly. At that moment, all the perfect demon true lords were shocked and looked towards this place, realizing immediately that the child of the void had awakened. An infinite power of the void's secret realm began to condense, forming a majestic figure that looked down upon Eastern Wing Lord and the dozen or so true lords. "Greetings, child of the void," the Eastern Wing Lord immediately said respectfully. Although the child of the void was also a perfect demon true lord, with control over the void's secret realm, the strength of the child of the void was entirely above all other perfect demon true lords. For the Eastern Wing Lord and the other true lords, the child of the void was no different from the 10th stage evil gods. "Speak." The majestic figure formed by the will of the child of the void looked on with a calm gaze. "Yes." The Eastern Wing Lord quickly delineated the recent few hundred years of events, especially highlighting the disappearance of Tianji True Lord, expressly indicating a major problem arose. The Taiyin Sovereign. The martial Tao cultivation system? The child of the void was momentarily stunned, then revealed a trace of a smile. "Interesting, I have never heard of the name Taiyin Sovereign. Even the great child of the void has not heard of it." The Eastern Wing Lord was slightly taken aback, assuming that the Taiyin Sovereign had accidentally fallen into the deepest part of the void's secret realm, and cultivated to the 9th stage perfection there, so there had been no traces left in the boundless void. But if even the child of the void did not know of the Taiyin Sovereign, this possibility no longer stood. SE of the novel, FIRE. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. You wish to inquire about Tianji? I shall question Tianzi's life-preserving incarnation now. The child of the void dispatched a wisp of will, descending to the deepest area of the void's secret realm, arriving at the location of Tianji True Lord's life-preserving incarnation. The child of the void's brow raised slightly, displaying a look of surprise. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 819 Breakthrough. The Sixth Realm of Spacetime. Please subscribe. The child of the void's look of astonishment was not concealed and similarly caught the eyes of the Eastern Wing Lord and the other divine masters. "Great child of the void, what happened to Tianji? How is he?" The Eastern Wing Lord inquired cautiously. "Tianji has fallen into slumber. Even his life-preserving incarnation is asleep." With a thought from the child of the void, Tianji True Lord's life-preserving incarnation was transferred from the deepest area of the void's secret realm right before the eyes of the numerous demonic divine masters. Asleep? The Eastern Wing Lord could not comprehend. Tianji True Lord himself had strategically plotted every move to encircle and kill the Taiyin Sovereign, and just when he was about to take action, he fell into slumber? If this wasn't coming from the mouth of the child of the void, the Eastern Wing Lord would never believe it. It was too absurd. He didn't fall into slumber on his own, he was forced into slumber. The child of the void closely observed Tianji True Lord's life-preserving incarnation, and said, "Slumber involuntarily?" Eastern Wing Lord and Lord Divine Eye, as well as the other demonic divine masters, exchanged glances, feeling a chill in their hearts. Tianji True Lord is a perfect demon true lord. In the vast boundless void, who could put Tianji True Lord into an unresisting slumber, to the point where not even a message could get out? How interesting, how interesting. I didn't expect something so interesting to happen in less than 10 billion years of slumber. The child of the void murmured to himself. Although Tianji True Lord was not good at direct confrontation, making him fall into slumber quietly was something that even the child of the void needed to borrow some power from the void's secret realm to achieve. I'll awaken Tianji and ask him, then I'll know what's going on. The consciousness of the child of the void began to seep into the body of Tianji True Lord's life-preserving incarnation. Tianji True Lord was forced into slumber and could not wake up by his own power. But it was possible to awaken him through external stimulation. And of course, only the child of the void, who mastered the entire void's secret realm, could do this. SAR the Novel Fire. Net ** website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Tianqing World. Deep within the martial hall. 50 years of arduous cultivation and enlightenment. Lin Yuan was now infinitely close to the space-time fusion rule sixfold realm. The Milky Way of spacetime was rippling over Lin Yuan's body, like a miniature river of spacetime. Your exceptional understanding has deepened your comprehension of the secret skill Milky Way and the spatio-temporal fusion rule. Your exceptional understanding has deepened your comprehension of the secret skill Milky Way and the spatio-temporal fusion rule. Your exceptional understanding has deepened your comprehension of the secret skill Milky Way and the spatio-temporal fusion rule. In a trance, Lin Yuan felt the world before his eyes change. The vast boundless void suddenly became extremely simple, consisting only of time and space. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan's mind surged with a tremendous amount of enlightening insights, almost breaking into the domain of the space-time fusion rule sixfold realm. And at this moment, inside his world, Tianji True Lord, who had been immersed in the grand illusion woven by Lin Yuan, suddenly opened his eyes. Am I awake? Have I escaped the illusion? Before Tianji True Lord had time to look around, his physical body and soul rapidly disintegrated. Noisy, Lin Yuan merely glanced at the spot where Tianji True Lord was within his inner world, and continued his enlightenment. As he was at a critical time transitioning into the space-time fusion rule sixfold realm, Lin Yuan naturally did not allow any instability to arise within his inner world. Since Tianji True Lord had woken up at this time, regardless of what power he was relying on, direct eradication was the option. Space-time. How beautiful. Lin Yuan immersed his whole heart and soul into the comprehension of the essence of space-time. Deep within the void secret realm, under the gaze of the towering figure of the Child of the Void and the Eastern Wing Lord, as well as the other demonic divine masters, Tianji True Lord suddenly opened his eyes, not yet reacting before his expression dramatically changed. Because he felt his true body had perished. Child of the Void. Seeing the towering figure looming over him, Tianji True Lord immediately said respectfully, "Tell me what exactly happened." The Child of the Void asked directly, his interest in Tianji True Lord's predicament growing. Over the long years as the master of the Void secret realm, he had never felt any unexpected presence. Everything was under control. Yet now, from Tianji True Lord's behavior, the Child of the Void felt a curiosity that had disappeared for who knows how long. Yes. Tianji True Lord dared not defy the Child of the Void. In fact, he had no intention to conceal the truth and immediately revealed everything he knew. The Taiyan sovereign is not the mastermind behind the scenes. The spread of martial Tao is driven by the martial ancestor. The Taiyan sovereign is just the one pushed to the front by the martial ancestor. Without any reply from the Child of the Void, the Eastern Wing Lord and the other demonic divine masters nearby were stunned first. For them, the Taiyan sovereign was already strong enough, but behind him stood the martial ancestor whose strength was even greater than the Taiyan sovereign's. Even Tianji True Lord stood no chance against that martial ancestor? Indeed. I incarnated into the Tianqing world, and after a brief investigation, I learned that in that world the heavens, the earth, and the spirits all worship the martial ancestor. They all revere the martial Tao. The Tianji True Lord nodded. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed any of this. The great Child of the Void, that martial ancestor, is unbelievably powerful. It is estimated that he is infinitely close to the 10th stage. Apart from you, Child of the Void, there is no other evil god in the boundless void who could resist him. The Tianji True Lord said respectfully to the towering figure. Even in the face of the martial ancestor, his own true body could not manage to flee, being directly suppressed, forced into slumber, leading the Tianji True Lord to develop an inexplicable fear of the martial ancestor. Infinitely close to the 10th stage. The Child of the Void's expression remained calm. To him, as long as it wasn't a 10th stage evil god, there was nothing to fear. With the Void secret realm under his control, he could sweep away all before him. Since that is the case, I shall go and see this martial ancestor for myself. The Child of the Void spoke immediately. Yes. The Tianji True Lord felt a slight relief within his heart. As long as the great Child of the Void took action, no matter how powerful that martial ancestor was, the outcome was already determined. The boundless void. In front of a large world, the forms of the Child of the Void and many other perfect demon true lords appeared. Child of the Void, This world is one of the many worlds occupied by the Tian sovereign. The Tianqing world, where the martial ancestor presides, lies in that direction. The Tianji true lord immediately spoke. His memory of the Tianqing world was indelibly deep. There was no chance of error. I understand. The child of the void's presence was like an ocean, as he nodded slightly. In that case, we will start with this world. Although the child of the void was very confident that no matter how powerful that martial ancestor was, he would not be his opponent, the description of the martial ancestor by the Tianji true lord still made the child of the void refrain from underestimating him. Now that the child of the void had just awakened, the vast majority of his power was still slumbering, not yet fully revived. Thus, he planned to eliminate the worlds occupied by the martial Tao one by one on his way to the Tianqing world, taking the opportunity to end his dormant state and suppress the martial ancestor with his full glory. You go and draw out the Tian sovereign first. The child of the void commanded. Beyond wanting to meet the martial ancestor, he also wanted to have a look at this Tian sovereign. Since the Tian sovereign was a powerful figure brought into the light by the martial ancestor, he must be able to reveal some of the martial ancestor's techniques. Understood. Lord Divine Eye nodded and immediately manifested himself, arriving outside that large world. Tian sovereign, come out, come out, come out. Lord Divine Eye's voice traveled along space and time, and at that moment, all beings within the large world heard these words. Tian sovereign, come out, come out, come out. The terrifying sonic waves, mixed with the fluctuations of space and time, made all the beings within the world tremble from the depths of their souls. At the same time, the child of the void was covertly observing the beings within the world, especially the cultivators of the martial Tao. Not bad. The child of the void gave a slight nod, expressing approval. He had already learned from the Tianji true lord about the threat and potential of the martial Tao cultivation system. Yet, upon personally seeing the cultivators of martial Tao and observing the martial Tao they practiced, the child of the void was still somewhat surprised. Evil gods could grow to a height where they destroy heavens and earth because of their intrinsic foundation and heritage. But what of the myriad beings, the insects of the world? They are but food for the evil gods, or perhaps not even worthy to be called food. Consequently, the martial Tao cultivation system allowed these insects the possibility of growing into threats to the evil gods. This cultivation system, distinct from the growth path of evil gods, surprised the child of the void. What a pity! The conclusion is already determined. The child of the void shook his head slightly. As long as he controlled the void's secret realm, these cultivators of martial Tao could not make significant waves. The great child of the void, that Tian sovereign has not shown himself, reported Lord Divine Eye as he returned and respectfully addressed the child of the void. Forget it, just destroy this world directly. The child of the void spoke, having observed for a brief time. His power had recovered a large part, already capable of mobilizing the full power of the void's secret realm. There was no need to waste more time here. Okay. Lord Divine Eye approached the world once again, spreading with martial Tao, and opened his large mouth. Space and time began to distort, intending to swallow the world whole. 7th stage and 8th stage evil gods needed time to devour a world bite by bite, but for a 9th stage perfect demon true lord like Lord Divine Eye, it only took one mouthful to engulf the world before him. Rumble, rumble. The world began to tremble. The beings within the world watched as a gaping maw appeared outside their world, biting down towards the entire world. Suddenly, at that moment, Lord Divine Eye's expression changed, and instantly he ceased the swallowing motion, allowing the about-to-be devoured world to slowly shift back to its place. There. Lord Divine Eye gazed intently in a certain direction, precisely the one that Tianji True Lord had pointed out earlier, the Tianqing world where the martial ancestor was stationed. At this moment, within the sight of Lord Divine Eye's perception, ripples of space and time continuously spread from that direction, swiftly covering a large part of the boundless void. Not just Lord Divine Eye, all of the other perfect demon true lords were also simultaneously focusing on the source of the spatio-temporal fluctuations, their expressions extremely solemn. Such a change affecting the entire boundless void was almost unprecedented for most of them. Child of the Void. The Tianji True Lord was the same, but he was the first to react, turning his head towards the Child of the Void standing by his side. However, the Child of the Void was no longer standing in his original place. Tianji True Lord looked around and found that, at some unknown point, the Child of the Void had already positioned himself in front of all the Demon True Lords, gazing in the direction of the Tianqing world, seemingly peering at the presence of some existence. The Child of the Void's gaze was solemn like never before, as if facing a formidable enemy. The heavens, the earth, and the spirits all honor the martial Tao. What a martial ancestor of martial Tao! If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 820 Visiting Martial Ancestor. Please subscribe. The Child of the Void stood towering, silently observing the direction of the Tianqing world. Even now, having mostly recovered his powers and able to mobilize the entire Void secret realm, with just a thought he could suppress everything in the boundless void. Yet, the Child of the Void focused intently on the source of the temporal fluctuations, his mind filled with doubts and speculations. Behind him, the perfect demon True Lords were similarly engaged, among them ancient beings whose existence spanned even beyond that of the Child of the Void, tracing back to before the Void secret realm was formed. This current temporal fluctuation seemed to have sparked a memory in the oldest of the demonic divine masters, a flicker of fear crossing their faces. Countless epochs had passed since the birth of the boundless void, with many demonic divine masters dominating their realms. But even the perfect demonic divine masters of the ninth stage could not fundamentally shake the boundless void. Historically, there had been 3 instances of such significant impact on the entire boundless void. The first was when the boundless void birthed its first 10th stage evil god, merging seamlessly with the rules of the boundless void, majestically mighty. The second instance was when this 10th stage evil god founded the void secret realm, fundamentally altering the boundless void with its creation, leaving a profound impact. The third instance was when the Child of the Void became the new ruler of the Void secret realm, unleashing its power, and causing temporal fluctuations throughout the boundless void. And now there was a fourth instance. The temporal fluctuations originating from the Tianqing world hinted at engulfing the entirety of the boundless void. There was a common factor in all 4 instances. They were related to the 10th stage. During the third instance, the Child of the Void had assumed control of the Void secret realm. Although not yet stepping into the 10th stage himself, the Void secret realm had been painstakingly established by a being of the 10th stage. It was closely linked to the 10th stage. This temporal fluctuation? Is it the 10th stage? Has the boundless void birthed another 10th stage existence? Yes, this feeling reminds me of the time when the founder of the Void secret realm stepped into the 10th stage. The effects on space-time were similar to now. The perfect demon True Lords were shocked. They had thought that the Child of the Void, the next to ascend to the 10th stage in the boundless void, had after all, the Child of the Void controlled the Void secret realm, which was fully created by the previous 10th stage evil god. Being constantly in tune with the very essence of the Void secret realm, the Child of the Void had a greater likelihood of stepping into the 10th stage than any other perfect demon True Lord. But now? SE of the Novel Fire. Any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Child of the Void stood right before them. Did this mean that someone else had entered into the 10th stage? Could it be that martial ancestor from Tianqing world? Tianji True Lord felt a chill. The sources of the temporal fluctuations were blatant, with no intent to conceal, perceivable to any 9th stage demonic divine masters. Tianji True Lord had personally visited Tianqing world, estimating that the source of the fluctuations was near there. With the martial ancestor stationed in Tianqing world, it was difficult for Tianji True Lord not to speculate about him causing these vast temporal disruptions within the boundless void. Martial ancestor? 10th stage? Tianji True Lord was fraught with fear. He had not long ago gathered a group of evil gods to attack Tian's sovereign, even venturing into Tianqing world to spy on the martial ancestor's stronghold. Looking back, it seemed a perilous venture. Great Child of the Void, what should we do now? Lord Divine, I mustered his courage and asked cautiously. He had nearly swallowed that world whole but stopped abruptly due to the temporal fluctuations. The shock was evident. Lord Divine Eye's inquiry turned everyone's gaze toward the Child of the Void. What should we do? The Child of the Void remained silent. Unlike the other evil gods who only sensed the source of the temporal fluctuations, the Child of the Void, controlling the Void's secret realm, perceived much more acutely. With the power of the Void's secret realm, his gaze had even fallen onto Tianqing World. If not for the rich presence of space-time powers within Tianqing World, which made him wary, the Child of the Void might have even considered a forceful investigation. Let's go and see. The Child of the Void slowly proposed. Regardless of whether the martial ancestor had achieved the 10th stage, he would make the journey. If the martial ancestor truly became a 10th stage existence, the Child of the Void would certainly lead the demonic divine masters to demonstrate their allegiance. Inevitably, as the ruler of the Void's secret realm, the Child of the Void was acutely aware of the terror a 10th stage being could inspire. Admittedly, with the aid of the Void's secret realm, the Child of the Void believed he could exhibit the combat power of the 10th stage. But to contend with a true 10th stage being, the Child of the Void had no assurance. If he couldn't contend, then he must offer his submission. In the realm of the evil gods, the law of the jungle dictated the weak serve the strong. If the martial ancestor had not ascended to the 10th stage, the Child of the Void had no intention of being hostile. This visit would be to ease relations with the martial ancestor. The current temporal fluctuation, even if not indicative of an ascension to the 10th stage, hinted at something akin to handling relics comparable to the Void's secret realm, a legacy of a 10th stage being. Just as the Child of the Void controlled the Void's secret realm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 821 Visiting Martial Ancestor. Please subscribe. _2 In this situation, even if the Child of the Void gave it his all, he couldn't do anything about the martial ancestor, so it was better to turn hostility into friendship. At the level of the Child of the Void, the vast boundless void made his true desire to enter the 10th stage, and everything else appeared illusory. Let's go. The Child of the Void glanced at the many demonic divine masters, then directly used the power of the Void's secret realm to start long-distance teleportation, heading towards Tianqing World. Tianqing World, deep within the martial hall. At this moment, intense spatio-temporal fluctuations filled the air. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. The volatile power of space and the obscure power of time in front of him were as obedient as kittens, allowing themselves to be manipulated. So this is the space-time fusion rule's sixfold realm? A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Now that he had comprehended the spatio-temporal fusion rule, and had thoroughly entered the sixth realm, he had stepped into the realm of the Supreme. Of course, it was only in terms of comprehension of space-time, barely reaching the level of the Supreme, but in terms of actual strength, the gap with the Supreme was still as insurmountable as the Grand Canyon. If the comprehension of the spatio-temporal fusion rule was a kind of skill, then factors affecting strength included not only skill but also inherent power. Under the same skill level, if one's strength was 100 pounds, and another's was 100 tons, the outcome of their battle would undoubtedly be a crushing defeat for the former. Moreover, the space-time fusion sixfold realm was only the threshold for the Supreme in the domain of spatio-temporal fusion rules. Apart from this fusion rule, the Supreme had mastered many other fusion rules, even transforming a certain pillar rule into a personal path. The space-time fusion rule sixfold realm is a qualitative change, involving the power to break free from the bounds of the river of time. Lin Yuan carefully observed the vast expanse of space-time, with numerous insights welling up in his heart. The space-time fusion sixfold realm was hailed as the domain of the Supreme because at this height, the spatio-temporal fusion rule had already begun to condense into a micro-river of space-time. Lin Yuan had no doubt that if he wished, he now had the ability to impact the ultimate realm. The 10,000 races of the cosmic starry sky generally believe that only by reaching the 11th rank peak could one attempt to reach the ultimate realm. because only an 11th rank peak life form barely met the threshold of the ultimate realm challenge. But Lin Yuan, though he was only at the 10th stage, he was no different from those 11th rank peak life forms, and in certain aspects, he was even stronger, such as in the understanding of the spatio-temporal fusion rule, and in the mind and will index. Of course, Lin Yuan indeed had the ability to impact the ultimate, but whether he could succeed was another matter. At the very least, even now, if Lin Yuan directly attempted the ultimate, his likelihood of success would be slightly higher than that of legendary beings like the four divine kings, due to the heavy influence of his comprehension of the space-time fusion rule at the 6th realm, and a high mind and will index. My inner world. Lin Yuan's will descended into his inner world. The greatest impact of reaching the space-time fusion rule 6-fold realm on Lin Yuan was reflected in his inner world. Within the inner world, the fusion of space-time had vaguely condensed into a micro-river of space-time. The emergence of the micro-river of space-time, even though just a prototype, already altered the aura of the inner world. It's a pity that the inner world still hasn't broken its limit, exceeding a radius of 2-3 billion miles. Lin Yuan felt a bit regretful but quickly accepted it. The main universe's 10,000 races strong individuals, based on the limits of their own racial bloodlines, generally had inner worlds that ranged from millions to tens of millions of miles in radius. Lin Yuan's inner world, with a radius of 2-3 billion miles, had far surpassed any life in the main universe, including those unique special life forms. With my current understanding of the space-time fusion rule, if I aimed for the 11th rank, enduring the chaos void origin in fusion, could I break the shackles of my inner world? Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. Normally, an 11th rank peak's attempt to reach the ultimate realm, enduring the chaos void origin in fusion, would cause a significant leap in the essence of life, freeing from the bindings of the river of time, and the inner world would develop towards an inner universe. All aspects of the inner world would break their former constraints. The Supreme's inner universe, in terms of diameter, would start from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of light years. This was why Lin Yuan, even having comprehended the space-time fusion rule 6-fold realm, had no thought of being on par with the Supreme. The gap was too vast. With an inner universe of tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of light years, the amount of power that could be mobilized was unimaginable. We'll find out when it comes time to challenge the 11th rank. Lin Yuan pondered for a while, then stopped thinking about it. The conditions he currently had were unprecedented, neither within human civilization nor throughout the 10,000 races of the cosmic starry sky, or even in the long stretches of prior cosmic eras, could a precedent be found. 9th rank impacting 10th rank, enduring chaos void origin and fusion? 10th stage comprehending the space-time fusion rule 6-fold realm. Mind and will index over 24 million at the 10th stage. An inner world diameter reaching 2-3 billion miles. And so on. Any one of these conditions placed on a particular life form could dominate one or even several cosmic eras. Search * the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Were they now all concentrated in Lin Yuan? The future was entirely unpredictable. Outside Tianqing world, the child of the void and many perfect demon true lords appeared successively. Is this the source of spatio-temporal fluctuations? That being suspected of stepping into the 10th stage is in such a small world. This is incredible. One by one, the perfect demon true lords whispered to each other. Ordinarily, the stronger the life form, the higher its requirements for its residing space. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 822 Visiting Martial Ancestor. Please subscribe. _3 Like these perfect demon true lords, most are either roaming the boundless void or dwelling long in the void's secret realm. As for cowering within a single world, that would be too stifling. Tianqing world. The child of the void carefully observed the Tianqing-colored world in its original location. Intense fluctuations of space-time were almost overflowing, and under such fluctuations, the child of the void was entirely unable to obtain any slight information about the Tianqing world, unable to reverse time to glimpse the past of the Tianqing world. Is it truly entering the 10th stage, or like me, becoming the keeper of some 10th stage legacy treasure? The child of the void did not reach a conclusion. Although whichever possibility it was, he would no longer oppose the martial ancestor. It decided the child of the void's final attitude towards the martial ancestor. Great child of the void, should I go inform that martial ancestor that we are right outside? Lord Divine, I glanced and tentatively asked. Inform the martial ancestor? The child of the void glanced at Lord Divine Eye. Even if it was not possible to determine right now which possibility the martial ancestor actually was, even if it was the lowest possibility, he was still in existence at the same level as the child of the void. Under such circumstances, go inform the martial ancestor? The child of the void naturally wasn't foolish. Facing weaker ones, he was naturally absolutely domineering, but facing at least an equal existence like the martial ancestor, who might even surpass him. SE the novel _fire. @ website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The child of the void knew what to do. We just wait here. The child of the void said indifferently. With the martial ancestor's strength, he must have already noticed their arrival. If he wanted to meet, he would naturally appear. If he didn't want to meet, even if Lord Divine I went to inform, they wouldn't be able to meet. Yes, Lord Divine I steadied his spirit, and also knew that his previous words were inappropriate. Tianqing world. The appearance of the child of the void and many demonic divine masters, although they tried as much as possible to conceal their aura, and were waiting quite far away from the world, still, it influenced the creatures within the world. There was no help. The suppression coming from the demonic divine masters was simply too strong, especially the cohort of perfect demonic divine masters, as well as the existence of the child of the void, who governed the void secret realm. At this moment, any demonic divine master standing outside the world possessed the strength to easily swallow the entire Tianqing world. Are those demonic divine masters? Great Priest Qingyao briefly connected mentally with the ancestral demon tree, sensing the vague outlines of the child of the void and many demonic divine masters, and her spirit trembled uneasily. The intense fluctuations of space-time originating deep within the martial hall, in the eyes of the perfect demonic divine masters, appeared as conspicuous as the great sun in the sky, but to the creatures within the world, they were completely imperceptible. The gap in levels was simply too vast. The ordinary beings couldn't even perceive the basic spatial fluctuations, not to mention the fusion of time and space. However, although Great Priest Qingyao couldn't discern the changes coming deep within the martial hall, she distinctly felt, at this moment outside the world, the terrifying contours of each demonic divine master. The aura revealed by any demonic divine master's contour could destroy the Tianqing world hundreds to thousands of times, as remembered by Great Priest Qingyao. It's over. Great Priest Qingyao felt completely hopeless. Hundreds of years ago, facing the invasion of the magic eye and myriad tentacle stream, she still had the courage to resist or even undertake a fight to mutual destruction. But now, the indescribable contours of the demonic divine masters outside the world stifled even the thought of resistance in Great Priest Qingyao. The only thing Great Priest Qingyao couldn't understand was why those inexpressibly powerful demonic divine masters were now quietly standing outside the world, showing no hint of making a move. Deep within the martial hall, Lin Yuan carefully sensed the changes within himself, as a miniature formation of a river of spacetime began taking shape inside his internal world, causing his internal world to begin transforming, which in turn greatly elevated Lin Yuan's physical and soul capacities. As for the will of the heart, the body nurtures the soul, and the soul nurtures the will of the heart. Logically, the transformation of the internal world would also affect the will of the heart. But Lin Yuan's will of the heart was now incredibly strong, having reached an all-encompassing level, thus barely undergoing any change. Lin Yuan's current strength of will, he estimated, would only be impacted when attempting to break through the 11th stage, or perhaps directly during the ultimate breakthrough. The stronger the will of the heart, the more difficult it is to enhance, especially reaching 10 million points, which can't be improved just by experiencing the passage of time. Before reaching 10 million points in the will of the heart index, The longer one lives, the greater the impact on the will of the heart, but once past 10 million points, this impact rapidly diminishes. Those demonic divine masters have come. Lin Yuan scanned outside the world. With his current level, he had already sensed the presence of those demonic divine masters, including the child of the void within his perception. For Lin Yuan, the existence of the child of the void was quite special. He was connected with that void secret realm, able to resonate at any moment between the two. Never mind, let's deal with them first. Lin Yuan stood up, took a step forward, and appeared outside the martial hall. Martial ancestor. Seeing Lin Yuan, Great Priest Qingyao immediately spoke with utmost gravity. Many powerful demonic divine masters suddenly appeared outside. No matter. Lin Yuan shook his head and said, "They are here to pay respects to me." Great Priest Qingyao was somewhat slow to react. Those indescribably terrifying demonic divine masters were here to pay respects to the martial ancestor? To pay respects? Outside the world, the child of the void and many demonic divine masters quietly waited. Including the child of the void, no demonic divine master revealed any signs of impatience. At that moment, whoosh, an intangible wave of space-time arrived, appearing before all the demonic divine masters. As a perfectly formed young man congealed, his eyes calm as the ocean of time and space, gazing at the many demonic divine masters. The body Lin Yuan was inhabiting was formed through 10,000 years of cultivation by the ancestral demon tree, using the origin source of the Tianqing world, naturally reaching a perfectly flawless state in all aspects, not a single flaw to be found. Martial ancestor has come. The moment all the demonic divine masters saw Lin Yuan, their level of nervousness escalated to the highest, incredibly cautious and earnest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 823 Wherever the mind goes, it reaches. Please subscribe. Beyond this world. In the boundless void, Lin Yuan stood quietly, his gaze serenely observing the many demonic divine masters. And all demonic divine masters likewise cautiously surveyed Lin Yuan. Lord Divine Eye, Eastern Wing Lord, and other perfect demon true lords faintly sensed an endless surge of the power of space-time emanating from Lin Yuan's body, observing the martial ancestor as if observing the immense boundless void. The majestic power of space-time poured continuously towards the deep recesses of the spatial layers, thereby affecting the surrounding time and space, condensing out its own home field advantage. It was just like the relationship between the child of the void and the void secret realm. The difference was that the void secret realm of the child of the void came from the realm's creator, while Lin Yuan relied entirely on his own influence. This scene made the hearts and minds of all demonic divine masters on the field tremble, and in the end, they didn't even dare to continue their furtive observations. The aura of the martial ancestor is too terrifying. In front of him, I can't even muster up the courage to strike, thought one perfect demon true lord after another. Thankfully, the great child of the void has no intention of engaging with the martial ancestor. Otherwise, wouldn't we just be cannon fodder? As perfect demon true lords with mastery over numerous bizarre abilities, death was difficult even if they sought it, but once involved in a fight related to the 10th stage, they could only resign themselves to fate. Too powerful, many times stronger than what my incarnated spirit saw decades ago. Tianji True Lord's scalp exploded, subconsciously moving back. It feels like even the great child of the void is somewhat inferior. I wonder if the martial ancestor has really stepped into the 10th stage. Thinking this, Tianji True Lord instinctively glanced at the child of the void. Whether the martial ancestor had stepped into the 10th stage, these perfect demon true lords couldn't tell. For both Tianji True Lord and Eastern Wing Lord, they could only feel the martial ancestor's strength, and it would require no effort to kill them. That was all. And this, the child of the void could achieve by leveraging the power of the void secret realm. Therefore, the many demonic divine masters had no way to know exactly what level the martial ancestor was at. To judge the martial ancestor's true power, only the child of the void, holder of the void secret realm, could be certain. This, the child of the void also observed the martial ancestor closely in the void. There's no aura of any treasure left by existences of the 10th stage. The child of the void thought to himself. In fact, as soon as he felt that spatial temporal fluctuation, he believed that the possibility of the martial ancestor stepping into the 10th stage was greater than that of the martial ancestor coming into possession of treasures left by existences of the 10th stage. Thus far, the only known 10th stage existence in the boundless void was the creator of the void secret realm. The child of the void, as the new holder of the void secret realm, did not believe that the creator had left behind any treasures comparable to the void secret realm. Even if the martial ancestor fulfilled all sorts of prerequisite conditions for becoming the possessor of a 10th stage legacy treasure, there wouldn't be a 10th stage legacy treasure available to him. But until seeing for himself, everything was unknown. The child of the void only speculated those two possibilities. I have seen the martial ancestor. The child of the void bowed slightly toward Lin Yuan. Without any aura of a treasure left by the 10th stage, it meant that the degree of the power of space-time Lin Yuan emitted was completely on his own. That is to say, the martial ancestor had indeed stepped into the 10th stage, becoming the second 10th stage powerhouse in the history of this boundless void. Such an existence was worth the veneration of this bow from the child of the void. I have seen the martial ancestor. I have seen the martial ancestor. I have seen the martial ancestor. Seeing this, the other many perfect demon true lords did not hesitate to follow the child of the void in bowing to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan swept a glance at the many demonic divine masters, with no surprise whatsoever. In the face of absolute power, any rebellion is meaningless. The more powerful the demonic divine master, the clearer this truth is. Therefore, the submission of the many demonic divine masters, in Lin Yuan's heart, was completely expected. In fact, even if these demonic divine masters didn't submit, it wouldn't affect Lin Yuan at all. He would simply annihilate all those who didn't submit. And wouldn't all the remaining be those who submitted? The martial ancestor wishes to spread martial Tao, and I am willing to cooperate. The child of the void immediately declared its position. Since Tian Sovereign was put forth as a publicly recognized powerhouse by the martial ancestor, that meant that the spread of martial Tao must originate from the martial ancestor himself. Under such circumstances, the child of the void naturally expressed its stance in a timely manner. Although saying so, the spread of martial Tao would enable the beings within worlds regarded as food by the demonic divine masters to grow further in strength, potentially having the capacity to rival demonic divine masters in the future. But the child of the void was clear in its heart. If they were to prevent the spread of martial Tao, it was likely that the demonic divine masters wouldn't have a future, as they would be slaughtered cleanly by the martial ancestor. Perhaps the child of the void, by harnessing the power of the void secret realm, could hide in the deepest recesses of the realm and cling on to life, but for other demonic divine masters, it was less certain. At least the boundless void outside of the void secret realm would completely become the domain of martial Tao cultivators, and even a large portion of the void secret realm itself would be occupied by the martial ancestor. So the child of the void simply chose to cooperate with the martial ancestor, because even the worst outcome would not be as bad as standing in complete opposition to the martial ancestor. To spread martial Tao, ceding half of the domains within the boundless void and the void secret realm will suffice. Lin Yuan slowly spoke, stating his demands. Actually, with Lin Yuan's strength, even if he completely occupied the boundless void, neither the child of the void nor the numerous demonic divine masters would dare to say anything. However, doing so would not be beneficial for the development of martial Tao itself. Without the oppression of the foreign evil gods, within the many worlds of the boundless void, those martial Tao cultivators would lack pressure, and the probability of high-level martial Tao cultivators being born would greatly decrease. Not everyone possesses Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, able to smoothly break through with just a simple closed-door cultivation. The vast majority of martial Tao cultivators will be trapped before certain shackles for most of their lives. Without external stimulation, they may never step into the next realm in their entire lifetime. Of course, such actions from Lin Yuan would lead to the increased casualties of martial Tao cultivators, with countless martial Tao cultivators perishing in the struggle against the evil gods. But is Lin Yuan a nanny? to fight for half the territory of this boundless void for all beings that are considered food, and then be responsible for their safety? From beginning to end, Lin Yuan had only one goal. That is to spread martial Tao, to let as many living beings practice martial Tao as possible, and to give birth to more high-level martial Tao cultivators. The importance of the latter even surpasses the former. In Lin Yuan's heart, as long as one 5th rank or 6th rank martial Tao cultivator can be born, it is worth the death of 100,000, or even 1,000,000 4th rank or 5th rank martial Tao cultivators. Even if the evil gods in the boundless void could not practice martial Tao, Lin Yuan would be more willing to shelter the evil gods. After all, with their average talent and aptitude, once they practiced martial Tao, their starting point would be far beyond what the living beings within the world could compare to. Just taking away half of the boundless void, and the void's secret realm, apart from providing enough pressure for martial Tao cultivators, stimulating martial Tao to develop more vigorously, Lin Yuan also had another purpose, which was to maintain the balance between the evil gods and martial Tao cultivators in the boundless void as much as possible. Once the spatio-temporal fusion rule reached the 6th realm, Lin Yuan could see through the essence of this boundless void at a glance. That is the origin of the evil gods. Evil gods are nurtured from the boundless void, meaning the evil gods are endless. Even if Lin Yuan had the ability to slaughter all evil gods, after tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years, a new batch of evil gods would still be bred. These evil gods are inherently powerful, even capable of reaching the 8th stage or 9th stage in a short period by devouring their own kind. By then, the newly born evil gods, finding that most of the outer space is occupied by weak beings, will inevitably stir up a new war. And Lin Yuan cannot be residing permanently in this boundless void. Even though every descent only consumes a third of a strand of world-breaking origin force. But it would still be painful if done many times. Therefore, leaving half of the territory to these evil gods would save Lin Yuan a lot of trouble. At least, the evil gods and martial Tao cultivators can maintain balance, and as the long years pass, under the oppression of the evil gods, martial Tao cultivators will gradually become stronger, and the evil gods themselves also have their own territories. Naturally, they won't recklessly fight to the death with martial Tao cultivators. No problem. The child of the void didn't even think about it and agreed directly. Half of the territory of the boundless void, half of the territory of the void's secret realm. It seems that the entire evil god clan would lose half of their growth space, but in reality, as long as they can stabilize martial ancestor, a 10th stage existence, it's not really a cost at all. There is another matter. Lin Yuan looked at the child of the void and spoke again. Please speak, martial ancestor. Don't say one matter, even if there are 10 or 100, I agree. The child of the void put up a very low stance, almost obliging any request. It's just this one thing. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He was merely a passerby in this world. As long as the legacy of martial Tao didn't perish, that would be enough. Why would he have 10 or 100 matters? The deepest space of the void's secret realm should contain the remnant items of the realm's creator. I plan to take a look. Lin Yuan said, looking at the child of the void. Once the spatio-temporal fusion rule reached the 6th realm, many secrets of this boundless void unfolded before Lin Yuan, including the one about the creator of the void's secret realm. The deepest space of the secret realm? The child of the void was stunned for a moment and then immediately nodded. No problem. The deepest space of the void's secret realm indeed contained traces of the realm's creator, but the child of the void, having observed for who knows how many tens of thousands of years, still did not understand. Lin Yuan wanted to go and see. Naturally, the child of the void didn't dare refuse. Then I will send martial ancestor in now. The child of the void immediately said. The deepest space of the void's secret realm could only be entered by him, the holder of the realm, and no other powerful beings could enter. No need. CTH novel FIR. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. No need. The child of the void was somewhat puzzled. Didn't he say he wanted to go in and take a look? Why not now? I can go in by myself. Lin Yuan stepped out and disappeared on the spot. Once Lin Yuan, who reached the sixth realm of spatiotemporal fusion rule, was within this boundless void. He could be anywhere his mind wished to be. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 824 The Deceased Pioneer of the Mystic Realm, added release, asking for monthly tickets at the beginning of the month. The boundless void is vast and immense, but in Lin Yuan's eyes, with a mere thought, he could appear anywhere. This is an ability that comes with attaining a certain mastery over space and time. Lin Yuan, in the sixfold realm of spatiotemporal fusion rules, has already stepped into the threshold of the mighty. The void secret realm lies deep within the multi-layered spatial layers of the boundless void, surrounded by spatial-temporal mazes. Even for Sect Master Wuxia, who is at level 11 perfect, he would need to rely on a scroll token to enter. But these spatial-temporal mazes cannot stop Lin Yuan. When he was in the five-layered realm of space-time fusion rules, Lin Yuan could already forcefully enter the void secret realm. Now in the space-time fusion rule sixfold realm, the entire void secret realm, inside and out, every single area, holds no secrets before Lin Yuan. It's like his own backyard. Even if Lin Yuan wished to, he could completely create a new void secret realm. One that is even more perfect and grander than the original. The 10th stage evil gods of the boundless void, to a certain degree, have also just barely reached the sixth realm in their understanding of space and time. But such sixth realm is based on innate talent. Unlike Lin Yuan, who comprehended the sixfold realm of spatio-temporal fusion rules from scratch entirely through his against heavens understanding, there is still a significant gap in that respect. Enter by myself? The child of the void is utterly astonished. The void secret realm is the result of its creator's painstaking efforts. Even if Lin Yuan stepped into the 10th stage, forcefully entering the void secret realm isn't doubted by the child of the void. However, to think of descending into the core area of the secret realm without his permission, do they really think that the painstaking efforts of the secret realm creator are mere paper? But the next moment, the child of the void, the holder of the secret realm, vaguely felt the presence of the martial ancestor descending into the deepest area of the void secret realm and appearing without warning at the core. In that process, many spatiotemporal barriers and traps in the secret realm, in front of the martial ancestor, didn't even have the chance to be activated, as if the martial ancestor and he himself were both masters of the void secret realm. The child of the void's face slightly pales. In fact, even when the child of the void knew that the martial ancestor had stepped into the 10th stage, he still was somewhat confident. If the martial ancestor's demands were truly excessive, such as planning to completely enslave him, or having thoughts of killing him to seize the void secret realm, the child of the void would definitely refuse. He could just hide in the core area of the deepest part of the void secret realm, where even a being of the 10th stage would not forcibly enter. This was also one of the few pieces of information left to him, the heir of the secret realm, by its creator. The creation of the void secret realm was based on the boundless void. Unless one completely surpasses the creator in the understanding of space and time, another being of the 10th stage couldn't entirely occupy the void secret realm. But now, the child of the void realized just how laughable his final trump card was before the martial ancestor. If it weren't for his still retained control over the void secret realm, the child of the void almost thought the realm had changed hands. Fortunately, I didn't say too much earlier. The child of the void greatly relieves inwardly, thankful that he hadn't immediately agreed to the martial ancestor earlier, instead choosing to use the secret realm as his last resort to negotiate terms with the martial ancestor. Otherwise, the ending waiting for him probably wouldn't have been good. The child of the void has no doubts the martial ancestor would kill him. Among such mighty beings, who doesn't reign supreme? Before the martial ancestor, the previous holders of the void secret realm did the same. Did the martial ancestor not notice me? Tianji True Lord greatly relieved. Among the numerous evil gods at the scene, he had the biggest connection with the martial ancestor. Not only did he send an incarnation to infiltrate the Tianqing world, and was suppressed on-site by the martial ancestor, but he also planned many evil god true lords to ambush the Tian sovereign. And given the relationship between Tian's sovereign and the martial ancestor, it would be only too normal for the martial ancestor to kill Tianji True Lord. Perhaps in the eyes of the martial ancestor he has never truly acknowledged me. Tianji True Lord doesn't know whether to be glad or disappointed. He considers his wisdom significant, but before such absolute power of the martial ancestor, even the greatest wisdom is pale and weak. In the deepest area of the void's secret realm, Lin Yuan is idly observing the surroundings. Before reaching the sixth realm of space-time, the Taiyang divine spirit often ventured within the realm, yet still unable to break through several barriers deep in the realm. But now Lin Yuan just stepped in with a stride. The 10th stage evil gods, in mastering the power of space-time, are about the same as the sixth realm, but they are lacking in the finer details compared to the sixth realm. Lin Yuan concluded after observing the void secret realm for a while. This is the difference between relying on innate talent and solely on one's own capabilities. In the early stages, evil gods could overpower martial Tao cultivators. But as the strength and realm continue to increase, this gap will quickly narrow and eventually turn in favor. But where exactly did that creator of the secret realm go to? Lin Yuan is slightly curious, a 10th stage evil god, existing between level 11 perfect to level 12 in the main universe. Such a mighty life form, even placed in the main universe, could live from the creation to the collapse and destruction of the universe, completing an entire cosmic era. This boundless void has clearly not yet experienced destruction and collapse, as the legends of the secret realm's creator still exist. And the void secret realm is also present, so theoretically, the creator of the secret realm should still be alive. Originally, Lin Yuan thought that the creator of the secret realm was hidden in some corner, asleep, but after stepping into the sixth realm of space-time fusion rule, Lin Yuan searched the entire boundless void, but could not find any trace of the creator of the secret realm. Here, Lin Yuan looked around. He was now at the core area of the deepest part of the void secret realm, which was a vast desert environment. Lin Yuan was standing in the middle of the desert. In front of him stood several huge stone pillars. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over those huge stone pillars, which retained some information left by the creator of the secret realm, simply instructing the future controllers of the secret realm on some matters regarding the methods of refining control of the void secret realm, and allowing the future controllers of the secret realm to continue to open the secret realm, to elevate the spiritual wills of many evil gods in the boundless void, and so on. This creator of the secret realm is rather benevolent. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The creation of the void secret realm offered virtually no benefits for the 10th stage creator. The beneficiaries were all those evil gods of 8th and 9th stage. After all, killing the void creatures within the secret realm can genuinely enhance one's own spiritual will. And the evil gods are already full of various kinds of madness. With strong spiritual will, they are even more likely to maintain their sanity. Soon Lin Yuan had looked over all the stone pillars, and his gaze fell back on the first stone pillar. This stone pillar had no specific information, only a complex pattern, which Lin Yuan initially didn't pay much attention to. A pattern that connects to a hidden space? Lin Yuan closely observed and finally used the power of spacetime to activate the power of the pathways. Buzzing, a faint suction enveloped Lin Yuan. With Lin Yuan's strength, a single thought could break free from this suction force, but he didn't. Swoosh! Lin Yuan appeared on a mountaintop, and sitting on a boulder in the distance was a figure. The figure wore a gray robe, only 4 to 5 meters tall, and at first glance seemed lifeless like a dry wood, also without ears or nose, having only 5 eyes and a mouth. You must have also stepped into the 10th stage to have discovered this hidden space. The gray-robed figure slowly spoke. So, is this the creator of the secret realm? Lin Yuan looked at the gray-robed figure, realizing it was only a residual image, similar to the programs in the main universe human civilization, triggered by any life form entering it. I do not know what era it is now, but in my boundless void, the emergence of a second 10th stage being is a good thing, a fortunate event, the gray-robed figure continued. The words spoken by the gray-robed figure were not a language but mental vibrations, comprehensible to any living being. A second 10th stage? Lin Yuan's expression was unchanging. After stepping into the 10th stage, I could feel the suppression from the boundless void, and also a fear from distant ages hence. I will die, if not now then later. The gray-robed figure said. Lin Yuan listened silently. Even in the main universe, as long as one has not made the ultimate leap to free oneself from the shackles of the river of time, even the most powerful life forms will die. It's not a matter of lifespan, but when the universe collapses and destroys, the river of time will also collapse, and then all lives within it, unless they have broken free from the river's shackles, will be destroyed alongside it. The fear of death that the creator of the secret realm felt likely came from the end of this boundless void, and the river of time entering destruction in a distant future. My intuition tells me, if I want to continue to live, I must attempt that step. The gray-robed figure said, his tone revealing a slight fluctuation of anticipation and fear. That step. Lin Yuan pondered internally, which probably meant the ultimate leap, but as there were no predecessors in this boundless void, the gray-robed figure had no idea what realm he was actually trying to break into, so he referred to it as that step. Attempting that step, I feel it's extremely dangerous, but without attempting, I'm sure to die, so I have no choice, the gray-robed figure continued to speak. It likely failed, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Now he finally understood why he could not find any trace of the creator of the secret realm throughout the entire boundless void. Attempting the ultimate would take one's everything, including the life marks imprinted in this void, completely out of the river of time. And if it failed, one would totally disappear without leaving any trace. If the creator of the secret realm had succeeded in the leap and become ultimate, he definitely would have returned to the boundless void. S.E. of the Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Now, after such a long time without any news of him, it can only mean failure. So before attempting the leap, I decided to leave something for this boundless void, spent my energy to create this void's secret realm, and penned away the interstitial life forms outside the void. And, the gray-robed figure looked at Lin Yuan. I have also prepared a gift for you. Consider it a congratulatory gift. The gray-robed figure gradually dissipated. Lin Yuan stood there, plunged into silence. Attempting the ultimate, if it fails, means complete destruction without any trace left. The creator of the void secret realm, a 10th stage evil god, had a foundation even above those level 11 perfect legendary life forms of the main universe. But he too failed in the ultimate attempt. All his everything disappeared, leaving only a solitary void secret realm. Will I also end up like this in the future? Lin Yuan thought quietly to himself. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He was different from the creator of the void secret realm, who had no one before him and had to forge ahead by himself, where failure was all too normal. Lin Yuan was backed by human civilization, with the experiences of many supreme beings, and some precious means to enhance the likelihood of making the ultimate leap. The chances of success were definitely much greater than those of the secret realm's creator. Most importantly, Lin Yuan was currently only at the 10th stage, and when he steps into the 11th stage, his foundation will undergo another comprehensive transformation, equally enhancing the opportunity to make the ultimate leap. Utilizing his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan couldn't guarantee he would definitely succeed in making the ultimate leap, but he could definitely maximize the chances of making it. So the creator of the secret realm also left a gift? Is it a congratulatory gift? Lin Yuan looked towards the boulder where the gray-robed figure was, which also contained a vast space. When Lin Yuan sent a sliver of his will to probe into it, his expression slightly changed. These. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 825 Understanding the Void. Happy 61. Please subscribe. This gift. Lin Yuan swept his gaze over the vast space inside the huge rock, his expression slightly solemn. The gift prepared by the creator of the secret realm was in celebration of the next existence at the 10th stage under the boundless void. He paid great attention to this, and naturally, the gift was also very precious. Even Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. However, In some ways, Lin Yuan could also be considered in existence at the 10th stage. Accepting this gift was only natural. Lin Yuan scrutinized every detail of the space inside the huge rock and finally nodded slightly, saying, "A total of 678. Indeed. The gift prepared by the creator of the secret realm was precisely the void creatures. Moreover, they were void creature monarchs at the peak of the 9th stage, all 678 of them. At this moment, they were all neatly sleeping within the vast space of the huge rock." CTH Novelfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Void creatures are not life forms from the boundless void, but rather from outside the boundless void, between dimensions and dimensional gaps. Therefore, void creatures are also known as gap life forms. Killing void creatures can enhance one's spiritual will. The stronger the void creatures killed, the greater the increase in the spirit will index. Among them, the monarchs of the void creatures undoubtedly provide the best improvement to spiritual will. Lin Yuan still remembered when he killed his first 9th stage void creature monarch. It directly increased his spirit will index from 12 million points to nearly 20 million points. A single void creature monarch directly increased nearly 8 million points of spiritual will, on top of the base of 12 million points? Such an increase, even within the main universe, was unheard of by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan even speculated that if his spirit will index wasn't 12 million points, but instead 1 or 2 million points, would killing that 9th stage perfect void creature monarch have directly soared his spirit will index to 12 or 20 million points. The higher the spirit will index, the more difficult it is to improve. From this, one can see how valuable a 9th stage void creature monarch really is. Unfortunately, 9th stage void creature monarchs are too rare. Lin Yuan's Taiyang divine spirit had ventured through the void secret realm for hundreds of years, and had only encountered that one. Now with Lin Yuan's fusion of time and space insight reaching the 6th realm, he can see through the entire void secret realm at a glance, and so far he has only discovered 4 void creature monarchs. 2 of them are only at the 8th layer, and the other 2 are at the 9th stage. These 4 void creature monarchs are all hidden in extremely secretive locations within the void secret realm, locations that even the perfect demon true lords might not discover for tens of billions of years. But now, a full 678 void creature monarchs, quietly sleeping within the space of the huge rock. And these 678 void creature monarchs, all at the 9th stage, and at the peak of the 9th stage at that, any one of them is enough to significantly elevate Lin Yuan's spiritual will over the only one he had ever killed. Such a grand gesture. Lin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. So many void creature monarchs. It's likely that since the creation of the void secret realm to date, all the existing void creature monarchs combined wouldn't match this number. Even the child of the void, the controller of the void secret realm, has never seen so many void creature monarchs. Otherwise, he would not have become the creator of the secret realm, presenting a congratulatory gift to a 10th stage existence of later generations. At least in the creator's eyes, so many void creature monarchs could have a significant effect on a 10th stage existence. That's right. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, his expression pensive. The original creator of the void secret realm had gathered many gap life forms from beyond the boundless void, and he definitely kept on hand the highest quality batch of those gap life forms. And this accounts for the hundreds of 9th stage perfect void creatures currently inside the huge rock. With my current strength, I can also briefly escape the boundless void and touch the gaps between different dimensions to capture those gap life creatures. Lin Yuan touched his chin, thinking to himself. After reaching the 6th realm of fusion of time and space insight, he felt that he could break free from the shackles of the boundless void, following the void secret realm to the dimensional gap areas. Never mind. It's too time-consuming. Lin Yuan quickly abandoned the idea. Originally, for the creator of the secret realm to capture so many void creatures, it took countless years, far beyond hundreds of billions, with an average of tens of millions of years needed for a single void creature monarch. Lin Yuan's current strength, indeed, is somewhat stronger than that of the secret realm's creator, but not much stronger. To spend tens of millions of years capturing a void creature monarch? In tens of millions of years, Lin Yuan doesn't even know to what heights he could evolve. The creator of the secret realm did so, because he had reached a dead end. But Lin Yuan has no such need. With that time, even if he allows his spiritual will to grow slowly, it would be much faster than capturing void creature monarchs. So many 9th stage perfect void creature monarchs. I wonder how much they can elevate my spiritual will index. Lin Yuan looked at the many void creature monarchs in the space inside the huge rock, his face showing anticipation. According to Lin Yuan's original plan, within this boundless void, his spiritual will's upper limit would be around 25 million points. Because the number of void creatures is limited, there just aren't that many for Lin Yuan to kill, especially after passing 20 million points. Only by killing the monarchs among the void creatures could he make some progress. But now, looking at the many void creature monarchs inside the space of the huge rock, Lin Yuan also has some doubts about his ultimate spiritual will index limit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 826 Comprehension of the Void. Happy June 1st, please subscribe, _2inch let's begin. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate much, and immediately started to kill the void creatures in the space within the giant rock. Facing these void creatures, Lin Yuan felt no compassion, as they weren't even of the same species as he was, akin to ordinary people slaughtering chickens or pigs. Boundless void. Nearly 100 perfect demon true lords gathered, all discussing the emergence of a second 10th stage being in the boundless void. The being that reached the 10th stage is called Martial Ancestor. Martial Ancestor wants us to give up half of our territorial area to those weak ants? Why is Martial Ancestor being so powerful, so merciful to those ants? If you have an opinion, why don't you go talk to Martial Ancestor? Forget it, I wouldn't dare. Each of the perfect demon true lords discussed, though some were quite dissatisfied with conceding half of their territory. It was merely discontent, wanting them to argue with Martial Ancestor. Even with 10 times the courage, no demon true lord dared to do so. They had all grown to the 9th stage perfect level, not like those 6th stage or 7th stage demons who occasionally went insane. The 9th stage perfect demons were extremely rational, understanding that what shouldn't be done, and the will of the 10th stage Martial Ancestor couldn't be defied. Moreover, conceding only half of the territory didn't touch these perfect demons' bottom line. So the reaction wasn't very intense either. While numerous perfect demon true lords debated the issues, the Child of the Void sat high on the throne, somewhat nonchalantly observing the exchanges of the many perfect demons below. Martial Ancestor vanished from the Void secret realm? When Lin Yuan entered the hidden space in the core area of the deepest part of the Void secret realm, his aura disappeared from the Void secret realm, which was also detected by the Child of the Void. The entire Void secret realm holds no trace of Martial Ancestor's aura. The Child of the Void carefully sensed it, speculating in his heart, could it be that there is a secret in the Void secret realm that I don't know about? The Child of the Void had presided over the Void secret realm for many long years, considering himself exceptionally knowledgeable about it. But now, the mysterious disappearance of Martial Ancestor's aura naturally led the Child of the Void to ponder other possibilities. Of course, the Child of the Void had no other ideas. After all, over the long years, he couldn't discover the secret. Even if given 10 times or 100 times the time, he still wouldn't be able to. That's about enough. The Child of the Void glanced downward. At this moment the many perfect demon true lords had mostly finished their debates. Actually, ceding half of the territorial area didn't affect the Child of the Void. It was mainly up to these perfect demon true lords to decide how much they should yield. Martial Ancestor protected those ants because they could cultivate the martial Tao. The Child of the Void quietly pondered in his heart, if there's time, I must also try whether I can cultivate the martial Tao. Martial Ancestor valued the martial Tao so much that the Child of the Void also became curious about it, planning to personally give it a try. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 10 years went by. Hidden space in the Void secret realm. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on top of the giant rock. The invisible force of mental will swept in all directions, distorting time and space, forming a mental storm that raged continuously through the hidden space. My mental will has finally reached the ultimate stage. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, the vast mental will beginning to rapidly retract. After 10 years of absorption and constantly killing one void creature after another, Lin Yuan's mental will finally reached its peak. Reaching the peak meant that continuing to kill those void creature monarchs had nearly stalled the improvement of his mental will. My current mental will index should be between 33,300,000 to 33,400,000, right? Lin Yuan assessed himself, estimating. This range of the mental will index is 33,333,333 points. The specific amount of mental will index was something Lin Yuan couldn't ascertain. Even in the human civilization of the main universe where mental will could be measured, it was only a rough estimate. Especially given that Lin Yuan's current mental will index was extraordinarily high, making it even more impossible to accurately measure, relying only on his own experience and perception to judge. And the range of 33,003,000 to 40,000 points of mental will reminded Lin Yuan of the number 33,333,333. SE of the Oval Fire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. In the main universe, Lin Yuan had encountered this number many times, such as the number of insights in the path of demonic evolution of the Magic Jade Tower, the count of silver-white text in void interpretation, and the time initially needed for accumulating a strand of world-breaking origin force at the Myriad Realms Gate. And now, reaching the limits of the mental will index again also approached this number. This number might hold a great secret, Lin Yuan secretly thought to himself, then placed this doubt at the bottom of his heart. No matter what secret it held, it was still too distant for the current Lin Yuan, at least needing to reach the ultimate stage before having the ability to explore and scrutinize it. Asterisk, a mental will index over 33 million is not considered weak even on the level of supreme beings, right? Asterisk, Lin Yuan quickly thought in his heart. 18 million points of mental will index was the threshold for the most powerful. Only when life makes an ultimate leap, residing permanently at the shore, would one's mental will quickly cross this line. And 33,300,000+ points of mental will index exceeded this threshold by a significant margin, possibly unreachable immediately by those newly at the 12th stage of the ultimate. Increasing mental will by one-fold was countless times harder than increasing physical strength by the same amount. There are 203 void creature monarchs left. Lin Yuan glanced again at the void creature monarchs within the giant rock space. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.